Explain that to me. That's the only built-in music they got. I should probably try and figure out how to use it better. I don't know. I bet I could figure out how to upload music to it, but I'm not sure. I don't know what jumping the shark means. I don't know what you mean, Galt, when you say I jumped the shark. And what's up, CT? Gotta figure out how to do this shit better. It's so annoying. Going down some sort of a track of an argument and then getting sidetracked in every little hypothetical and every little simile that somebody uses. And we end up in a whole different world than the original conversation. It's kind of annoying.
What up, buddy?
Not a whole lot. Are you done working?
Oh, yeah. All week.
Yeah.
It's not a bad setup. I got really upset, too, because this is supposed to be like a temporary thing until we get our new warehouse built in December.
Yeah.
And the volumes have kind of gone up. So my boss was talking to me the other day. He's like, you know, we were hoping to kind of get you back on like the Monday through Thursday schedule, which, again, I still can't be upset about a 4-day work week. But he goes, I think, you know, it might be a little bit longer than what we thought. I was like, oh, no. Oh, no.
I was going to say, this is kind of, don't you like this, right?
Dude, I love it.
Yeah. Extra time off. I actually thought you'd be like taking part in more lives and doing other stuff too, but it seems like you're doing a lot of work around the house and shit.
I actually, I don't know when or where or how or why, but like, I have this mower my mom gave me like 5 years ago, and it should have died 7 years ago. And somehow every year I'm able to like revive it and get it running again. And like a friend just asked me to take a look at like his mower at one point. So I realized I kind of have like an affinity for like messing with like, I don't know, at least small engines. I'm not that great with cars and trucks, but I've always said, my uncle actually has taught me this. I may not fix it right, but I will get it running. And so, I don't know. That bug hit me a few months ago. So I actually been investing in a bunch of tools. I got a whole setup. I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 6 things in my garage right now. People are paying me to repair.
Sweet.
Yeah. Side hustle, man.
Bad thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Side hustles are always nice.
Yeah. And this is an easy one. I mean, it's super, like, it's always the same shit with small engines. It's carburetors, it's bad gas lines. Like, it's always easy shit. It's never anything tough. So, it's been kind of nice.
You never have to, like, replace, well, I guess even replacing a gasket in a small engine would be pretty easy.
Dude, they're simple.
Yeah. You're doing small engine repair? I just kind of came in late, but is that what you're doing?
Snow blowers, leaf blowers, chainsaws, lawnmowers.
Okay.
Yeah. I got a nice little workbench in my garage. The wife bought me this super awesome shelf like here recently, so everything's organized.
Try to learn outboards. That'd be a good thing too.
That would be a good thing.
I know.
Yeah.
Man.
I follow this dude on YouTube that like buys old outboards, you know, it could be a 20 horse Johnson or all the way up, but like, you know, buys shit on the Facebook market for nothing because it's like a fucking really heavy piece of garbage to somebody, and like tears it apart, does all this stuff and sells it used, and you know, you're making like $1,000 or $2 every fucking time. It's like, damn, it's because nobody wants to work on those, and they're hard to transport, like all that stuff. So I don't know. That'd be a good one too, honestly.
Dude, I've been grabbing free shit off Marketplace. I put like $20 into it, turn around and sell it for like $300. And I just go buy more tools. I'm like, make it easy, an actual fucking oil filter puller. That'd be a lot easier than trying to use vice grips every time.
Yeah, one thing I'm looking at, I am starting to do, but so like I got into like kayak fishing a few years ago, and there's this guy down in Florida that I've bought a lot of stuff from. These mods,
Hell yes.
and it's very like things that just make the kayak better, like all these, and it's all 3D printed stuff. And so I'm like, all right, so what are some other niche things that like I could buy a 3D printer? Especially with AI and stuff, like you can do so many like CAD things and all this other type of stuff where I'm not going to say what I'm like, it's nothing like nefarious or anything, but like, but similar to what this guy's business model is, like he's made so much fucking money, but he's selling $30 to $50 to $100 parts that are everybody like it's awesome. His wife writes a note, thank you so much for, ordering from us, whatever. And it's a whatever plastic that he's using, it probably costs him $5-10, but he's like providing a service that's in a niche sort of a thing where nobody's competing with him. That's like, it's brilliant, honestly. And yeah, it's pretty fucking cool. He's turned his garage into a 3D printing house to just solve people's little problems that the manufacturer doesn't want to deal with. It's pretty cool. There's a lot of opportunities and stuff like that.
Dude, I tell everyone that, like, I don't know, like, where our country's going to go going forward. I think there's a lot of uncertainties. Mm-hmm. That's why I kind of went back into just being a W-2 worker. I wasn't really sure that business that I had part ownership in, like, where it was going to go. It was getting replaced by a lot of automation and stuff. Like, yeah, road workers, I think that's something that people are working away from. So it's nice to get back into a place I already knew. I knew the ins and outs of. They upgraded to a system I already knew. So yeah, the opportunity to only work 3 days a week, I was like, let's do that. So yeah, having something to do, just keep my hands busy, like Monday through Thursday, has been fucking nice.
Yeah.
Kayak fishing, huh?
Dude, kayak fishing is awesome.
I just went out today for like 4 hours. It was nice.
What?
I almost got
like a fiberglass kayak.
No, honestly, hang on. Let me go up. I'll show you real quick. I'll put it in there.
Even just a plastic kayak's fucking awesome.
I have
just to get out on the water.
I have something that an old friend of mine made and gave to me. It is a old canvas kayak. It's made in the Inuit style. He spent some time with some Inuits. They taught him how to make kayaks, so he makes kayaks for people now, custom kayaks.
Dude, that is fucking awesome.
Yeah, put it on the big screen real quick. I'll show you this real quick. But I put.
Can you?
But he makes like.
I think I can. Yep, I got him.
Plates for like, this is like an anchor system where it goes right to the side. You just pull that lever down.
Ooh.
This prop thing here. So
that's a nice outboard.
This that steers you, right? So like you deploy it with this. You steer it with that knob there.
You got that little motor between your legs.
The pedal drives my truck, but this pedal, like it's almost like a bike pedestal, or like you're pedaling like a bike, right? And it's got a prop in the bottom, and so it sticks out the bottom there. All this like dry seal, it's pretty fucking sweet. I got my
paddle boat.
Yeah, but you can get into so many other places that like wouldn't allow motors. Like where I live, like there's a lot of places like that. So
yeah, we have a lot of low shallow.
No, it's
that are only like 2 or 3 feet.
Cooler in
That's
the back.
What everyone does.
I could take my dog out on the back here. No, it's actually pretty cool, honestly. I will say. So
I rode in one of those one time, but it actually had an awning over top of it too. I'm pretty pale, so the sun's always an issue for me.
Dude, I got a fish finder here that mounts. That's also in my truck, but
dude, that's gangster.
But it like ball mounts on a ram thing here. I've got a 10-inch fucking Garmin on this thing. It's fucking sweet. I've taken out on Lake Michigan before. Okay, so it's pretty nice.
That is pretty cool, dude.
Yeah.
Nah, like I said, man, the world's kind of crazy. Everything's expensive. I think it's cool if either A, people have the money to have fun, or B, you can find something to do.
It's also exercise. It's kind of fun. So
I love kayaking. In fact, like my cousin introduced me to bow fishing like a decade ago.
Carp carp?
Dude, anything. Bluegill, bass, catfish.
Shut up.
Anything. What are you talking about?
You're hitting that bluegill with a fucking arrow, a pronged arrow.
Oh, fuck yeah. Dude, all you do is
Kind of needed, honestly.
Yeah, you throw some fucking, like, because a lot of, like, our water's not clear around here. It's brown. So you just throw food on top, shit that floats. Bread, as they're going for it, phew, stick them. Now you got bait.
Wow. Bait. Okay. Ah.
I know
did
around
all this
me,
shit
they,
when I was younger before I stopped eating meat. I bow fished, I kayaked, I fly fished, I did all that nifty shit. I like fishing for a long
You don't have to eat them. I mean, 99% of the time, I'm not eating the fish I catch. It's like 99% I'm just catching and releasing anyways. So
Yeah, but I feel bad
why?
because I'm hurting them.
Oh my gosh! Like they literally eat each other. Like you're probably giving them a break. To be honest with you,
Mojo, you're a philosophy guy. Life is pain.
Should it be?
I don't know. I'm sure Sun Tzu had some fucking words about it.
do you have a problem like killing flies outside or anything, or mosquitoes? Like, do you feel bad for them, or like where do you draw the line?
Insects are fine to kill.
Okay.
What about gophers?
I have never seen a gopher in my life.
Be glad. I had one in my shed. Not anymore.
Somebody said that the other day. How do you get rid of gophers? And I'm like, I don't even know what a gopher is.
They're slightly bigger fucking rats, in my opinion.
We have prairie dogs in Colorado, but we don't have gophers.
Yeah, gophers, raccoons, skunks,
You got
possums.
you got gray wolves and shit out there that are tearing shit up. I know that.
We got.
They really fucking mismanage that, and they're doing the same thing in Wisconsin right now.
They're fine.
No, it is not.
They're fine.
No, I will say I did hear that, like, what they reintroduced the gray wolf to Colorado, and it started fucking with livestock and shit.
Well, that's always going to be the case. But they've also decimated the elk population. But the other thing, though, is that the gray wolf population that they introduced, I believe in Colorado, certainly into Wisconsin, it's like this lineage of gray wolves from upper Canada that is super, super aggressive, and it's just not. It wasn't what was there before, and so. It's like, yeah, like kill everything mode. It's like beast mode. Like it's just like not, but it's like people making decisions that aren't like one thing I'll say, like Wisconsin is so
You are
fucking
crazy decimated the elk population.
Wait, what?
Colorado has the largest elk population in the world.
Yeah, but this new wolf program is very recent. It's in the past 10 years or so, and it has been very
Not
detrimental.
decimating elk. What a fucking ridiculous statement that is.
Okay. Whatever.
Well,
I read this stuff like I know like when you're reading like El Capital, I'm reading like DNR reports from different states that I visit. So I do feel like I do know
swear to God, I thought you said elk capital. I was like, they got that?
that too.
So do y'all have, I know CT probably do, those Asian carp?
Oh, yeah. Well,
Those are
down,
fucking awful. Yeah.
down south we do. Not where I'm at. I'm northwest, so.
They're terrible, man.
It's a big thing in Illinois, and it was all through the Illinois River to where they're injuring people. Like they get spooked and they launch out like torpedoes and knock people out. But other than that, like I think Illinois and the federal government has spent like over $1 billion putting all this stuff in to make sure they don't, because if they get into Lake Michigan, it's like game fucking over. Which Lake Michigan's a very big, and the Great Lakes themselves. There's a very big like salmon fishery, like a lot of other stuff, and they don't have any natural predators. They take over everything. But
we got fucking sharks in the Erie now. I'm like, God damn, can't swim nowhere.
Yeah. Mojo, do you know what we're talking about with the Asian carp?
Are you talking about koi fish?
No,
No.
these big fucking
they're
motherfuckers.
ugly as
this
shit. They've got like
invasive-
their eyeballs are like on their chin. They're the most disgusting looking fish.
They are.
No, I haven't.
And like
Most
when you're
disgusting.
driving a boat,
Have you guys?
when you're
ever
driving a
seen-
boat. Shit. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. When you're driving a boat, like they get scared and they jump up out of the water So they will like smack you across the face while you're driving. Like,
they're like
it's dangerous all around.
They also eat the entire, like they eat all the plankton. They get big. There's nothing that can really compete with them. And so like if you had a river that had smallmouth bass, walleye, pike, whatever, once they're in there and they establish themselves, they destroy the entire food chain, and so nothing else exists there. So it's destroyed tons of water systems. And so that's why there was like a lot, like I think it's like $1 billion or something with electric things and all this other stuff. Like it's been a big thing, like to where for the past 20 years, it's been a huge thing, because it's like if they ever reach Lake Michigan, it's over. Like there's nothing else that would exist there. And these things, nobody wants to eat them. They're nasty. And so, but the one thing that they did, they tried introducing alligator gar, all this other type of stuff, but it's like it's like fucking drop in the bucket. It doesn't really make a difference. The one thing that I think they've tried to do now that has been somewhat successful is they changed the name so it's not carp, and they're marketing it as, I forget the name of it, but now they're actually like paying fishermen to grab them and like net them and stuff, and then it's still cheap, but it's kind of like you see like you go to a restaurant and it's like, oh, it's sea bass or something. I think that used to be called like the Patagonian toothfish or some shit, and it's really ugly. It actually tastes pretty good, but now they just rebranded the fish, and now it's somewhat successful. It's pretty weird how certain policies or decisions you wouldn't think would make the difference, this one actually is. So
Son of a bitch. I got a big ass orb weaver spider in my garage I just found. Holy shit. Damn, that's a big boy.
Those are cool as shit.
They are. I don't even fuck with them either.
Yeah.
We get a lot of like mosquitoes and flies, which the weather finally fucking broke. The heat wave did, but hang out, little buddy. Do your thing.
Kopi, pair in the comments at Kopi. That's what it is. So now, if you ever go to a restaurant and you see Kopi, it's fucking Asian carp, probably from the Illinois River.
To me, they're just like shittier, angrier, like arapaima. They're just a smaller version of them. They're just fucking assholes.
Yeah. Snagging can be fun though. I've done that with those things. Like they do put up a fight. You just put like a weighted treble hook and just throw it in and just keep reeling, and then you tail fucking hook and that's not very nice to animals. So I apologize, Mojo, but I fucking hate those things.
I've done that too with coking salmon. Horsetooth Reservoir in Fort Collins has a spawn every spring for kokanee, and you are
usually snagging is illegal though. Like
yeah, but they do have a season for snagging.
No shit. Okay.
For the salmon.
Yeah.
Have you ever when you fly fish? Did you ever go up into like Poudre Canyon or anything? Or
oh yeah, Poudre Canyon, North Fork.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean I've hit all the rivers around here.
I just bought my first fly rod and I'm learning it, but I'm gonna do Poudre Canyon sometime either this fall or next spring. But yeah,
I tried my hand at some fly tying and shit.
And you didn't like it, huh? Or it's the
no, I do.
animal?
I did. I loved it. I love going fly fishing. There's nothing like going fly fishing actually. Like on a small creek, the North Fork of the Poudre is pretty small, so you have to sneak up to the pond.
Yeah, no, it's like an art form. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to sneak up. You got to like barely throw it out there. You got to figure out a place where you can watch it at. And and you're only catching like little brookies and shit.
No, I know, but the colors on those are amazing. Like people have like magnifying little cubes where you know.
Yeah.
But I see. I feel like that's very ethical. At least in my experience, like fishermen and hunters as well, like are the people that are paying most attention to making sure that like there aren't laws that like impact or they're the biggest advocates for that wildlife. That's been my experience anyways, or at least the people I know. So
it is a weird dichotomy, isn't it? Like usually the people that are for like preservation are the hunters. I've always said that too.
Well, yeah, they want more shit to hunt. Of course,
well, yeah, but
they want the population to be as large as possible so they can hunt as
not large as this doesn't mean large as possible. It's about like balancing the ecosystem and stuff. Like
I'll be honest with you, Mojo. Like a guy that helped raise me, like he was one of the like manliest guys I know. Drove a semi, for a living, and then lived off grid. Like we literally had a wood burning stove in the living room. Like hated electricity, like except for like where it was necessary. Super big into like conservationism. Also loved hunting, loved fishing. Like people can do both. They believe
that is me. That is literally me.
Yeah,
like,
live off the land, but also let the land flourish.
Yeah, no, I'm very much into that.
Yeah, It's about making the populations bigger. That's what wildlife
It's
services do. They protect habitats. They create habitats to make sure that the populations are bigger.
Well, and
And
sustaining though too, like in
yeah.
putting limits
yeah,
on
but
things.
sustaining enough so that they can hand out a bunch of passes the following year to hunt a bunch of tags.
Yeah, what I don't like is a bunch of rich assholes that go hunting just for a photo op or a fucking head on a wall. That I don't fucking like. The people that don't hunt, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, these rich assholes that go to Africa for fucking rhino horns or a tiger claw or some shit. Like, fuck that. Like, but for the people that literally try to live off the land and be part of the land, like, just realizing you're part of that ecosystem and trying to like pay back into it, I've always respected that.
Yeah, I will say, wait, you guys hear me?
Well, we live in a different world nowadays. In the past, maybe that would have been possible, but today we are destroying the planet doing the shit we're doing.
Well,
I think commercialism is.
Yeah, it's just the eating of meat and the way that we raise meat. And I mean, if everybody just hunted and we put focus on that, but then you'd have to pay like an arm and a leg just to get a tag, if that were the case. And a lot of people would go without meat, and that would be fine with me. But I don't know.
More
Well,
government restrictions.
there are people though that do. I mean, I think it's very rare where people are going to sustain or whatever. Like, there's a lot of people that like have never had deer meat or think it's gross or something. Which I
It is
mean,
gross. It's
I
fucking
disagree.
Deer sticks are good.
Well,
I like them.
I ain't live venison's the
honestly,
shit.
I like it, but
honestly, when it comes to deer meat, it's how people process it. A lot of times people don't like it because of the gamey taste, and it's just because it's been processed wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I could eat venison jerky every day for breakfast.
well, usually jerky is going to be mixed with like beef or pork or something. But maybe not jerky. The like sausage and stuff like that. But backstrap, like elk backstrap in particular, like that is like one of the best cuts of meat. Like, it's fucking amazing. I think though. I think with tags though, one of the things that they do is it's because like if you're from a state where, you know, I've wanted to go and I will eventually, but I've had friends and coworkers and stuff that have got, like, I actually have my boss right now is on a 2-week Alaska trip where they're salmon fishing and bear hunting and some other stuff, which it's all regulated. Like, it's not decimating populations or anything like that, but the state makes a lot of money. Colorado makes a lot of money. I think if you were to get a tag for elk in Colorado as a Colorado resident, it's probably a fifth or the tenth of the cost versus someone out of state. That's one way a state will bring in like tourism dollars. And as long as it's being managed to where it's not like some purge of like the population, a lot of times this is a good thing for the population. It is what it is.
There's certain animals I don't fully understand the hunting of, like bears, for example.
Oh, I think it'd be pretty cool to have a bear, a stuffed bear in the living room of a cabin or something.
But that's what I'm saying.
Well,
like, if it's just
Actually,
then
actually,
that's weird to me.
actually, bear meat is really good. But it's extremely difficult to cook because of how fat they
Why do we
are.
gotta get into all this
Sorry,
shit?
There's also disease
you
you can get
started
if
it.
you undercook it. So like you can get like really sick with
Fucking
bear meat.
gross.
Well, no, like what I was talking about, with tags, right? Like, so Ohio, at least, I could go out and mow down an entire forest, and if I take out like 20 coyotes, I'm a local hero. Like, because coyotes attack farms, chickens,
Chicken, yeah,
sheep,
for sure.
pigs. I mean, they don't care, and their numbers are like too ridiculous to sustain. Same with white-tailed deer. If we allow that to get out of control,
It's bad.
cars are getting hit. Backyards are being, kids are being rammed in their backyard by these fuckers. Like, I get some of that population control. Bears is one I've never understood, though.
Well,
If you've ever been hit by a deer, you'd understand. I actually have. Like, my body was. It fucking hurts.
People do eat deer, or people do eat bear meat, but I mean, I think it's beyond that though. But
I don't think it's a population though issue, right?
I live there's a
actually,
population issue.
Actually, yeah, here in Virginia, we've got a really bad black bear overpopulation, and it's getting bad enough. The same with the coyotes that we're seeing really bad mange right now, getting transferred between a lot of the population.
It's still so weird to me when I hear people say coyote. It just feels like it's wrong. But yeah, it wasn't until literally I joined this app I ever heard somebody say coyote. I was like, what the fuck is a coyote? I thought somebody was like making fun of somebody. They're like, it's like a little dog. I was like, you talking about a fucking coyote? Okay. Language barriers, I guess.
Yosemite, Kentucky.
Yosemite.
It's Yosemite. They pronounce it Yosemite.
Is that
That's why you pronounce it coyote.
is that at
Pronounce
the Alome?
Yosemite.
The Alome?
No, it is interesting though. Like, I'm more familiar with fishing than hunting. I do that like far more. But like when I look at like my state in Illinois, and like you're paying your license and all this stuff, and basically all that money goes to pensions and like other bullshit, irresponsible decisions that Illinois has done. But then you look at Wisconsin, and I usually buy like a 2 or 3 year pass or whatever it is. They send you like this nice fucking card, all this other type of stuff, all this stuff where they survey their lakes, every lake, every 2 or 3 years, and all these like hired biologists, and it's like we are recommending, this bag limit for this size because if there's this size, there's too many of them in this lake, and so it'll to sustain larger populations. We want this. Like, there's a fucking science behind it, and it's like they are putting tons and tons of money. So all the money that comes from the tags and the fishing licenses and everything else, and one thing I've said, for people that want to like destroy the federal government or eliminate it all, like the best example, in my opinion, to point to of like a sustainable, like really good group of what they do is like the National Park Service. Like that is like the best federally run program, from the staff, from training development of like college kids or whatever. Everything about that whole system is really, really impressive, the way that they do that. If we can make the other bureaus, organizations in the government be half as good as how the National Park Service does some shit, I think there'd be a lot less people complaining about the lack of efficiency and everything, honestly.
You know what I've realized, GW? The people that want to like systematically remove the government are just the early 2000s edgelords that listen to Nine Inch Nails. And they were like the 2000s, like punk rock anarchists that were just like, look, the system, which I was a part of. I can own that. But like when I hear like a lot of libertarians talk today, I'm like, you guys are just the new chat forum fucking, broodlords of the 2000s. They have no plans on a lot of things, right? It's always just like government bad.
I said that earlier today. See?
Did you?
I did. I said that exact same thing today.
Yeah, they're just the edgelords of the 2020s.
John Galt and Brad and I were talking about fucking Tumblr, and I'm convinced they're these fucking punk rock kids that hated everybody and everything, and the government especially, and they just want to bitch about everything. And then they read Ayn Rand, and they're like, yeah.
Well, okay, but then I would point to like, all right, so where was your political evolution? Because to me, like I would throw it back at you, and I'm not a libertarian, just to be clear, but I would throw it back and say your philosophy is, let's just keep pushing the broken button more and expect it to work differently.
My political evolution started when I was a wee child, and I opened the fridge and we had tortillas and mayonnaise, and I ate mayonnaise tortillas for a while.
I would say mine started in 2017.
That recently?
Yeah, I always thought the government was just this. I hate to sound Donovan-ish here, but I thought it was just this large cabal that was so big, so unexplainable, so powerful. We as people couldn't make a change. I was very, very much an anarchist, like through high school and like right out of it. I was like, fuck government, fuck these people, fuck voting, it's all stupid, it's all dumb. I was a fuck it all kind of guy until I had kids.
Yeah, well, that will change you. Like,
Yeah, some people,
unless you're a total
some people,
piece of shit.
yeah, some people find religion. I found politics because I realized the things that were going to affect my children as they grew.
Yeah, but I will say, and I got to go here pretty soon. But I feel like and again, I think that's why it's interesting to talk to people that have different experiences. They look at things differently. But like, I can look at the positions that you endorse or espouse and say that I in my opinion, looking at the trajectory that you advocate for, you're actually putting your children at risk.
I don't
You
think
know?
I don't think my children have ever been more at risk than they are right now today.
Well, I mean that two things can be true at the same time. You know,
Possibly. I agree with that.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, and I can agree with that. Two things can be true at the same time. I just don't know how the inclusion of people, the
and I don't mean
funding
you.
to,
I'm
like,
not talking
take
about
care of
you
people.
specifically. I mean, just generally, like, I know you didn't take it that way, but like
Yeah.
policies or whatever. It's like, you know, sometimes things need to, like, it might not be comfortable. It might not be like everybody needs to partake. But like sometimes hard decisions need to be made, and you know, if people are uncomfortable with it. It's kind of like, you know, you don't need to shoot the deer, but like if you're eating the meat, like I guess just fuck off if you like have an issue with it, or just like, you know, just show up to the butcher store and buy your steak. I guess, you know what I mean. Like that's kind of how I feel with some of this stuff.
Well, GW, I will tell you this because you're the only person that's ever called it out. Nobody else has. There's a reason I don't label myself as anything, or if I do something so ridiculous it can't really be fucking pigeonholed into something, because I do think there's a lot of nuance to what people's stances are, even if they call themselves something like a democratic socialist or an ANCAP libertarian, whatever. You then are just in a defense mode of, hey, you have to defend something somebody else has said or their viewpoints on shit all the time. So most of the time I don't talk about what I am or what I'm, because I'm not. I got a whole fucking slew of things I believe in.
Well,
Disagrees with people on the left, disagrees with people on the right, agrees with both sides.
And to that point, there was and I clipped it. I'm not going to post it on here, like, or on TikTok, but some guys I know that have a podcast, and it's not just like it's a legit podcast, but it's not like, you know, some, like, you're not going to see it on a fucking chart or something. But it was a very interesting comment that they were making, and these guys are on the, you know, alt-right, okay? But it was talking about how the perceptions between the left and the right are very interesting, like to where a lot of people on the left look at the right and it's like, if you're on the right, it's like Ben Shapiro. And if you're like further to the right or whatever, it's Ben Shapiro plus some more bullshit. And it's the same thing, like, from many people that are on the right that are viewing the left. Now, I'm not going to play that, but like Mojo, like, you're an open, like, communist or whatever. Like, I'm not going to to me, that's, I have a different point of view. I think a lot of things that we understand about history were like communists did some shit, blamed it on some other people, and then that's what we learn in school. That is the pithiest way to put like what my point of view is on a lot of these things. But it was a very interesting insight, because it's like, no, just because you're further to the right doesn't mean that it's like you're adopting every position on a gradual level that comes with that. Because like I look at Ben Shapiro and I probably hate that motherfucker more than anybody on the left does, for a variety of reasons. It's not, I know you're going to drop some sound or
Is
sound
it the
bite
little
here.
hat shit?
Well, I mean, that is part of it, but it's not.
Bastard.
Well, I just don't. No, it's not just. No, there's plenty of people in that belief, like religious belief system, that I don't have a problem with, and I can name several. So it's not that I don't just hate everybody because of some immutable characteristic. That's fucking stupid.
Several Jewish friends.
No, people. No, I wouldn't say friends. That's not what I said. I said like people that I respect.
Several Jewish acquaintances. That's even worse.
Well, whatever.
You know, people I see from a distance.
You can do that all you want, but
I see them through a fence.
I do recognize patterns and a power structure that it is very unpopular to express. I think it's, you know, and it doesn't mean I hate everybody or that I want to like commit mass atrocities or bullshit like that, but like if I recognize a pattern and somebody else doesn't, I'm the hateful person. Like I just think that's bullshit. But
What pattern are you recognizing? Do you think that you could be
I
specific?
recognize there's a lot of weak men who can't lift over 200 pounds talking right now.
Oh, that's nice. Anyways, JD,
Seriously.
what was the pattern you were recognizing?
It's not true. I picked up your mom yesterday.
You couldn't pick up a fucking
lifting that with your
feather
giant,
box,
massive
a
cock? Is that what you're
feather
claiming?
pillow, bud. You're fucking small.
Yeah, Civic's
I
put
see
this
your
big-ass
neck, dude.
cock
You're
right
hiding
through
your
the
neck because it's small.
Who is
I don't
this
hide my
fucking
neck
dude?
because it's huge, and I have
Then
muscles.
turn your camera on.
Yeah, go on camera.
I have
Yeah, that's
muscles,
called
bud. I have
obesity,
my
buddy.
profile
Don't
pics
worry
right
about
there.
that.
My profile pics right there. My shoulders are way bigger than yours. So I'll never be.
This dipshit's fucking
Your
Look
head
at
looks a
you.
little
You're weak.
Beetlejuice.
Weak men create hard times, don't they? Yap, 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 like
Beetlejuice
women.
You
Your
love
head.
hard times, don't you? When is the last time you had a hard time?
His
Hold on.
boyfriend's
Why
name
don't
is
we
Hard
recognize
Times.
that
Feminine.
voice?
Stop.
Fem-
Stop.
Feminine.
Stop. Every last fucking one of you stop.
Sorry,
You're
man.
fem-
Can you? Hey,
You're feminine
I guess
compared.
you can't be an
Femi-
adult. You don't have the capability of being an adult.
Women.
You can't be
Women.
an adult. Okay.
We know women don't like you. It's okay.
But he's screaming the one thing he's never had. Women! Women!
He's been screaming in the chat for quite some time about just ridiculousness. So
You just
I'm shocked by
know
that.
he gets aggravated because he's got MAGA on his dating profile. None of them fucking
Hey,
swipe.
GG. I'm a real live breathing Jew. Do you have any questions for me? Anything I can answer about your whatever these notions you have, your pattern recognition? What can I answer? I actually am non-Zionist too, so anything I can answer? Clear up
L
anything
from
for
left
you?
fucking field. God damn.
Oh wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, hey. I'm a real life breathing living Jew. I'm here to answer anything. Anything that you may
anti-Zionist,
have
though?
questions about. I'm anti-Zionist, yeah.
Oh, okay. So is it just about Netanyahu? Like you just want another government in there, and then everything will be fine, or what do you mean?
No, I have no spiritual connection to Israel.
Are
And
you-
I actually see Israel for exactly what it is. But
What's your
what
okay?
other
So
questions? Yeah.
okay, sure. Well, not like I'm not gonna like do a 20 questions thing. I mean, I feel like I
Well, it
know
seems
this
like you need
topic.
some things cleared up because you have a bunch
Okay,
of
well, I
preconceived
guess we'll talk
ideas. Yeah.
specifically
So
about
I'm here to
you.
help.
Do you find yourself on the left or the right on the political spectrum?
I'm in the center, a little bit left to center, but mostly the center.
Do you when you look at like all right, broadly speaking, do you support DEI initiatives, diversity, equity, inclusion?
I'm not
Do
sure
you
the
support that or
relevancy, but I don't not support them. But I do also, I understand that white women are the biggest benefactors of DEIA, actually. But
Well, do you believe that every group should be held to that same standard, like to where if it's like an
there should be
overrepresentation?
there should be either one standard for all or no standard at all, one or the other.
Okay, so college admissions or like other factors, like
What does this have to do with? No, I mean, I kind of meant like I don't need 20 questions about just my political ideology. I meant as it relates to being a dirty, filthy Jew. If you want to just center it around that, that would be great.
who said that?
But
Who
wait,
used
you
that
showed up and
language?
you said you're here to answer any of his questions.
Well, I know, but let's keep him, relevant to his.
When did I say
concerns about-
When did I say dirty, filthy? Did
Well, I mean,
say
that was the way it was received. But go ahead.
Well, is that a you problem? Maybe you're just like
No,
generationally
no.
paranoid.
It's definitely not a
or
problem for
anxious?
me. Definitely not a problem for me.
Where'd you come up with that language, though? It wasn't for me.
Okay, cool. So
She's heard
again,
it probably many times.
I'm sorry. What's that?
Who say stupid shit.
What'd you say?
I said she's probably heard it many other times from people who stay.
I mean, that's
stupid
just,
shit
that's
on
just
this
a
app.
stereotype. But I
Yeah,
take it
it's a
back.
stereotype.
Let's not get away from the point. Any other questions as it relates to being an American Jew? I actually am Ukrainian too. Maybe that can help too.
We on the left shouldn't be stereotyping. That kind of goes against what we're for.
Well, maybe. I'll tell you this.
I've never used that
I mean, like,
language.
listen. Well, I mean, you have your own preconceived ideas about
Do you know me, by the way? I don't know you. Do you
No,
know
I was
me?
just listening to you down below, and I just heard some things, and I thought I would just offer
like
myself
what?
up to.
Because you just misquoted me. What did you hear that I said that you found personally offensive?
I didn't find any of it offensive. I just thought I would lend myself to you to answer any
But
questions.
you just came
you
up
might have.
here and misquoted me and said that I said dirty, filthy Jew.
Again, I took that back. So if you didn't hear that, now this
Okay,
is your
so what else?
opportunity to
So
hear
what
me.
else? So
Yeah.
my question is, what else did you hear in the comments that made you want to come up here?
I just was
and
listening
say
to you
that?
speak. It wasn't anything specific. Again, just want to offer myself up if you have any questions.
Yeah, no, I really don't have any questions.
Okay, awesome, great. That's it then. Just
Oh,
glad I
wow.
can be of any service. Yeah.
Did this work out
I
the way
just-
that you thought it would, or not really?
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, I just don't think you should. I think you should judge people for not for who they are, not what they are. It's probably a little bit easier to go through life. Just a little advice. You can take it or leave it.
May I ask you a question?
Sure.
So when you said that you do not support Israel, can you elaborate on that?
I mean,
Out of curiosity.
I believe that Israelis have the right to exist, the Israeli people. They deserve to have free, full lives anywhere but on stolen land. And before you come at me telling me America's stolen, I understand that. But I just have very strong feelings about the citizens of Israel living on stolen land and conducting life the way that they do.
Oh, no, I wasn't going to come for you at all, by the way.
No, I know you, Court. And listen, I also realize that my tax dollars are basically is money that funds G-Side, also funds the war in Iran. I understand like the depth of the complexity of our relationship with Israel. It's not for me. I'm just against it. That's it. It's pretty simple.
I like that. I like it. I didn't know if you were going to touch on Bibi or if it was that.
Well, I'll just say this:
Trump
is Bibi's sugar daddy.
Oh man,
Bibi is the worst U.S. president to never be democratically elected. That's about it.
I like you more now. Just so you know.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
I already liked you a lot, anyways, but I like you more now.
Same. So I just, again, I wanted to make myself available to GD. So if there's nothing else that I'm needed for, I can drop back down to comments.
I have a question for the panel. So
sure.
I hear this a lot, and I definitely see this a lot too. There is a large differential between when people talk about whether it be the Iranian people or the people of Gaza, the Palestinians. They never differentiate the government from the people, right? But you hear that a lot with Israel. People that want to talk out against them, they do say like, my problem isn't with the people of Israel, it's the government, it's Netanyahu, it's the IDF.
Which a lot of that's bullshit, by the way.
But that's where I'm starting to have a problem with, is because like they do polling there as well. They talk to the people there. And when you talk to the hundreds of thousands of fucking Israelis that are occupying parts of Gaza and parts of Lebanon, they all agree. They're like, no, we need to push further. I'm like,
so there's like two camps.
Maybe it is the people too.
I would say that there's three camps. There's the camp of people that are indoctrinated from birth and will be propagandized and indoctrinated till the day that they leave this planet. Then there are the people that have been indoctrinated but can also see or hear that there are things outside of what they were taught to believe. And then there are people that actually can see with eyes wide open what's really going on. And I think it's starting to shift a little bit. But I think for the longest time, it primarily was those that are indoctrinated. But I think it's really irresponsible if you can't separate the government from just the regular citizens. Like take, for example, in Palestine, there are obviously millions of innocent citizens that have been affected by what's been going on. Doesn't mean that they're aligned with Hamas just because they live there. And same with Iran. Citizens of Iran are not just automatically IRGC followers just because they live under that government. So you have to be able to separate the citizens from the government.
Well, no, I think that's pretty based for you to say. I agree with everything you've said. So,
So when do we stop letting the fake outrage from people that say, like, when we have a problem with Israel, they go, whoa. It's like the majority of the people actually agree with the government.
I can answer that. Hold on. I can answer that. I think you should hold contempt for the Zionists, not for the people of Israel. That clears it up pretty well, because not everybody that lives in Israel is a Zionist. Not every Jew is a Zionist. And I think you should hold contempt for the Zionists. That's who's upholding all of the issues right now.
I would imagine any Jewish person that lives in Israel believes in the existence of Israel because they live there. That's all Zionist is. They believe that there should be a state.
I think it's important to let each person, like even if it's a Jew in Israel, to let them tell you what they think, because people may surprise you. There's a lot of assumption that, if you're a Jew or if you're an Israeli Jew, that's what you think. And that's actually, when we have that assumption, that's how anti-Semitism continues to spread or exist.
But hasn't the term anti-Semitism just expanded into anything that criticizes either the government of Israel or the diaspora at large?
I think it is actually misused and abused quite often, but I think there are times where it's incredibly appropriate to use it, and it should be used properly. I mean, I'll tell you this, and this is just my own perspective, and I may get pushback for this, but I'll say it. I think many Zionists are, in fact, actually anti-Semitic. I can't even.
Anti-Semitic.
It's been a long day. They act anti-Semitic in their own actions on a regular basis, and they don't even realize it. Their actions are anti-Semitic.
I think two things can be true. Oh, real quick, GW. I just want to say, I think two things can be true. I think the term Zionism has been commandeered for somebody that like supports G side, which that's definitionally like not what Zionist or being a Zionist is. And I think on the other side, being an anti-Semite is somebody that has just now been anti against like what Israel is doing to these countries. And I think for people that want to go a little bit deeper, a lot of us do, I think we have to stop letting people co-opt those words, right?
Yeah, and so like what I try and do, and there are times that people get sick of hearing it and don't like hearing it, but I do try and to stop that behavior in its tracks. Like if I hear somebody mischaracterize Zionism or mischaracterize anti-Semitism, like I do try and stop them and correct them. And I know I sound like a broken record trying to, like, I'm never trying to tone police, but I think it's important to call out things for what they are and call out when somebody defines something as something that it's not. Yeah. So I think,
then perhaps we started off on the wrong foot, but like I will tell you, and I usually go along with it, like, cause it's TikTok and whatever, like, I don't really.
Let me tell you something about me, and maybe this will be worthwhile to you. Maybe it won't, but for the first, I'd say 3/4 of my life, I used to kind of like play along and laugh along with the Jew jokes because it's really easy just to like play along and, laugh and joke and just kind of co-opt it. But I stopped doing that a long time ago. Like I thought that there was no harm in doing it. I stopped doing that a long time ago because every time that I just kind of like laugh it off or if I'm in on the joke, I'm just letting bad behavior kind of get brushed off. And that's why even if it's on TikTok, it's still important to call things out. Like it may seem minimal and like punitive, but it's not. I mean, you never know who you're going to harm or help by calling it out.
So let me try to explain where my point of view is, and this is going to be really hard to rein in, and without Mojo calling me some pejoratives. So
let's let him get it out and just keep it cute, and we'll do it.
The way I see it is that. That group of people have been given an exception in the Western world to where everybody else is held to a certain standard, and then that group is not. And it's not even to say that group.
Do you feel that you're being compared to the Jews? You can just call it.
No, hang on. I have to explain this before you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, Al, please let him finish.
If you look at like, to be honest, a friend of mine just wrote a book on this that I just got delivered today.
Is it John Galt's second version?
No, nobody on TikTok. No, nobody on TikTok. But if you look at the outcome of World War II, like what was the New World Order of that? It was. Like basically, like if you have a group of people, at least, and this applies strictly to the West. This isn't like China's different, like they don't practice this, whatever else. But it was really like very much heavy on multiculturalism, and you had a group of people that took themselves too seriously, committed war crimes, eugenics, all these other sorts of things. I'm not going to get into the like specifics about that. Like we can just say that we were all taught the same sort of a thing, and that treating people based on immutable characteristics is wrong. We'll just call it, and I don't mean this in a 2026 sense or even a 1996 sense. I mean it in terms of, let's just call it liberalism. Like judge people on the individual, not as the collective.
Just as I said, that's awesome.
If you hang on, if you are part of a group and you exhibit in-group preference and out-group non-preference or discrimination or whatever, that is bad. I think most people, even MAGA, conservatives,
you mean like
leftists,
Catholics?
Whatever, they can generally
like conservative Catholics. You guys do the same thing, yeah?
No, I'm saying that this has been the for far before, like since the 1950s, let's say, That has been the thing. It's multiculturalism. And obviously there's growing pains and things like that, but it's everybody, like there's, if you're an in-group, to the extent with the Civil Rights Act where it became illegal, like you can be sued for it. You cannot say, I want to serve these people at this restaurant or this not and whatever else. What I'm saying is that in that whole Western system, and particularly like Europe and the United States, but particularly the United States in this instance, you're not allowed to do that. However, the one group that has been exempted from all of this is yours. And
Can I get you. So can I ask you a question? Number one, is it possible that you are personally affected by somebody that was Jewish and it's made you kind of feel this?
not at all. Not at all. I grew up,
Well, then
I grew up in Chicago,
like
Jewish
if
friends.
that were
I
the
still have
case,
to this day.
all right, that's cool. I'm glad that you have. I won't even go there. But
Didn't even know.
I personally apologize on behalf of my people if somebody has hurt you.
Stop being
And
defensive.
hopefully,
We're having an intellectual
hopefully,
conversation
So
here.
hopefully, no, and I mean this. Hopefully, we can have a clean slate, and you can because I hear what you're saying, but like your thoughts on this, I'm not invalidating your feelings. However, your thoughts on this are unfounded. That's not really. I'm just saying it's not representative of the truth. However, you are absolutely entitled to your feelings, and I would hope that we could wipe the slate clean.
Why are we making this an emotions or feelings based
It's
argument?
not. I'm
instead of-
trying to be. I'm trying. I'm going to land my plane in a second. I'm trying to be genuine, and hopefully, we can wipe the slate clean completely, and I can prove to you that we are not as you assume that we are. That's all.
No. Our entire political system is protecting an ethno-state in the Middle East and the diaspora here. So where if we are going to engage in metrics that say, if this population
That's
of
your
people,
perception, not fact.
hang on. Let's just say
I've hung on. Yeah. Go
Oh,
ahead.
that's fact. No, that's
Let's-
absolutely fact.
Yeah, I
That's
don't know what-
undeniably fact.
Yeah, I don't know what he said that was wrong on that part. We are protecting an ethno-state.
It's fair enough. It's fair enough. Yeah. You know what? Actually, I can't actually fight that. I will. I'll co-sign that. It's
But on
fine.
the
I'll
flip,
make that concession.
on the flip side, though, what other think about other countries, right? That's what makes America so unique. A lot of other countries are ethno-states as well. Japan's an ethno-state. China's an ethno-state.
Yeah.
well, and that's why that's why I'm bifurcating the East and the West. They it's different, and we could talk about that, but I think there's more particulars to get into here that are actually very, very relevant, and it's because when you're saying it's an ethno-state, and let's forget Israel for a moment. Now, number one, if we want to focus on Israel, you got Ben Gvir who makes comments on Twitter that I've never seen Goebbels, Goring, Hitler, all these other people. Like it is the most vile shit that I've ever fucking seen. So where's the Nuremberg trial for that motherfucker? You know, where you're saying like for every tear that's given by an Israeli mother, we should execute this many Palestinian babies. Like this is that's fucking insane. It's crazy. But I guess what I'm saying, like domestically, what we're talking about is if we are saying like, let's just call it, let's just say DEI is a broad thing, but if we're talking about like representative outcomes, which I don't personally agree with, because I do believe in like a pure meritocracy. I don't believe in holding people back because of their race, but I don't believe in advancing them and whatever. That's a totally different conversation. But why would one group just get opted out of that? Because if there is a group of people that are vastly overrepresented, whether it's in certain industries or academia,
No,
or
we don't
whatever,
get opted out. That's
Why-
perception again. Like
no, that's not true.
Well, hold on. Before we hyper focus on one group, can anybody on the panel, because obviously it's been a little one-sided here or two-sided, can anybody here tell me the difference between the IRGC, the Likud Party of Israel, and the ultra-right nationalist movement in America? Because they all
I
feel the
can't.
same to me.
I
I
would
don't
say there is a
disagree.
minor difference. I would say
Yeah,
that, well, it's not minor. I would consider it
I don't
major.
agree with
think
that characterization at all.
the major difference is power dynamics, right? On the world
lot of-
stage, the IRGC has as much power as a fucking ant,
And the
whereas the
IRGC
American right groups don't.
and the IRGC is the filter that you're allowed to view it through. Just to be clear.
But listen, I often say this, and just again, like so I'm completely clear. I often say that again, just my opinion, the two biggest threats to America currently, whether it's terrorist threats or just regular threats, are number one, the Trump administration, and number 2, Israel. And I mean, you can't really talk me out of that. So,
Okay, so to answer your question, CT, I would say that access to power. I would say that while there is a large amount of influence that the far right has in American politics, they don't dominate it. They certainly dominate the GOP, I would say, but they don't. And the RGC does have full control. And I'd agree with B that on the world stage, they don't have as much power as everybody else. But the Likud Party definitely...
Beliefs is what I meant more than anything. They believe all the same thing. They believe that religion should be the education, right? They believe that women should be censored, covered up, not allowed to do anything. They believe
that's not how Iran works, though. If you really
then you have to include white Christian males in there too.
That's why I said ultra right.
I feel like you guys go on YouTube and look up like Tehran Mall, and it looks like fucking Oak Brook, Illinois, dude. Like it's not just a bunch of women like walking around in chadors or hijabs. It's what you were like propaganda. And I know we all think like, oh, it's the global internet. There is still shit that's just like very, very much funneled or blocked out. Like this whole war in Iran, and I think Ella would agree with this probably, because it sounds like she doesn't support this war either. I don't need to have every country in the world. I don't need to have every country in the world having our cultural beliefs. Like they can have certain things, but this whole like narrative of like, well, it's all a bunch of like child like marrying people. That's not how Iran is.
I hate that. Like, you know what it is? Do you like, I witnessed this in real time on a regular basis. Automatically, if you have empathy for the citizens of Iran, then automatically you co-sign, like you just said, child marriages, you co-sign the IRGC. It's like such a false equivalent, and it's so ridiculous.
It's not even relevant, like, because it would be like on the other end of them if they were saying they could say relevant. Like, well, no, well, what I mean is that Iran is a very big country, like 90, 100 million or so people, very big, large landmass. It'd be like if a country had said, use the George Floyd riots to justify something like, hey, let's invade this country because everybody's a racist there and people are burning down the cities. And obviously that was an isolated event or series of events. Or if you were to say, let's just say like there's like a very good apparatus of media propaganda control in Iran. And let's say they were the global superpower and we were not. Hey, there's this like Mennonite, or let's say, no, there's a fundamentalist LDS site in Colorado City that marries 12-year-olds off to Warren Jeffs and whatever else. Let's go and fuck with them because they're just backwards as fuck. Iran, from what I have seen and knowing people from Iran, yeah, it's not American. They don't want McDonald's. They don't want OnlyFans. Does that mean that they're bad? Of course not. We should respect other cultures, other civilizations as much as others should respect ours. There's to me, and honestly, if it was Israeli people being victimized or whatever, I would speak out just as heartily about it. I don't believe in just collectivizing or like guilt. I just don't believe in that. I don't believe that one person from a group of people, that means that the rest of the lot is bad. And that's a fundamental belief of mine. But it is very, very apparent to me when it comes to Israel and it comes to the diaspora that has a lot of power and influence that can buy elections in America that are supporting this. They need to be taken down, and I don't think that being called an anti-Semite should make people cower and say, no, this is still fucked. You either play by the fucking rules or you get the fuck out of here.
Okay, but by the same token, GD, if somebody's acting anti-Semitic, then they should be understanding and receiving of... I'm just saying, if we just can have a double standard. If somebody is acting truly anti-Semitic, they should be able to hear that and use that constructively. I mean, fair?
To me, that word doesn't carry any weight because what does that even mean? Netanyahu is a fucking Polish dude. He has nothing to do with
I get
Semites.
it, but it doesn't. I understand it doesn't carry. Hold on, it doesn't carry any weight with you because it doesn't affect you. It doesn't actually touch you in any way. Like, to me, it doesn't really affect me that deeply. However, it touches me. It
Well, but
I don't know.
it shouldn't as much as it does.
It defines a way of
here's why.
criticism that
Because so like I'm Catholic, have been for my life. Like I am very Catholic. Like, I'm like mass 51 weeks out of 52. Okay. I engage with people that fucking hate Catholics, or like whether it's Protestants or someone else, and they can do this. Like I can still have a conversation with them. I'm not going and trying to get Congress to throw them in jail for talking poorly about me. It's bullshit. I don't care. If you don't like Catholics, that's fine. We'll have a conversation. You can ridicule me. Like I might have a personal issue with you, but I'm not trying to throw you in fucking jail. It's weird.
All right, real quick, guys, we're going to do a moderator interrupt. I realize I'm the fucking guy up here, me and Civics. Fuck. Hate when I have to be the moderator. But we are at 6,000 taps right now, which is crazy for 70 people being in here. So if you guys could, please tap up the screen, share out the live. Make sure you guys gift the host. Fill the gift gallery if you can. Gift the panelists if you like what they're talking about. I'm not going to completely change the subject that we're talking about, but I will say it has been the GW and L show for a minute.
I got to drop anyways, bro. Like
That's fine.
No, it's been a good conversation. Like
It has been.
yeah. So
We don't always have
respectfully.
those.
So I'll be back in a little bit. I got to make a phone.
nice to meet
No,
you,
you too,
GG.
for sure.
GW, we've
Behave.
had this conversation before. It's not just that you've met Al now, but I've told you numerous times the amount of, especially Jews that were in the protests at Columbia, Jews against what's happening, right? Like, there is a large population of Jewish people that are against what's happening in Israel right now.
I've never denied that, have I?
You kind of minimize it.
Okay.
And I'm open to continuing this when you have time, GD.
Yeah, no, for
Drop
sure.
by-
Yeah,
drop
no,
by my
here, I'll
panel
follow
and
you.
we'll
Follow
have
me
this.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
for
GW,
sure.
come back. We'll definitely talk
Sounds
about it
good.
more.
I
Hopefully,
got
me
you.
and Civics are still here. Just so,
And honestly, usually on TikTok when I'm being disrespectful, it's a joke. I'm just joking around, and if somebody doesn't get it too much, then I'll back off. But like just like you and me, CT, like we go after each other. Like I don't fucking care. It doesn't matter to me, you know.
I'm about to give everybody the secret sauce. Sometimes if me and GW are on the same panel and it's boring as fuck, we'll message each other and be like, "You just want to start fighting?" He's like, "Let's go." We just get bored. We've been on panels together where people are like, "Well, the law says this," and I'll go, "Hey, GW, you're fucking anti-Semite." He's like, "Fuck you, you fucking liberal." Like we just have fun.
Yeah, it's not that personal. I mean, I do. I'm not trying to say that it's all like. I'm serious about what I'm saying here, but like, it's not about hating people or anything. Like, it literally is about. I think anytime someone is granted an exception from the rule, we need to look at why that exception
Christ,
is
go
being
fly a
granted.
fish already.
All right. Okay. All right. Bye.
I will say to all of our friendlies, I see you guys in the request. I do. I appreciate y'all being here, but we are going to try and keep the spot open for
Right.
somebody as a conservative or somebody on the right. I did want to open up the panel to a little bit of a different question, if we could. It does.
Can I just make one quick announcement real quick?
Is it promoting Mojo's
Can I
Live?
make one quick announcement? Yesterday,
Is it promoting Mojo's
it's
Live?
promoting Mojo.
Okay.
Just an event. Yes. Yeah. Let me just make this real quick. So Mojo, we brought Mojo in as an honorary Jew yesterday, and he's going to be having a bris next Sunday. We're going to be doing that. We talked to him about it. He knows. So you guys would all like to come. We'll do it on his
I'm
live.
a
Actually,
vegetarian. What the fuck?
we did this yesterday,
Live and on camera, huh?
Mojo eating brisk on Sunday. Got it.
live and on camera. It'll be next Sunday. Please tune in. He's our honorary goy toy. Yep. So,
I'll be working
thank
on
you.
the
Go
images
ahead.
of
Sorry about
Mojo
that,
just
GT.
hitting some fucking brisket. No, again, I just wanted to say to any of our friends that are requesting up, we're gonna hold that spot.
That's not what a brisk is, FYI.
It is in Ohio.
That's why it's so funny. The fact that
one
it took
other
Mojo a
thing.
good 15 minutes, and then he goes, I already am. Goddamn.
One other thing, if you hit the arrow in the bottom right corner, you can add the live to your story. Please do that as well.
Yeah, it's my Friday. I'm feeling pretty risky. Let's get some conspiracy theorists, bigots up here. Let's tear them down a little bit. Let's make them sleep, maybe with a heavier heart tonight. I feel like being a problem.
I would love to, but there aren't any conservatives that'll leave their room, and fuck, they won't even bring me up on their panels now.
Well, I will say too, just so everybody knows, like we were talking about, like how two things can be true earlier. The definitions of Zionism are being stretched. The definitions of anti-Semite are being stretched. But much like Nazis, well, yeah, we can say Nazis, right?
Yeah.
Sure. So much like Nazis, right? That is a short-term version of National Socialists, which is what they called themselves. And then when they realized they weren't socialists at all, they just came up with the term Nazis. In the same sense, Zionism is not what a lot of the people that are advocating for what Israel's doing right now, they're being called Zios. When you hear the word Zios, that is not the same as Zionist. The belief that Israel should have a place to exist, or the Israeli people should have a place to exist, that's Zionism. A Zio is somebody that's advocating for the genocide of a different people. What's that? Sorry. Oh, I heard you.
I'm going to say no to that, but you're entitled to it. I'm going to say, yeah, I'm just.
Well, that's not how culture works, though, right? Like they just kind of like the culture, society kind of comes up with their own terms, right? Much like, again, the Germans that called themselves National Socialists, they weren't really socialists. They didn't have anything to do with socialism, but they said it anyway. And to this day, we still call them Nazis. In the same way that Zios 30 years from now are going to be people that advocated for genocide and said that Israel should have every right to do it. It's not up to us. It's up to the people.
Up to us, but it's also not really accurate, but it's okay.
When I see somebody advocating for Israel doing genocide, I'm going to call him a Zio. Because that's not a Zionist.
Agree with.
Yeah.
But it is a Zionist. It is.
No, I disagree. I think a Zionist is just somebody that believes the Israeli people should have a place to exist that is safe. Definitionally,
I disagree.
I don't think we should separate
the Israeli people or Jewish people.
I guess that's a good point.
I disagree that that's
right.
what a Zionist.
Remember how we said that not all Jews are. Okay.
And correct me if I'm wrong.
Herzl actually said that as the first person that really write down the word Zionist anyway, Herzl said that it was a homeland for the Jewish people in the entirety of Palestine. If you are going to be a Zionist, you have to believe in the greater Israeli project, where you're taking over all of Palestine, I think.
My definition that I've always known of Zionism is the people that believe in that Jerusalem is the birthplace, and that is Zion.
Yeah.
That's what always has been that.
Let me give you.
Am I wrong?
Well,
go ahead.
It's not the textbook definition. I want to give you a statistic, something you may not have considered or thought about.
Well, hold on. What is the textbook definition?
Take this for whatever you want.
Yeah. What is the textbook definition?
It's patriotism or nationalism toward. It's patriotism or nationalism towards Israel. It's just being patriotic towards Israel.
That's not what.
And then
said.
now it's.
That's not what Herzl said.
Well,
that's not what the Likud. That's not what the Likud party says either.
Yeah, but what's the definitional term of Zionism? I looked it up a long time ago.
Let me just give you this bit of information. Hold on. Let me just give you this one little bit of information. Maybe this helps. Maybe this isn't. Maybe it doesn't. But it's important to at least acknowledge this. In I guess making the separation between Jews, Israelis, and Zionists. 29 out of 30 Zionists are actually Christian. If we look at just population wise, just as an FYI. So it's just hard to equate that strictly with Jews. That
well, they have Palestinians
I don't know if
living
that's
in
useful
Israel
information
too.
or not, but
it's a mixed pot in Israel. It's just not Jewish people.
Well,
It's you
thanks,
got Arabs
Apex. That's
living there.
super helpful.
You got what?
Yeah, it's
What
like
did
a
you call him?
multicultural country.
Wow, it's super helpful.
What'd you call him? Wait, don't mute him. Whoever did that.
I didn't do it.
I know.
It to himself.
No, you didn't do it.
I think he said
What's up, Mo? It's been a while, buddy. How you been?
Much better than you. I'm sure of it.
Oh no. We're all good here in U.S. You know, America's a great country, bro. You can't go wrong in U.S.
WAPEX.
As long as you don't live in Alabama or Mississippi, I mean that's a shithole. But
WAPEX.
California has its perks.
Yeah, 47 of the states are great.
Yeah, I remember this guy. He's the guy that says a sentence and then congratulates himself for winning like every fucking 30 seconds. So W Apex. Way to go.
How's everybody doing over here?
W Apex.
Oh, we know that. I mean,
W.
it's always a W.
You see how fucking stupid
Easy,
that is?
easy.
Yeah, you see how dumb that
You
is?
have apex deranged syndrome. It's okay, bud.
You have
But
you have a language barrier.
Moho's my
AIDS?
guy, though. I like Moho. Moho is a cool dude. You know, like mojitos. You know what the
Moho.
Spanish say, mojitos? You're a cool dude, bud. I love your
Yeah,
show.
my name
I just want to say
is
that.
Moho Ryzen in Spanish.
You're right. See, el comprende, amigo.
Actually, it'd be Rizan in Spanish because of the Y. Moho Rizan.
Right on. And Chat CT's a cool guy. We got L in the building and Cool Court. And guys, share the live, guys. Come on. Amigo Moho brings the show for you every day, every night. He's consistent, just like Apex.
Hey,
So
hey,
you guys do
Apex,
your job.
Apex,
I don't.
Apex. Remember yesterday and the day before when I asked you to define what moderate Democrat is, and you still haven't done it? Can you tell me what a moderate Democrat is by definition?
Well, this day and age is flushing the old Democrat Party down the toilet. Like,
Oh, we still
we're going to
can't
get
answer it
better
then.
candidates. We're going to get better candidates because Harris was an absolute
Okay, so
disaster.
hey, Apex. I know W Apex, but before we W Apex, can you just tell us what a moderate Democrat is? What it actually means? Just the term by definition, not by Apex dictionary, but by actual meaning. What is it?
I am the most famous moderate Democrat on
Look at
TikTok.
this.
You're asking the most famous moderate Democrat on TikTok what a moderate Democrat is. L, what's going on today? Have you had
Quite
your
humble too.
vitamins?
Very humble, isn't he? He's super
What's
humble.
wrong with him? What is
No, I'm a good guy. I mean, don't
Are you
deny
okay?
that. I'm a good
Are you
guy.
okay?
I'm a good guy.
You're all right. Barely
Who else?
tolerable, but
But who else would we ask other than the most monocratic Democrat on this panel or on this
world
TikTok app?
renowned.
Yeah,
I'd also
world
think
renowned.
you'd have more than 2,000 followers, but you know.
Well, I don't do this for a living. I'm more like a guest on shows. I don't really do lives. I like watching my friends live here. Or Elle does her thing. I think Court has a live, and then
I
I
told you
really like
yesterday we're not
Chat.
friends. I told you you're not friends until we're not going to be friends until you could actually define moderate Democrat, and you still haven't done that. So until you give me that definition, I don't want you calling me your friend. Thanks.
And again, I think Chat CT brings good geopolitical views of the Middle East stuff. I'm a big fan of his, and Court's super cool, you know. And Elle already knows I'm the most legitimate moderate Democrat. And the DSP party's taking over anyways, guys. So
I just want you
before
to
I-
define. Can you just
What's a
define it for
DSP
us?
party?
A DSP. Wow.
you have that obsession, Elle, of getting your question answered, and I won't let you have that satisfaction because you should really
Scratch
acknowledge
my itch. Come on, Apex. Scratch my itch.
you should really
please.
acknowledge me as a moderate Democrat. Trust me, I wouldn't lie to you.
I
It's
don't
not my
acknowledge
style.
you as anything but like a housefly until you can define moderate Democrat, or just a big grape ape that kind of like.
Well, you're going to
punches
have
his
to
chest.
follow the yellow brick road and go see the Wizard of Oz and ask the wizard what kind of moderate
Because
Democrat Apex is.
because of the wonderful things he does. Okay, can you please define it for me?
You already know Apex is a moderate Democrat. I'm consistent with what I say. I'm just glad that Harris lost and Trump was a punishment to the Democrat voters to not mess it up again. And now we got this DSP party coming along and they're taking over. So in out with the old, in with the new. So
Hey,
Trump, in a way, did help
Apex.
the Democrat Party.
Can you
Can you
tell me
make
the
me big,
difference
Mojo,
between
just for a
DSP
sec?
and DSA?
Let's go DSP.
Yeah, what's
Please
the
make me
difference?
big. Please make me
Oh,
big.
excuse me. I was at the bar earlier. I've been drinking a little bit today.
Clearly.
So
Oh God.
the Democrat socialists.
Why do people do this?
Oh, there we go. There you go. There's L right there, walking with a scarecrow.
Because of the wonderful things he does. Okay, thank you.
B,
There's
listen,
L
we
right
can't-
there walking up the yellow brick road. You know.
B, listen, we can't talk too much shit, okay? I had to work on my birthday, so this is my first night off since my birthday. I'm also
Hey,
enjoying
happy
myself.
birthday! Was it your birthday? Happy birthday! Happy birthday, to you, bud.
All right, anyway, Apex, since you think that the party is moving more moderate, in the last set of primaries that have happened, how many moderates won?
Well, it's a protest of moderate voters that the Republicans took the House, the Senate, and the presidency.
Yeah, I'm talking
Guys
about
like me.
primaries.
Well, I'm not sure. I don't think there was too many moderates that won because they
So how
weren't
are they
given a
taking over?
position.
You know, don't you
However,
have to win your primary to, kind of move the party in one direction or the other?
what ChatCT, it's not the far left Dems or the moderates. It's about the Mamdani
ChatCT.
Democrats now. They're taking over.
What
They're
the
taking
hell?
over.
Are you still drunk?
I'm changing my name
No,
to
no,
Chat
no, no, no. I'm
DSA.
semi. Again, I was having a
Chat
good time at
DSA
the
is
bar.
good. Chat
I was having a
DSP,
good
you
time
mean?
at the bar.
Yeah,
Only in
Chat
America,
DSP.
guys. Only in America where you could go to nice bars on a Sunday. So our country's still great. We have something to be thankful about.
Do that almost anywhere in the world. What are you talking about?
So Apex,
5 o'clock somewhere, everywhere.
Apex, here's the thing that doesn't make sense for me, that if you are more of a moderate Democrat, you should have been touting for Harris. She, in her own words, said she wouldn't have done much more different than Biden. Biden was a moderate Democrat.
Well, Harris appeared to be a chameleon to me. She wasn't consistent in her ways.
In what way?
In every way. I
Who?
mean,
Name one.
one minute she's in church, next minute she's at a parade, next minute she's a conservative,
That's how
She can't go
she's
to
a
both.
moderate.
Hold on.
She can't go to both.
That's how campaigning works, buddy. You got to go to a lot of places. You got to go to rallies. Some people talk in churches. Some people talk at town halls. Some people go to
Oh, when you
chamber
say
meetings.
rallies, though, he thinks of everything as a burger joint. So when you say rallies, you got to be very careful around this guy because he only thinks one thing when you say rallies.
Well, that's why
Rallies, checkers.
whenever I disagree with somebody, I like to ask them questions. I am very curious about their thoughts, but I always felt like Harris was very concise, had a very clear plan, had a way to progress the way that spending was downtrending. Now spending's up. I
I can
agree.
name a way. But I don't want Mojo to kick me. He made it very clear that that is his boundary until primaries are over. So I'll respect it. But maybe I'll DM it to you. I'll DM it to your wife. How about that?
Well, I'm just curious about Apex's standpoint of where he listened to Harris and said, "Hey, this sounds like this is a good thing."
You guys,
Well, her
you
stance
don't
again,
have to
it
do that.
really
You
wasn't
can
good to me.
bitch
I
about
think it's going to
Democrats.
escalate the war.
Hey,
I guess the Palestine thing is controversial under their watch. The GAZA.
you can bitch about Democrats if you want. It's fine.
He put us in
This
his
is a great babe.
I was just
Aw,
going to
bye,
mute it.
guys.
But no,
Aw, I miss
Mojo,
you.
this is something I disagree with you on yesterday, is that I do think that, like we talked about the vote blue no matter who thing. Again, kudos to you for coining a thing that I now hold near and dear to my heart. When it comes to the primaries, absolutely I'll vote for who I believe in. But at the end of the day, yeah, I'm going to vote blue because the opposite is voting for fascism. It's voting for authoritarianism. It's voting for the removal of rights to people that I love and care about. Just as a basic white guy, I'm not going to be affected, but people I love and care about will. And so I'll always have that stance. But I will not apologize for voting for people that have more extreme views on the left, that want to progress the party, push that Overton window.
Oh no, I don't blame you. It's fine.
But there are people on the left that are doing that. There are people on the left that are saying that.
They have the right to vote for whoever they want.
Yeah.
I'm just going to start arguing with you, dumb fucks.
Actually, I'm starting to do the same thing. There are people on the left that literally talk about the DSA being a problem. I'm like, cool, I'll argue with you.
You make yourself useless if you choose not to vote, or you choose to vote third party, or you choose to, I don't know, bastardize some sort of semblance of the two-party system that we are forced to live in.
Yeah, no, I agree. I would love the establishment of a third party. I think that'd be great. And it really does break my heart a little bit that RFK Jr., the pussy he was, had the ability to establish one and chose not to, just to make sure he
Do
had
you
a
think we could make them just the moderate Democrats their own party, and you could just be whatever you want to be if you're a moderate Democrat, since there's no real definition?
Well, no, what's
Do
gonna?
that,
Oh,
but
sorry.
it would split the vote, and Democrats would never win again.
That's not true. Again, we watched this happen with MAGA. I used to like. That's the funny thing is that you get these people on here like fucking Patriot and the Studs and the Devos. Like back in 2017, you were saying blah blah blah. I'm like, we didn't fucking know each other back in
Just
2017.
one perspective for a quick
But
sec.
I'm
Think
telling
about
you, like, yeah. Let me just finish, and then I got you. Like, all I'm saying is, like, back in 2015 and 16, I was saying that about MAGA. I was like, oh, it's going to split the vote. And we're going to fucking, this is easiest win ever. And I said the same shit in 2024. I was like, MAGA and Republicans are splitting from each other. It's going to split the vote. No, it's not. They're vote red rather than be dead. They're no more than we're vote blue no matter who. So I'd rather push for more progressive fucking people to be in office because they are going to have the fucking balls to stand up and say fucking no.
I think we do have the moderate Democrats as their own, literally their own party. Because think about the guys like Apex and Rudy, they kind of just belong in their own class. And it's kind of just like the cleanup crew. I think we do that.
Yeah, it's called second grade.
And by the way, don't put them in their own class. That's the biggest difference.
They are in their own class.
But they're not. That's the thing. That's where MAGA won at. Was they said, hey, you may not agree with all of this stuff. You may not agree with the KKK and the Proud Boys and the fucking Nazis and the fucking all this stuff, but we got to win. I'm okay with Democrats saying, hey, the DSA is too far left. Just tell them, okay, great. Let them be too far left.
Their own class. Because here, listen, because when it comes down to voting, they say that they're one thing, but they do something totally different. And so that's what actually sets them apart. They say that they're one thing and they do something totally different. And so they belong there. They need their own classification.
No, they don't. You have to watch them evolve in the same way that you did with JD Vance calling.
You're assuming that they will.
They will. I know they will. They're populist.
You think Apex and Rudy are going to evolve?
No, I think moderate Democrats are populists. They go wherever the money goes.
They're just MAGA in a glass closet. That's all.
No, they're not. They go where the money goes. They're populist.
Moderate Democrats or like right-leaning corporatist Democrats?
All of them. They are all just fucking populists. They want to be part of a group in the same way that MAGA did. Here's the difference. We allowed a populist group, which we consider progressives 12 years ago, to become the fucking it kids. That's it. They are the populists. The DSA is the fringe. MAGA was the fringe that has now become the populist that the fucking regular moderate Republicans now kowtow to. We have to push that fucking agenda forward as well and watch the kids that want to be part of the it crowd come to us. It's a very yo-yo effect here, just on different ends of the spectrum. Republicans weren't in power, we were. That was the difference. That's it.
I think it's a little bit more than that. I mean, maybe B and Mojo will agree with me. The material conditions of people have only gotten worse. They were attracted to MAGA because it was A, change. It was B, that he was addressing the economy and things that affected their wallet. That hasn't changed in 2 election cycles. It's only gotten worse. So now people are starting to see the DSA based off what they're saying because the things that socialists believe in are coming fucking true. We think that you should be paid more because productivity, all of this shit that we've been preaching about, it's just come true now. Like it's affected more people. It's no longer fringe. It's no longer just the working class. It's no longer the poor. The lower middle class is now starting to feel it. So they're sprinting towards socialism because the current system has failed them.
Civics, do you remember, because I know for sure it was on Mojo's panel where I said, I don't remember if this was a month ago, 2 months ago. It's been a while. All these days blend together. But do you remember when I said Harris has the greatest opportunity to do the funniest fucking thing ever? Because she absolutely disappeared after the last election? Because she stepped away? Remember when I told you, I was like, she could come back and become the candidate again because she could pop in and be like, hey, I wanted to step away. Think about what the American people wanted. Do you remember that at all, Civics? Like 2 months ago, I think I said that.
Yeah, I mean,
what's she doing right now? She's talking about the DSA. She's doing interviews about the progress of America. She's setting
Yeah,
herself up
but
to be
she's
the
a
candidate.
grifter, man. She's a corporate dem. She is a neoliberal. She's a grifter. So she's only going with it because it's popular right now. The moment the tide shifts, she'll go back
Welcome to
to
JD
what she's
Vance.
always
Welcome to
believed in.
fucking Lindsey Graham. Welcome to exactly how MAGA gained power. They gained all the offices. This is a chess game. This is not
Yeah, but I mean,
checkers.
you're essentially saying like, what do I want? Do I want a shit sandwich with lettuce, or do I just want a plain shit sandwich? Like, I really don't care. To
Well,
me,
you don't want the shit
there's not
lettuce.
going to be much. I say put the foot to the gas and just get this shit over with.
No, the difference is that like people for MAGA, right? Everything that they ran on, everything that they said, you watch MAGA voters change their political views on the fucking daily. How many of these fucking cultist fucking cocksuckers do we listen to for months say, any war, boots on the ground is my red line? What are they saying today? Well, to protect America, some kids are going to have to die. The left doesn't do that. That's what makes the DSA so special, is that if you're going to take up that platform, if you're going to do the things that you say you're going to do, you're going to be held account to it. Because eventually what is going to happen is somebody is going to run on those progressive views. They are not going to fucking uphold to them. And I promise you they will not get fucking reelected. Whether that be from the congressional point, the mayoral point, it will not fucking happen. This is a movement, I think, that is happening in our country that is grassroots and that is accountable. That's what I like about it the most.
Look at my comment down below. Mm-hmm. Oop.
Like I said, we haven't seen it put into play enough only because of the recent insurgence of people that are considering themselves democratic socialists. But I'll tell you this.
Wow.
If they start voting for fucking people and agreeing with people on the fucking right, I hope they're the first ones to fucking go when their re-election times come up. Also, I don't know why people do this on the left as well. And again, this is just a personal grievance. People try to downplay the fact that there's more of a progressive movement. They're like, they're not even going to have that much of a majority. Just, it's fine. Let it go. Whatever. They've had 250 wins on local and federal levels. At best, by next year, we're going to have 9 Democratic socialists in Congress. That's not nothing. Stop downplaying it because you're afraid of the messaging. Figure out how to make the messaging make sense.
Whose live are they on?
What's that?
Slayers. I have a. I can send it to you.
I've heard it here too. I've heard people say that here. The DSA is not going to. It's not that big. It's not that impactful. It's just another movement. It's like the Tea Party. No, it's not. This is like MAGA. This needs to be a shift in our party to having people that actually want to take care of the American people, not people that are going to fucking hopefully get a vote on whether or not fucking Chicago gets funding for food aid 10 years from now, so they'll vote for the fucking big, beautiful bill. I don't want the fucking fake progressives in there anymore.
Yeah, the difference is that the DSA doesn't they don't answer to Bernie or AOC, arguably the two most popular backed candidates, right? MAGA was Trump's thing. They latched on because of his populism, and I don't, they're not as organized, as much as they were organized. It's a different thing with the DSA because they don't just run elections, right? They are involved in the community. That is probably why it's been successful. Like I said, again, the material conditions have changed for people, so they're paying more attention to existing organizing or organizations, which is why since I've been on this app, I've always said, it's in my fucking profile, organize. As a former organizer, it's important to be organized. What I mean by that is shit that the DSA does, community outreach, community organizing, mutual aid. These are all things when I say the words get organized, because it's when shit hits the fan, you're going to have to lean on people that already have phone trees, elected officials, a plan, places to meet, a cadence of how often they meet, all of that shit. Get organized is what I mean. I just don't think MAGA was that organized.
No, because I believe it wasn't Make America Great Again a Reagan slogan, and Trump just turned it into an acronym and marketed it and added clothing.
Who did it before Reagan?
Who?
Think about 1930s Germany.
Oh, yes. No, yes. Yes, he did. Yeah. He also held rallies every Saturday, much like somebody else we know who did that every single Saturday when he was not in office any longer.
You know,
Weird.
MAGA is like a top-down cultish organization. When you say that AOC and Bernie don't control DSA, they don't control AOC or Bernie either. So they are members, but they get to decide what they want to vote on. There's no pressure from anybody to vote on anybody or for anything in particular. It's just a platform, suggestions, things that we'd like to see happen. But the politicians, well, shit, even from state to state, county to county, the individual organizations all have different ideas. So,
Well, AOC explained this pretty good last week too, that she's a card-carrying member of the DSA in New York because their platform is very, very different than DSA. Was it National? Yeah, and Bees explained this to us too. A ton of people saw an opening from the ACP in the DSA because of their notoriety and have been joining and being pushing for more extreme views, like abolish the Senate, abolish the president, get rid of prisons. Those are all, American Communist Party views. Now, whether that they've joined the DSA national team and not, or like whatever, I'm fine with that too. If the right can be okay with fucking Nazis and fucking the KKK and Patriot Front and all these other fucking racist, bigoted pieces of shit group, they can go, yep, I'm fine with that. I'm also fine with people that want to get rid of capitalism. Because do I think it'll happen? No. Do I think they'll get rid of the Senate? No. Do I see some of the different layouts of like how our government can be ran? And I think it's kind of cool as fuck. Yes. But I'm cool with that. You want to be the communist on the left party and you want to extend that tent? Cool. Fucking come on in. Let's talk about it. Get your points across. Make your views heard. Maybe in the future we'll need it. Right now, probably not so much. But I'll take the politicians for what they run on. I'll take the backing that the DSA gives because that label does catch a lot of fucking eyes of the youth. And I think the youth vote is super fucking underutilized. And I'm watching it pop off. I've watched it happen now with Mamdani. I watched it happen with El Sayed. We could see that in a lot of places. The youth is, I believe, somebody that's been left behind a fucking lot when it comes to potential voters.
Well, that's what AOC was vocal about during the Harris campaign. She was like, you guys spent so much of that $1 billion war chest on TV ads. And you were also going after this non-existent former Republican voters that are mad at MAGA. Like they just either didn't vote for the president or didn't vote at all. You know what I mean? Like you spent so much of your strategy going after the people that were like hand in hand with the Cheneys. When in reality, it's like you could have been doing way more podcasts. You could have been streaming. You could have been doing all of the shit like where the youth is. Trump did it and it fucking worked.
Yeah, the disenfranchised MAGA we chased were like misogynist and racist, and we thought that we were going to get them to vote for fucking Kamala Harris.
Speaking of which, Christine spent a bunch of time on my panel last night. I was up until 3 o'clock in the morning, my time, talking to Christine and a couple other people in HR. They were talking about how important it is for the older generations to reassure the younger generations and worry about the issues that they're worried about. And there's one particular woman that came up that loves Christine, and she's very well spoken and had a great speech that she gave. So if anybody gets a chance, maybe the last couple hours of my live last night, you should check it out. It was pretty interesting. On top of that, sometime before that or sometime in the middle of that, I argued with Christine about human nature and human rights.
I'll definitely check it out. And I hope everyone, like, before I say what I'm about to say, I love Christine to death. Like, she literally prep talked me before my first ever Chamber of Commerce meeting I had, like 2 years ago. I showed up super early. I was super nervous. I had it all written down. she gave me her platform to be like, well, hold on, give us your speech that you're going to give. We'll give you notes. This was at like 6:30 in the fucking morning, my time. So probably 5:30 in the morning. Well, no, she's in New York. So yeah, same time frame. But I got this whole like 3-minute thing I got to do. I did it on her panel. She's like, well, listen, you have 3 minutes to fill. You only filled 1 minute and 34 seconds. Slow down, breathe. Like, she gave me such good advice. We recently, I won't say got into it, but we just kind of had a back and forth about the DSA. And trust me, I think we're cool. Like, I don't think there's any beef. But I will tell you, like, Christine's, how she sells the DSA versus me. Like, she's in New York, right? That's a lot of, like, very liberal people, more progressive people. How she sells the DSA in New York is not the way that works in, like, rural ass Ohio. And that's all we were disagreeing upon, was how to sell the message, how to get the point across of, like, better representation for workers and people. Why she was focusing a lot on the more progressive side of the DSA's messaging, I usually focus more on the side of, like, workers' rights, universal health care, things that are a little bit more palatable. I can't go to a farmer with Christine, drop her off, come back an hour later, and that farmer's not going to look at me and be like, what the fuck did she say? Like, there's different ways to make the same message go through upon the delivery. But I love that Christine is out here fighting every fucking day, trying to get more progressive things into our government. She is so much more involved than I am. All I'm saying is that you can't take, like, a New York City liberal and sell it to a Kentucky liberal and it makes sense. You got to find ways to decide who you're trying to connect with.
Yeah, I agree.
Facts.
I think that's why Bernie Sanders and even John Fetterman in the beginning, before he had his stroke, not trying to be mean, but that's just what happened, was so easily sold to, the blue collar worker.
Dude, I was so for Fetterman. I was like, a dude in a fucking hoodie. Nothing speaks more to my soul than that.
with work boots on and freaking basketball shorts. Like, what the fuck?
All right, so honest question here, okay? And again, this kind of points to my, like, previous statement about not, like, being on the right and looking at the left and understanding that the way the left looks at the right is Ben Shapiro plus other, like, plus more, versus, like, no, you can actually be to the right of Ben Shapiro and not believe in anything Ben Shapiro stands for. When I look at the DSA and I look at this stuff and I see people where it's like, and by the way, chat, CT, it's fucking weird to call you chat. CT, you and I got in, last time we had talked, I don't remember what panel it was on or whatever, but you were saying, like, that I'm talking about Hassan Piker, this or that. You were you were conflating me with somebody else, because I've never mentioned him at all. But when I do hear, but I'm going to bring him up now for the first time, when he does say things like, yeah, we know what Mamdani's doing. He can't say what he wants to say, but what our goal is to come in and rape all of your girls, rape all of your children, do all of this. And so if he can do it under, like, where people aren't getting it, that's where it's like, these people are, like, fucking
I'm sorry,
crazy.
what?
Yeah, Hassan Piker's never said any of that.
Yeah, you did.
Then I'm sure
He
you
said
can
we can. He said on Twitch, where he got banned for the most ridiculous things, that his goal, his hidden agenda, with Mamdani as well, is to grape women. That's what he said. You're going to stand by that?
Yeah, no, I will.
Okay.
Do you want me to
Can
find
you pull up the clip?
Yeah, I will.
Great.
Yeah, it's when he was wearing his Mao Zedong outfit, and he was playing. I think he was playing MAGA or something like that.
He wasn't in an outfit when I saw it.
Well, that's weird because I can actually
Was
go
he
find
in
this. Actually, I saved a clip of Donald Trump saying that we deserve 9/11.
Was he in a suit?
Oh, okay. Well,
Was he in a suit?
not that I remember. I'll pull it up in a few minutes here. I'm just not by my computer, but I will be.
I'm pretty sure I know what clip you're talking about.
Yeah, GW. I hope you're not pulling a fucking Debo right now. Where
I'm not Debo.
Well,
I fucking
Didn't he
Debo.
get banned for saying cracker?
no, hold on.
Why would this not get him banned?
Wait, hold on. So what Hassan Piker?
Because he didn't do it on Twitch. He did
What?
it at a live event.
Yeah, what Hassan Piker does, much like Donald Trump does, is he'll go, oh, you know how people are saying about us, and then he pretends to be that thing. So Donald Trump did this literally last week.
Okay, well,
where he was talking about communists, and he goes, if you just clip it where he starts talking about it.
I'm not a Trump supporter, so this doesn't work on me.
I get that. I'm just saying, if all you're saying is that you have a clip of him saying, we're here to rape your women, we're here to do this, we're here to do that.
Yeah, no,
and you leave
listen,
out the sentence before it where he goes, this is what the Republican Party thinks of us, and he plays into that character. That's the context, because I actually almost got caught on that earlier. Somebody shared a clip literally last week where Donald Trump was saying, guess what, guys? America deserved 9/11. We did. We deserved it because of our meddling. And then what they left out was the 2 sentences before it where he goes, have you guys listened to the communists of our country today? Do you know what they're saying? This is what they're saying. That's where the clip started. They left out the first 2 sentences.
I hate when they do that.
Okay. And he does have people that have said some crazy shit. Mamdani does, like in his administration, whatever. Like, whatever.
He's a mayor.
Hold on,
But
crazy
there
shit,
is
or
a,
shit that B and I would like, and Mojo maybe.
What's that again?
Actual crazy shit, or shit that B, myself, and Mojo probably like.
You know, I don't know. I don't know where you guys. I do feel like Mojo.
Crazy shit, because it's probably about socialism.
I'm waiting for the Mamdani crazy shit. What is it?
That's pretty dumb. That's
I
pretty
do think a lot. Like, listen, I think that when criticisms about or critiques about our economic system are about, yeah, some stuff isn't fair, or there's certain like paradigms or structures that need to be broken down, and here's why. I can get behind some of this stuff. Like when it comes down to like everybody's the same, or it just presents to me, or at least the way that I would receive it, and I think a lot of other people would, is it's like a little child, like just like clearing the table of a board game, because there is something to be said if you're in a position to where you're not able to do anything yourself, even if the outcome of that is bad in aggregate. There is a human like satisfaction naturally that comes from like destroying other people's shit. That is not what I'm motivated by. Like to me, it's like the biggest critiques I would have about our system is that we have brilliant people that are pulled into things that are really not productive, other than for. I hate the terms like capitalism versus whatever. I don't like the term.
Yeah, Lansing.
Well, hang on.
I know. I'm just saying. It's been 2 minutes, Lansing.
Yeah. Listen, like, I'm just not cut out for TikTok. I get it, but go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. Like, at 2 minutes is where I start telling people, like, hey, just go ahead and wrap it up.
Right, no, I'll stop. I'll stop.
Okay. Well, G-Dub, I will tell you this. Like, if you take away all the propaganda, right, of both parties, and if you look at just policies, right, strip away the names, strip away the titles, and you put it on paper of like the things that MAGA want to see happen. You put on a piece of paper the things that progressive want to see happen. You hand both those sheets to anybody in the fucking world, and you say, what world do you want to live in? I don't think there'd be a single fucking MAGA strip chosen once.
Oh, no, there would. Absolutely.
Sure, you're always going to have your fucking Jeremy Langs or whatever the fuck his fucking racist ass name is out there saying like, no, I call him Jeremy, just like what's his name does.
You do understand his background, right? And that guy's like a paid agent. That
yes, I do. That's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't matter.
And a lot of people don't believe that. So like, and I'm just saying, like to you, like I can look at issues.
Well documented, though, right?
Yes, it is.
But I think that's the point, GW, is that when we know that there are people out there to only be paid agitators, only be extremists, we have to look at the platforms and the things that will be voted on and the opportunities that'll be afforded to the American people.
So listen, when I'm approaching other people or I'm talking to people, right, and not just TikTok, I mean, in my real life, because I actually do like talk to people in real life. You know, I mean, I don't know. Hopefully, you all do too. I think that at the end of the day, people want the best for themselves. They want the best for their kids. I think a lot of people are not politically involved. I'd like to not be politically involved. I have been for a very long time, but I took like a long gap after like Ron Paul and stuff where I just didn't even pay attention because I was just so fucking like fed up with it and everything.
Yeah.
You know, but But like my motivations aren't to like fuck other people over, but I do recognize when there are things where it's just like there's something fucking wrong with the system. In my frustration, I have a different critiques when it comes to like the progressive left than I would for MAGA or libertarians or whatever else. And listen, I'm on the other side than you are, so like obviously take this with a grain of salt, or you would anyways. But don't take this as a personal attack. I look at progressive left where they're supporting DSA policies and things like that, to where I don't think people are educated enough to look at instances of where the like communism and all of, like, and I'll subtly call you out, Mojo, to where like, you freely like put the hammer and sickle up and things like that. And the way I look at these things is everything that you believe
You're
that
not
like
educated enough.
well, I disagree. And I know that you believe that, and that's fine. But for the sake of argument,
What communist books have you read that you have some sort of moral high ground on this issue? How educated are you on this? Just so I have a full understanding of what I am dealing with, because I'm also communist. So I'd like to know
A
how
lot
educated
and
you are.
not at all, I think.
no,
Have you read
no,
any books?
Wait, even the DSA doesn't normally platform fucking communist ideas. It's not even their main
well,
ideology.
just the fact that
They
you
are
even think
essentially aligned in every single way except
let
one
me-
way. The word Democrat. That's the only
Let
place
me
to
put it
align.
this way.
What have you read, JD? I would like to know where your education level is.
Yeah, I'm not going to name off like a laundry list of books.
So you've not read a book on it at all. You could just
if
say
that's
that.
what
You
you
can be
want, if
honest.
that's what you want to think, that's fine. I'm not going to.
No, I'm trying to have a good faith conversation with you.
I am having
I'm
a
trying to
good
have a good
conversation.
conversation with you, and
I'm
I'm not
not-
able to understand so you don't know anything about it at all.
I'm
Because
going to tell.
I've read I've read Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations. I've read multiple books by him. I don't agree with him at all, but I've read them.
Sure.
So have you read anything about an ideology that you so vehemently hate?
I have to throw this in here real quick. I completely forgot about this. And it's so cool that as you get older, you can look back on like things that you read and learned about. If you guys have never watched A Beautiful Mind with Russell Crowe,
Good.
he disproves Adam Smith's theory about competition in the market.
Okay.
I'm serious, go back and
Marxist, yeah.
watch that. It was this. It popped up on TikTok. It was a random clip
Real
from
quick,
Beautiful Mind
Mojo,
where
are
he
you-
like tore down Adam Smith's theory about free markets when he was
It's a
explaining
movie
how.
with Russell Crowe.
No,
and
because
that's
his thought process was completely correct. I
I-
should go back
well-
and watch it. I'm just saying it's
No,
really
no,
good.
You know what? I actually will, and I actually thought about that. Like, I remember that being a good movie, but I also am not going to base. And I'm not. I know you're not doing that.
I'm
Here's
just
the
saying
thing.
when you watch a movie like that when you're young,
I don't- I am not- I am not-
Holy crap! Stop it.
I am not a free market, everybody else get fucked person. I don't believe in that. Like, that's not. I do believe that as a society, that the most vulnerable or people that can't fend for themselves, that they should be taken care of. I think that's the moral thing to do.
Communist.
You got a little bit of socialism in you.
Oh no, I do. No, yeah. No,
Yeah, then stop
well,
bitching about it.
That's not. But it's not even close to what you guys are talking about. But
have
I
no
also
idea what
I
I'm
don't
talking
even know
about.
what
You've
you
never-
think we're talking about
I
because you
also
won't
think
name
that-
one
I also-
fucking book
I
that
also-
you've read that I have an ideology.
I also think that people that say that I'm a Marxist, it's completely irrelevant. Marxism was really about capital, like factory labor in the age of industrialization.
Again, what book of Marx that you have read? Name one so I understand what you know
I've read
now
Marx's
about
own
Marxism.
books. I've read El Capital
books?
and I've read
El Capital, is that the Spanish version or is
Yes,
that
I
the
read that
Spanish
or whatever,
version?
the Das Kapital, excuse me.
This is 70 years before the Industrial Revolution.
How long is Das Kapital? How long is the book?
I
Is it a long book or a short book?
I'm not doing your fucking quiz show.
Yes.
Well, you
No, all
just-
you gotta do is
Eddie.
tell me you read the book and I want to know, is it a long book or a short book?
Hey, B. W. It's fine if you haven't read it. Just don't make judgments about it. Or have a conversation with us. Have a conversation
I'm trying
with me
to.
about socialism and what my ideas about socialism are, or what B's ideas are. Otherwise, don't make judgments. You don't know.
Yeah,
What the fuck you're
whoa, wait. I'm the one.
We've
I'm
been
the
on
one
this.
being called out. I'm not the one being like
happening.
asking for MPA references for everything. Like, fuck up. I can have my own fucking opinion.
Yeah,
about
it's
something.
insulting, B.
You made a lot of assumptions. You made a lot of assumptions without the ideology or even knowing.
I think I've
what
been
the ideology
I
is.
think I've been very cordial, and instead I get like the fucking like 20 question bullshit.
But
Like, what have you read?
what I think you have to see is that if you would just say like the books that you've read about communism, that's actually just enlightening other people to those books that are out there that are actually in the panel or the people that are actually in the comments that are on this live listening.
Okay,
I think it would have been beneficial. I don't think it was a rude thing to ask.
I read a lot of books.
You were telling me that I'm dangerous.
Do movies count?
Well, no. That's not what I said. What I am saying is that when I see you doing stuff where it's like the backdrop is a hammer and sickle, and you guys aren't gonna like understand this, but what I look at that is like I look at that as like the same way that you would look at somebody like putting a swastika on their background and saying this is the ideology.
No, that's the
you should
most
follow.
ridiculous
Speak for
fucking
me.
statement ever.
I don't think
you
it
don't know
is.
shit about communism.
Okay.
Yeah, and GW, you've
Hey,
never
remember
seen
me? I'm your Jewish Ukrainian friend. I don't think that.
You've never seen me advocate for communism, right?
I'm not saying that, but for me to make that statement, you're saying that's ridiculous.
No, what I'm saying is that like we're not a monolith. We're a collection
I-
of ideas that
I
try to
know
figure out how to
that.
make the American lives better.
I know that, and other than you and I fucking like ribbing each other, like I if I threatened you or your family, I mean, get the fuck out of here.
Called me a
No, you're not
left-wing
crustable.
Nazi.
Why
is
would
what
you do
did.
that? But yeah, again, compare.
You called me a left-wing Nazi.
Yeah,
It's fucking
compares.
wild.
You
trying
call
to
me.
compare.
Hang on. No. Pause. You call me a Nazi. You talk about. I've come into your panel where you're talking about me where I'm not even up there. Oh, there's this
Hey,
fucking Nazi.
how about if neither
Here's
of you
this.
guys call each other Nazis? Because it's
There you
actually
go.
offensive
Fair
to people
enough.
affected by
Then-
real Nazis.
Then
I don't
fair.
know.
Well, to be fair,
That-
no. To be fair, though, I think that GW is one of the few people that's been given grace of not being a Nazi. Right? We've never compared him to like fucking Patriot or Crustable or the actual fucking new age fucking Nazis that exist on this fucking app.
I think we could just call them fascists and we could just stop using the Nazi term. That
We
way.
need to
they're
stop
fucking
using
Nazis.
word. We need to stop using fucking words.
Well, fascism is
to-
fascism, though, you know?
There
How dare
are
we use
fucking
words? Like,
Nazis
God
we've talked to
forbid.
on this panel. They call themselves the NSWP. They're real.
Yeah.
Can we
Yeah,
stop
and
pretending that Nazis
didn't
are
he
real?
just-
GW, I think you're a bigot. I don't think you're a Nazi. I don't think you're a fascist. I think that you wanted the form of government that we have right now with a few changes to it. I'm fine with that. I think you're a bigot because I think you do not like Jewish people in general. And I would just consider that bigotry. You're not the only one. There are a lot of bigots that exist in the world. I don't think that makes you evil or anything.
You don't think
Well,
that
big-
makes him
big-
evil?
big-
Wait,
bigot-
I
Why
just
would it make
heard you
somebody
do
evil?
the. I just heard him do the Jewish question shit on here not even an hour ago, and then he's crying because we call
Wait,
him a
the
Nazi.
Jewish
Oh,
question,
what did I
you mean
what
how
did I
many
do about the
people
Jewish
fucking-
They
question?
rule the world. You were just up here doing it an
Remember
alpha
when I
man, and then
was-
you
remember when we
backed
first
away
met?
from it.
Right, that's
I disagree.
question.
Don't you
Wait,
remember when we just met?
Wait, hold on. That has nothing to do with like when I hear about people that are bigots, I understand that it comes from a place of fear. It doesn't come from a place of power. So I can almost agree with Mojo on this, where I don't look at somebody that's afraid of like trans people and put them in a position of power. It's just their personal fear. That's all
It's
it is.
not. It is. And just to be clear, it's not about fear. So if
It
I
is.
say, so let me give you an example.
Yeah, people that are
If I-
afraid, gay
if-
people, women empowered, trans people, like it's just fear. It's saying like whenever you say like bigoted things, that doesn't come from a position of power. It comes from a position of fear because you're afraid that you're going to be overtaken by somebody that you don't think.
Yeah,
you can
he's
be overtaken
literally
by.
up here. He's about to tell you right now. Hold on. CT, he's about
Don't
to
tell
tell
us.
you right
Don't
now.
tell us what he's
that-
about to tell us. Don't tell us what he's about to tell us.
Okay. Is it about fear,
Yep.
JD? Are you really afraid of gay people?
I don't have a problem with gay people. What are you talking about?
name-
And CT, what are we afraid of with women in power?
Everything.
What?
You're afraid that given the same opportunities, given the fact that you remove names or sex from a fucking application, you won't get the job. That's fear.
Okay.
Wow.
So we're
You're
in fear
actually
of
afraid
losing
of
our job to
meritocracy.
women.
I'm just sick of being told what I believe in, and you guys don't even have
You're
any
afraid of
fucking
you're
idea.
afraid of meritocracy.
But you told us
Meritocracy. Why
you told us what you believe,
promote
and
it?
we got to that deduction. I think that's a
What do
fair
I
thing.
believe? Then
We're
you tell me
afraid
what I
to.
said.
You said that
Yeah,
Jewish people
CT just
control
said
the
we
world.
believe we're gonna lose our
You
jobs
say that
to
you say
women.
that Jewish people control the world, and that they have an inordinate amount of power in the United States of America, and that we capitulate to them. There were a lot of things that you said just a short time ago about how you feel about
Literally.
Jewish people in general.
Wait, but hang on. You advocate for policies, or from like the side of the left that says certain demographics, that if you're advocating from a minority position, you're the first people to say this is wrong. There should not be this degree of overrepresentation. But then when I point out a group that pretends to be white, and then you say
no. Okay, so hey,
Oh,
remember
yeah.
me? I'm your Jewish Ukrainian friend. Hey, so I don't pretend to be white. I am white. I'm white. I'm white.
How can you say minority groups have overrepresentation? In what field?
That's not what I said. You didn't listen clearly.
You did.
But you did say that Jews pretend to be white. So I'm white. So what's that about?
I told you guys. I don't know why you didn't listen to me, man.
Oh, this is crazy. You're not
No,
going to
but
get it.
hold on. I want you to explain why you said that. I'm literally white. So, and what? I don't know why I was co-opting.
Until it doesn't suit you, and then it would be
No. Nope.
And I don't know about
Hold on.
you,
I got
but
this,
I know that
guys.
several
I got this.
people.
Hey, I'm always a white American woman. I happen to be of Ukrainian descent, but I never put my Judaism, like my religion and my skin color are mutually exclusive. They're not the same.
You're not speaking for everybody, right?
No.
That says like this is why whiteness and all of these other things are bad, but then you also say and follow up. By the way, I'm not white. There is a selectiveness,
but I
of where
wouldn't
it's like
do that.
So
again,
if I'm doing something wrong, I'm white.
Okay, hold on, GD.
But if I'm doing something good, I'm Jewish.
GD, just hear me for a second.
There's many instances.
Remember
of this
when I
happening.
said to you, GD, remember when I said to you about an hour ago that it would be really much more beneficial if you look at people for who they are as opposed to what they are. This would be a much easier discussion for you. And you're once again just grouping all of us, quote unquote, together.
No, I'm not.
You didn't even ask her what she believes or how she talks about herself, or you didn't ask her any of that shit. You made a shit ton of assumptions.
Such liberal bullshit right now.
No, but you did this.
You made a shit ton of assumptions just because she's Jewish. That is bigotry.
I'm not talking about her.
That is bigotry by definition.
Okay.
But you are talking about me. You said you quite literally were just again when you group all of them or us together, then you're talking about me because I'm part of that.
In this definition, you are all bigots.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so, thanks, Jeff. That's productive. Appreciate that so much.
Thanks for having the conversation.
You labeled everyone who voted for Trump. You labeled them something. You generalized them. You ridiculed
Okay,
them.
Jeff. You know what? We can get to you in a sec, buddy.
I'm not gonna sit up here all night.
Like Jeff. I agree with you, Jeff.
Yeah.
I am a bigot against fucking MAGA.
Agree.
No, that's not bigotry.
That's
You
Mojo.
can
See,
change.
Mojo can man up.
No, yeah.
My God, that's not bigotry. You can change being a fucking Trump voter. You cannot change being Jewish. Jesus Christ, how do I have to explain this to you, Jeff? This is very simple.
Wait,
here's how it works. Hey, Jeff, since you're uninformed.
Okay, then I'll use this one. You are bigots towards Christians. You are bigots towards
all
men.
right, Jeff. Take a nap.
Bigots towards people with money. You are bigots towards what? How much more do you want? How many?
I love men, dude. What are you talking about?
Well, B,
I was raised by a man.
B, I will say this. Bigots are somebody that just fucking hates a certain group of people. So I will agree with Mojo on this, that I fucking hate MAGA. They're disgusting. They're unpatriotic. They're not American. I don't give them any solace, and I don't think they should be in my fucking country. I will be a bigot for MAGA.
But CT, hang on. I have a question, because you've said this for a very long time, but you are so blinded that you can't recognize that what was MAGA, quote unquote, whatever the fuck that means, 2 years ago versus a year ago versus 6 months ago versus now, you're so blinded by your bigotry that you can't understand why people would peel off of that and say, I'm not this anymore.
Yeah,
And
no,
listen,
I'm fine.
I
with
understand that you and I are not going to agree politically, and there could be life events or something that could bring us closer together, all of that. But if it's like, oh, because me say, all right, so for instance, one thing that I would say, I think that illegal immigration has gotten a lot of focus. I have a major problem with a lot of legal immigration,
Oh my
particularly
God.
from one country. And so if I'm going to say I don't want a lot of those people in this country, because I've seen when they take over CEOs, they import their caste system and all of this stuff, you will say that that's bigoted.
Ship
Where
me
I
back
would
to the
say,
Ukraine then. Ship me
no,
back
hang
to
on,
the
no,
Ukraine.
hang on. I'm speaking honestly here.
I'm not
So,
sure
and
how
yes,
it's going to work because it's war torn, but ship me right the fuck back.
Hold on.
I'll go now. Deport me.
Hold on. I
Deport
do
me,
want
I'm
Daddy.
being honest here.
I do want him to
Deport
finish
me,
because,
Daddy.
hold on. I want him to finish because I want to see how American, how patriotic, and how freedom his beliefs are when it comes to allowing American businesses to have their own system in places.
No, my point would be I have seen this firsthand. I do feel like there is an issue. Like, I don't believe that America is an open economic zone for every country or everybody around the world to just come into. I would close it off. I know that you guys wouldn't agree with me. And if the label for that is bigoted, our definitions change all the time. By the way, you're all
Well, it's not
fucking-
bigoted. It's
Hang
ignorant.
on, real quick. I'll give you
At
an
some point,
example.
you are an immigrant too. You know that. So deport you too.
Wait,
Deport me,
hold on.
deport you.
When you-
Yeah, I don't,
when
I
you
don't
all
agree
of
with
us.
that.
Hold on.
I don't agree with all of that bullshit.
G-Dub,
just to be clear.
hold on. When you just said closing off our market systems to the rest of the world.
Not market systems, immigration,
Okay.
particularly.
Why? Because that's anti-free capitalism.
So I do believe, like, what is the point of having a country if there is no recognition that certain cultures would assimilate better or
Assimilate's
Or not.
never part of something that
Jesus
people need to do.
fucking Christ.
Yeah, no, listen, I know you guys aren't going to agree with me here. I get it.
Well, no, GW,
But-
one of two
How
things
did we
has to
get
be
here?
true.
Like, I just want to stop being othered
Okay.
by you. I'm a white American Jew. All those things. How did we get here?
GW,
So
one of two
Democrat.
things has to be true.
Mhm.
Either you're for a free market or you're for an isolationist system.
I don't agree with that premise or paradigm whatsoever.
You don't
I
have to
reject
agree with
that.
it because facts are facts.
That's not.
Either you're for a free market or you're for the idea of government regulation. Which one is it?
Why? Hang on. All right. Let's think about this.
Yep.
So
Slow it down for
because
you.
because you. Wait, what did you just say?
I said we'll slow it down. We'll slow it down for you.
You're calling me stupid. Seriously?
I'm saying you can only be for one thing. Do you want government regulation
I don't.
or
look
do you
at
want
things-
free market?
I do
Because
not.
if you want free market, you should get rid of borders. You
I
should get
don't
rid of
look-
everything. You should allow the market itself to dictate how and where people
All right,
go,
let him
how trade happens.
let him respond.
I don't look at things through. You either choose Batman or Joker. Like, I don't look at things like in a comic book. This is not a binary 0 or 1. That's
Yes,
not
it is.
true.
It
No,
is.
it is not.
It
That's
is.
that's absolutely ridiculous.
Then you
I
don't.
can explain. I can explain to you why it's not.
Okay.
Because he said you are either for government regulations or for a free market. Government regulations, that could be one regulation, 10 regulations, 1,000 regulations, 1,000,000 regulations. You are either for the government putting regulations on businesses or you're not. Now, how much you're willing to allow that to happen is where the conversation starts.
Correct. Yeah. This is the operating in the
That's
gray.
what he said, though.
Yeah, a free market would not have any regulations at all when it comes to.
I'm not an ANCAP or a libertarian.
It's not an ANCAP. It's free market. The definition of free market is the free movement of trades, goods, and services amongst
Do we have
all
a
people.
all right, so do we have a free market right now?
No. Do you want one?
So what do we have?
We have a very regulated market.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Some would even call it centralized planning.
And you want to regulate it more, though, correct?
I do. And do you want to regulate it less?
Very regulated.
I would be selective about it. To me, it completely depends. Like,
Okay. Well, then if you want any regulation at all, you want centralized planning to regulate that fucking market.
Again, I don't approach these
Wait,
things in
that's
a
a true
binary.
statement.
Just because you want some doesn't mean you want absolute all.
Nobody
doesn't
said
mean
that you want it all.
It just
You're
means
making-
some.
I'm not choosing between two absolutes. There is no. There
They're
is
not
a false.
absolutes.
Listen,
Having
Yes, it
some
is.
regulation is
You have
not
two-
an absolute.
Dude,
You have
why
two-
are you? Are you?
do
fucking
you want
serious
free
right now?
market or do you want centralized planning? Those are your two options.
Gigi, I just wish you'd stand for
Those
something.
are
like
not your
you're
two
so busy.
options.
Hold
Yes,
on,
they
Jeff.
are.
How is
You
Jeff the only one
guys
following me right now?
already.
Go ahead.
How
Go
are
ahead.
you
Explain to
not-
me how those aren't your two options.
Because I can think of many things in the government right now that are overly regulated that shouldn't be, and I can think of other things that are regulated and should be. So
That's
to
not
me,
what
you're
Then you are for centralized planning because those regulations are central planning.
oh well, I'm not a free market capitalist. So if you're saying that,
That's easy. That's all you have
Okay.
to say.
Boom. You're pro centralized planning.
He already said
That's
that.
not-
Wild.
that's not what I mean, though.
It doesn't matter what you
it
mean.
is.
It is what
It's
what
not
you
a
are.
fucking
Okay,
libertarian.
fine. So the next conversation is to what degree and in what industries and
Yeah.
for what.
Yeah.
Great. Then just stop. Every time you're hanging out with your libertarian friends and they start screaming about centralized
stop.
planning, tell them we
Don't
need
be
it.
condescending. Please don't be condescending.
I'm not being condescending. I'm telling you, don't sit there quietly, be as opinionated about this shit as you are with them. Next time they bring up centralized planning, go, guys, we need some of it. Adam Smith advocated for it as well.
No. Hang on. Just to be clear, I've always said
Yeah,
this,
I do.
and when I have been in conversations with friends of mine that are on that track, which I wouldn't even call that far right, by the way. That is like, listen, by libertarian friends, I accuse them of being too leftist. Okay.
No, libertarians aren't left or right. They're worthless. They don't stand for anything.
Well,
they just complain about everything.
I disagree with that. But
What do they stand for?
What
well,
is
I
the
think
solution?
I think
What's the
some-
solution?
Gold standard? Something that's not applicable in today's fucking world.
Listen, I'm not
Woo!
like.
I stand for Willy Wonka bars. Look at me. I'm a libertarian.
It's kind of what you're doing on the left, though. Regardless, You just
Horseshit.
don't
Everything
see
that
it.
we talk
But,
about, we can do constitutionally. We can make amendments. We can make fucking changes. Don't compare me to some fucking centrist, fence-setting, fucking up their asshole fucking libertarian.
Well,
They're worthless nobodies.
I think a lot of what I see a lot of the progressive left, certainly on TikTok,
No one
is
cares.
it's rooted in a lot of jealousy and envy, and which is
No,
which
we're
is
not
a
jealous or
really
envious.
bad.
Envy
It
of
sounds
what?
like you're jealous or envious of the Jews, if we're going to be honest.
If for real.
Envious of having
If
a
we're gonna
platform?
hold on, no,
What?
I've shut my mouth long enough. If we're gonna be fucking for real, it sounds to me like you've got a lot of unpent up anger and jealousy towards the Jews for all the
Oh,
missed
no.
opportunities that they've taken from you, that we've taken from you. Let me take some ownership.
And Indian
And I-
people, by the way.
And I,
Wait,
yeah,
hang on. I
but
thought
hold
you were
on, hold
white.
on.
I thought you
hold
were
on,
white.
Hold
Why would I
on.
be jealous
Hey,
of
buddy,
white?
hold on. I
White-
just want to personally
white
apologize.
Israel.
Oh my God.
I want to apologize on behalf of my people. I'm so sorry that we hurt you. Please take
I thought
my,
you were
my
white, though. Why would
apology.
I-
Please come to Mojo's Bris. We'll make it all better.
I thought you were white. Why would I be
I
jealous?
am white
of
and a
white?
Jew. See how that works?
Just so
No,
everybody
yeah, no,
knows.
I do see how it works, and that's part of the problem.
The
is
brisk
that,
will be covered in sweet baby rays, by the
It's
way.
a.
That's right.
Oh,
That's
Jesus,
right.
That's gross.
Yep. We invite you to wipe the slate clean and enjoy the Bris. Next Sunday. Will you be there? Can you RSVP now? I want you
Can
to
I
be
ask
there.
you, are you culturally Jewish, or do you go to synagogue on Saturdays and stuff?
Oh
or
my
like
God.
what? No, I'm
No,
curious.
Here we
I
go.
don't. That's not
The
relevant.
problem
But
You
It
have
is
with her
absolutely
being a white
relevant.
Jew is so fucked up. I don't even know where to begin. Like, I don't even know where to begin. I am so lost at this point with your flip floppy, your back and forth, your I didn't say this. I don't even know what's happening in my life right now. Like, I
He
don't know where to
doesn't
begin.
either,
And I
which
have
is good.
4 kids. We're
honestly,
constantly
just
talking
come to
me.
the Bris and we'll make it all better. We'll eat, we'll drink, we'll watch Mojo get snipped. It'll be all the
So
things.
weird.
Snip, snip time.
Mojo, you don't have to be nervous. It'll be all right.
They have a
It'll be
device
okay.
for it now. It's fine.
Yeah, it'll be quick. But
I know what that looks like.
Yeah, genital mutilation is always okay.
We should argue that. Is that okay? Is it not okay?
it would be so much better than this conversation. I'm just
Who's
saying.
pro and
I'm not
anti?
bringing
lot less
anything from the
painful.
cattle farm, so I mean, it sounds better, right?
I thought I heard earlier that CT said the DSA is not communism, and then B said, yes, they are. They are aligned. Is
No,
that true?
I said they agree on almost everything
we bring
except one
Apex
thing,
back
and that thing
instead?
is that one thing is a really big thing, and that's democracy. That's where they disagree.
WAPEX.
Oh, okay.
Well,
What
I
is a
just
realistic plan for healthcare if you guys, get all this power in November and get the next election? What's
I don't
a
know,
realistic
Jeff. They've
path
done
for
it everywhere. They've
healthcare?
done it in
Yeah.
China. They've done universal healthcare in China,
Yep.
in every single
No, I've heard
first
all
world
that. I've
nation
heard all that.
except
I've heard
America.
all that.
So it would just
I've
be
heard
like
all that.
that, Jeff.
Okay, I've
I
heard
know,
that.
so I don't know why
Free
you're
I've heard
asking the
that.
same
So
question.
can we get into something other than the shit you say every day? Can we actually get into some substance with
You
that?
asked the same question you
Oh,
ask
he's
every day,
gone.
Jeff.
No, listen, I get chewed out because I don't try hard enough for poor people
yeah,
and for
right.
healthcare, and I really am gonna try. I want to know what's a realistic step forward.
Okay, Jeff, I'm going to say this real slow, and I'm not trying to be mean, but if other countries that are much bigger than us can do it, we can
I know,
definitely
yeah, I've
do
heard all
it. We
that.
would
I've
hold
heard
on,
that.
Jeff. Hold on.
I could actually
Wait.
probably tell
Jeff,
you what you're
Jeff,
about to say because I've heard that.
Jeff. Yeah,
Pause,
I
Jeff.
We have
understand
to
that. If you are
transition though. Have they
asking the
transitioned?
same,
Because I want to hear
yes,
about
they
the
did.
Asking,
transition.
Yes.
he's asking for a different answer. There's
I
nothing
can't
No,
wrong
I'm
give you a
with
asking
different
just
answer, dude.
specific about
Well,
how the
then
transition
don't
is
What
going to
answer
go.
would you like,
try.
Jeff?
Don't argue
Which
with him
answer
about
would you
it then.
like?
Jeff,
We
how
have
does
How about
ACA
you
right
listen
now.
to
I'll
my
tell him. Hang on.
question?
Don't stop.
Listen to my
What the
question.
fuck? Why is
If
everybody talking at the same time?
you would
Yelling
like
at Jeff.
universal health care, Jeff, the way to go about that would be to limit C-suite team, executive teams, and their corporate bonuses. It would also be to take everyone who is already putting money into healthcare from their paychecks. It might increase a little bit, but guess what? We get universal healthcare if we all put it into a pot. And honestly, we don't have the government running it because they already effed up Social Security, and I don't even know how they did that, but they blew that one pretty big.
For sure.
So you're going to have to go about it that route. It would literally cost you what it costs you to pay for Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and so on and so forth out of your paycheck that you already do every 2 weeks or every month.
Okay, thank you so much. This is
By get
precisely
by
what I'm asking for. Thank you.
wait
And
by
so I now have
by
a follow-up
taking.
question.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, we could continue talking about this. Yeah, that's a lot to talk about. I like
Yeah,
the
you
sound
can.
of it. This is
Yeah,
what I'm
you just
asking
said.
for.
Yeah, you just said you wanted a follow-up question. Well, my follow-up question to that then would be: you said something about taking the bonuses away from the C-suite, but then you said,
Limiting,
"Hey, I don't
putting
get
a
it.
cap on it.
What C-suite?
C-suite would be like your
No,
CEOs, your
no. Which one?
all of the major corporations that give out the massive bonuses.
You're going to tell a corporation that they can't give bonuses to their employees?
I think that whenever you have a CEO who's predicting exactly or telling what exactly the bonuses would be, I think that they can easily be limited. And I think that
So
there's a way of going about that.
I don't know that you can. I don't know that you have the capability of telling a business that they can't give bonuses to their employees.
No, I think bonuses are great, but I think a $20 million bonus for somebody is absolutely asinine after they already have a $650,000 salary.
Okay, but you can't just say you don't get to give $20 million as a bonus.
You
You're
cap
going to put a
it. Our
specific
government could cap it.
cap it how? I don't think they can, by the way, but cap it how? Cap it to what?
5 million.
You're
A
okay with
million.
5 million? So what if it's just weird. I don't think you have the capability of doing that, not in the system we have right now. I think you are then controlling corporations too much, telling them what they have to pay, what they can't pay, or what they can't give as compensation.
But are we
So we
already
have a
doing that with
We
the
did
minimum
do
wage?
this.
This
We
is
used to
my
do this
this is
prior
my
to Reagan.
follow-up
We
question.
used to do this exact
so we
thing
have
prior to Reagan. We used to do this in America.
okay, stop
What do you,
repeating yourself.
it's just
But
frustrating, man.
don't we already tell
Yeah, but B,
companies
my
like you
fault.
have to pay a minimum wage of a
Yeah, but
certain
that's a
amount?
floor. That's a floor. You're talking about a ceiling.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. My next question is the same, really, for insurance companies. How are we going to dissolve the insurance? Do you think they're going to go away quietly? What are you going to be able to do for them
They can
about
transition.
them?
They can transition to offer things that aren't going to be covered by universal healthcare. They could do things like dentist, eyes, massages, things like that.
Why wouldn't dentists and eyes be covered by universal health care? This is
I would love for that to happen, but you got to be realistic about the implementation of it.
Sorry, guys.
I think this is where America falters, because like being realistic about it is people need it. That's the reality of it, and it needs to happen. And if we do this thing where like, oh, maybe we'll leave this out, maybe we'll leave that out, it's just I don't know.
There's no such thing as incrementalism in B's world. It's all or nothing. Otherwise, there's a revolution. We put people on the wall.
All right, sorry, I stepped away for a minute, and GW's not here anymore. So where are we at in the conversation? I do apologize.
We're talking about universal health care. Mojo, my grandmother was legally blind. I watched that woman pay out of pocket for so much shit. It put her in so much fucking debt. It's not about like, you know, oh, it's an all. Be quiet, Jeff. Christ, dude, can you stop?
But his
I've been
point was you're taking this to a
literally
wild
15
extreme.
seconds.
We didn't want to talk about the extreme. We want to talk about realistic shit.
This is realistic, Jeff. People have should I look up a stat on how many people need glasses in America to make it realistic for you? How many people need fucking dentures in America to make it realistic for you? How many people need their teeth fixed because of the fucking fluoride in the water to make it realistic for you? Because it is realistic.
Are you one of those fluoride people?
No, it's just that sometimes it can make the teeth really weak, and like I don't think it's bad for you to like ingest, but it can make your enamel a little weak.
Well, can I?
Anyways, I'm learning a lot from court. I'm learning a lot from court and civics, and I appreciate their answers. And I wish we could continue that instead of talking about flipping the entire healthcare system over, because you can't be.
You asked a question, and you absolutely can.
Can I just ask Jeff
This
one
whole
question?
this whole idea that you cannot do something because it seems too difficult is why we are the only first world nation paying for healthcare, and they have propagandized us so much to think that it is not realistic, that we fell for the bullshit.
Jeff, I just want to ask you, like, if you've ever been in a situation where like somebody you really cared about was ever in a dire situation where money may have restricted the access to care that they needed.
Oh yeah, that happens all the time, actually. So can we not talk about that?
Has it ever happened to you?
Yeah, it happens to me for sure. I mean, I could get fucking cancer tomorrow. Like, what do you guys? What's your point?
No,
I get your point. That's not what I wanted to talk about.
That's
me
not
and
what I
court
said.
and civics.
Well,
having
you didn't
a
even let him
difficult
finish his fucking
conversation.
question. What the fuck is wrong with you, Jeff?
Because he's going the wrong direction. I want to talk to civics and court.
No, I get
because they answered my question initially.
Well, then send him a DM.
Yeah, I get who you want to talk to, man. But I'm telling you
You're
right
just
now.
you're trying to paint me into a corner and make me an enemy somehow.
Jeff, I'm telling you right now. So a few years ago, my oldest kid fell out of a fucking window, split her skull, and we had to go to fucking Nationwide in Columbus, Ohio. It's one of the best fucking child care facilities in the world. People come from around the world to go there. And so while my kid only had to be there for like a week to make sure that everything healed correctly and all this other stuff, we shared a room right next door to somebody that when they left that hospital was not leaving with their child. I got to talk to the father of that child a few times while our kids played together. And can you imagine what it's like sitting next to somebody, like when you're in your worst times of your entire life, right? You think that you fucked up as a parent or you did something terrible. And because that's how I went down there. I went down there thinking, how did I let my kid climb up on the back of a couch, lean against a screen window and fall off a fucking window? How dumb could I have been, right? But I know my kid's leaving in a few days. When your kid's been there for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and you know that that kid's not leaving in a wheelchair into your car, that child's leaving in a bag. And then guess what? Those parents are left with medical bills. In no fucking way, in the richest country in the fucking world, should we think that that's okay. In no fucking world that any of us, whether it be dogmatic, pragmatic, anything, should you ever have to have the conversation with somebody that after their fucking child dies, they have to figure out how to pay for that kid fucking dying. What are we doing? Where do we lose the fucking plot, man? For profits?
Yeah, no, I definitely agree that there are definitely some lives to be saved. So I agree with you.
So then advocate for it, Jeff. Push for it.
I mean,
Hey,
I really do like think of things a lot of times as cost benefit. So like just because the benefit would be amazing doesn't mean you ignore the cost. And so when I get into these things and when I want to ask people questions and I really want to try for a better system because it is a problem.
Jeff, you're making excuses for people to make money.
Like, what do you think about the ACA? Like, should this be just renewed at this point? Or whatever it is.
It should be abolished and replaced.
can you guys hear me okay? This is like
So you're
one
gonna
of my,
replace it with something
Hold
better.
on,
I'd
hold
love
on.
to hear
Okay.
about it. That's what I want to hear about.
I didn't mean to bite your head off.
I can hear you.
all right, thanks.
I didn't mean to bite your head off. And no offense to everyone's dad or court, but I think that us just listening to people about the financial aspect has kept us in this position. And so that is why I'm so passionate about it. And I apologize that, I may have been a little aggressive or very aggressive. But at the end of the day, listening to the financial aspect has got us nowhere. And in fact, it's kept us from moving forward. So when I think it was like maybe 10 years ago is when I was just a brand new nurse. And it's kind of one of the things that like really opened my eyes to healthcare. I did go to Cuba. I went to Havana and I went to a clinic in Havana and I saw how they work because Cuba has the best medical system in the world working with essentially no money. They don't get products in. I had to come on an airplane full with fucking aspirin and fucking Band-Aids. And they're able to have the best doctors in the world. They have the lowest maternal death rate, the lowest infant death rate, and they can do it. So when I hear people say we need to talk about the financial aspect of it, all I hear is people saying we just can't do it. Sorry, maybe next time when we have more money. And I think it's bullshit. And I think listening to the financial aspect isn't going to get us anywhere.
When I'm watching rich fucking assholes shoot off rockets into the fucking sky, and I'm watching fathers bury their sons and their fucking daughters because they can afford further health care, I'm telling you, there's something fucking wrong, Jeff. How can you not agree?
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, dude.
Then
Sorry, I'm not
there's
gonna
going to
fight
be
that
some
fight with you,
transitory
bro.
cost.
Like,
then let's fix
respectfully,
it, Jeff.
like
Let's
we
fix
don't
it.
have a disagreement there.
Then let's fucking fix it. Advocate
Jeff,
for it. Push
how
for
many
it.
times
No,
on
I
this
mean,
panel,
I'm not gonna
Jeff,
just blindly advocate for it. I want to know the background,
Blindly
the details, how it's gonna
advocate for
work.
Sure,
fucking
I
parents
would
and
love to give you
kids
the
are
Civics
background.
dying
said Civics
to
had a
begin
great answer.
healthcare.
Sport had a great answer.
just a
And that's what
second.
I want to hear. I want to hear the details and how we're gonna do it.
Oh,
Jeff.
Jeff.
Why are they interrupting me, Mojo?
I literally
I don't-
came up here to give you
Yeah.
the background.
I get fucking
detail
two words
on
in?
what a-
I don't know, but I would like to go back and forth here. Jeff should be able to talk in between each person talking since you all are fucking addressing your comments to him. Please stop yelling at him at the same time.
I just wanted to hear everyone's daddy.
Sorry, bud.
So I came up here specifically to address your questions. What it would look like going from a fractional or fractionized healthcare system into a universal healthcare system. Primarily, I think the most realistic approach we would do would be like a Switzerland, Germany approach, where we have a government regulated payee or payer, but we move to a privatized, like managed healthcare system. So what this would look like is a lot of the for-profit businesses would have to move to nonprofit. They would shave off a lot of overhead. Specifically for insurers, what it would look like is they would stop the core coverages and they would see a sharp revenue drop, right? As they moved into just offering like supplemental and higher Cadillac plans. A lot of those employees would transition over to either government contracting positions or realistically there'd be a lot of attrition. So you're going to see some upfront costs in transition from job redeployments and training to move into different industries. And then to get ahead of the spike in demand, what we also need to visit is ensuring that we have enough people in the pipeline for nurses and doctors. So I would personally recommend that we subsidize or fully fund that. So within 12 years, we would see the doctors coming out of that pipeline. That would also have secondary impacts of driving down the cost to the healthcare system for those doctors because they're not getting out with the mountain of wage and nurses. So that's going to push down the cost to the healthcare. So it's like an investment in ourselves, right? We're paying up front, but it's paying dividends down the road. Did you have any specific questions?
No, I appreciate all that, and kind of hearing it again. I guess I've heard this type of stuff before, so I can believe in it, and I can get behind a lot of this. The transition, might not be as rough as I think, and
It usually takes 10 to 20 years to transition a country's healthcare system. You look at Taiwan, they're consistently ranked number one. They started transitioning in the 90s. They did a quicker transition, so it was early 2000s. You could really benchmark them being complete. They modeled their UHC after our system of Medicare, right? So we already have the world's best healthcare system. And when you're talking about cost, it's about $15,000 per capita in the U.S. compared to the OECD benchmark of $5,000. Taiwan is around $1,300 a person. So we have a huge buffer of savings. So I honestly think in the first 3 to 5 years, we would see a spike slightly in cost per capita as we bore the brunt of the transitionary costs, but it would sharply drop thereafter.
So then if Taiwan's the best, why wouldn't we just model it after Taiwan's system, which is a single payer model?
I mean, Switzerland and Germany is too. I think that would be the end goal. I think that was B. I think that would be the end goal. To get to the lowest cost would be great. I just don't think the natural evolution from the fractional system we have that's fully privatized to a universal healthcare system will naturally, I don't think the next step will be like a government-controlled, government-run hospitals, government-ran system. We just don't have that institutional knowledge in place yet. I think the stepping stone would be a public-private, then we reassess to see if it's just a fully public system.
We have a public-private right now with the Affordable Care Act.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, absolutely.
So
but
this is more of the same.
We're far dwarfed.
We could just do it the way that Bernie Sanders initially said to do it, which was taxes, taxes, taxes. I know not a lot of people like that word, but that's the way that it should be done.
Bernie Sanders put out a single payer plan, which means the government would take care of the insurance, but not take care of the health care. Nobody in this country's ever talked about taking over the fucking hospitals.
Yeah, so I mean, you can do this through either increasing taxes, and specifically like either your federal taxes. It could be done through payroll taxes, or you could do it like Switzerland and Germany, where everyone pays a premium.
This is one of those cases you don't get to just to go campaign on. Yeah, we're going to take over all the hospitals, and we're going to take over all the urgent cares, and we're going to make all the doctors government employees. That's not something you can campaign on. This country's never going to accept that.
Yeah, no.
Vaccine drones are coming for you. Watch out.
Hey B.
Crap.
Hey B. I don't want to quiz you, so if it's whatever, you don't whatever. What's your biggest criticism of the ACA? I mean, I've read them and I hear people, but I want your opinion.
Having to still work within the private market, and because you have to work. Well, let's take Wegovy. Wegovy, as you know, as Ozempic, is a really good example of why working with it, why the ACA and having this like private public model doesn't work. Wegovy is a life-saving drug. You know it as Ozempic. It is helping people lose weight. And what is the biggest comorbidity to any disease? It's being fat. At the end of the day, that is the one thing almost every disease has in common, is being fat, especially abdominal fat. So if you can eliminate abdominal fat, you can do a lot with people's health. And unfortunately, we're just in a situation right now where we have to do that for this country. We cannot tell everyone to pull themselves up by their bootstraps anymore. They have to lose the weight, and it will have to be medically. That's just, how you feel about that is how you feel about that. It is an epidemic, but this is an example of how it doesn't work. ACA has to, they have to be able to compete with private. So they have to pay the private prices, which it can be very, very expensive, right? Because they're having to compete with the private market. Why would Wegovy decide to, sell to the, those on the ACA for $10 a shot when they're selling to people on the private market for $1,000 a shot. And so because it has to compete with private insurance and the way the drugs are essentially run in this country, people lost access to it. So ACA no longer covers this drug anymore. They refuse to cover this drug. Now, this is just one example. There's tons of examples.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of that out there for sure. I guess now we can, for fun, ask, do you think that this government would have an opportunity ever to like seize the insurance companies, seize the hospitals, seize the private companies like this, take them over and use that value and those assets, those very protected intangible assets, etc., and pay for things this way?
I think it should be like a police department or a fire department is something that's just absolutely needed, and that we can't have a whole bunch of like hands in the pie. And at the end of the day, you could outsource things, right? Like to the private market if that's what a city or a state decides to do. And so I think it should be a more micro. It should be done at a level of what the states and the cities want. Unfortunately, if you're in a red state or a city that's particularly red, that may mean those local politics take over and that people don't get the same access to like people who are in blue states. And it'll be something similar like, it would be similar like how, some school zones are better than others.
Yeah, I like the idea of the punishment being enforced
that's
upon
unconstitutional. Just to let you know,
I know.
The U.S. can't seize and get value. It's a taking clause.
No, I know. But if we can make the people that caused this, if we could, I don't think anybody would disagree that if we could get the insurance companies, the price gouging, the corporations, the greediness, if we could target that and make them pay for it, I don't think anybody would disagree that, we can make a system work just
how would you make
off
them
of,
pay for it?
You'd be shocked
no,
about
it's
how many people would disagree.
unconstitutional. Well, I would seize their companies and completely, what's it called?
Or you can pass legislation where they have to change their business model.
So if you regulate
it, but that's what I'm saying is if you just you're gonna punish good American companies, and that's what I don't want to do.
Jeff, are you talking about nationalizing companies?
I guess I'm talking about that, but I want to leave the good ones in place.
Shit.
So this is how it would work, right? If we pass regulations to move private public, we would set up regulations around what type of company business structure could sell core plans, and it would likely be nonprofit. And then we would hopefully also put strict regulations into like executive compensation, even more so than there is now. Then the private companies would have to make business decisions of what they'd want to spin off. Right, so they'd face headcount decisions. They'd fire off staff, and then they'd spin off a nonprofit. So that would be their like core plan division. It would be it would be a related entity, but they would be capped to like profits they could make, and then they would keep their for-profit private one to sell like Cadillac and supplemental insurance.
Yeah, maybe
we just got Jeff to agree with fucking nationalizing certain sectors. That's a fucking W.
So it's kind of like nationalization, but it's not. They're still private nonprofits, but it's going to essentially do the same thing. It's like seizing them without violating the
yeah, maybe laws. There's a time for one and a time for the other, but that sounds to me like, I don't know if I've ever heard that, but that's kind of, in my opinion, maybe even something that wouldn't be that crazy, is to shift some of this into more of a nonprofit type of business where it's fully disclosed what the activity online is and
what's happening with nonprofits
where the money's
right now?
Coming from and
what's happening with nonprofits right now? Nonprofits.
I know.
The founders.
I know.
No, hold on. Let me finish.
There's a little bit of fraud.
Not a
There's
little,
a little bit of fraud.
They have used. Hold on. They've used direct
there's like
nonprofit. They've used direct revenue and given that revenue to companies they or their families own. This is not
Anecdotal.
a solution. That's
It
not
happens,
anecdotal. It happens.
It's not across the board.
It is
Prove
across
it.
the board of many
What
nonprofit
percentage?
organizations.
What's the
Let me
percentage?
look it up for you.
I know the
Let me look
percentage.
it up for you.
Yeah, I know it.
So wait, Jeff, if you want to get
I'll tell
rid of, if you want to get rid of NGOs, right, then just nationalize it, because then you'd have inspectors generals looking into these things, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
and
it's not even
I just
just-
don't like. I don't like blanket nationalization. Okay, just
Why?
because I'm for it here and there. Same reason I'm not against. I'm kind of against blanket taxing the rich out of existence. I think if you go after, if the punishment is associated with the crime, then I'm all for it. But you
Hey,
can't
Jeff,
just do a
who are the good
blanket.
billionaires?
Why are you conflating those two things, Jeff?
But hold on. Who are the good billionaires?
It's not an absolute, dude. It's not a full absolute. I like
Jeff,
some industries, maybe. Yeah.
Who are the billionaires
But not-
that we shouldn't tax?
We don't have to transition to that.
Who are the billionaires that we shouldn't tax?
The good ones. I think
Okay,
Elon's
who are
a
the
good
good
one.
ones?
Who's that?
We should tax them. We do tax them. What do you? We already tax them. So
We're saying tax them
I
more,
mean-
and you're saying there's good ones. So who are the good ones?
Elon's a good one.
Oh dear. He's got more baby mamas than Chris Brown, buddy.
Well, it's not about baby mamas. He's paid like what, $100 million in taxes, and he's a billion or a trillionaire, which means that his
He paid 11. He paid 11 billion one year.
yeah. But guess what? That means his effective tax rate is 0.01% of $1 trillion. Or I'm sorry,
We're talking about
1%.
income tax. You can't. We're not talking about a value tax. Yeah, it's not a tax on his value, dude. He only had income
Then we
that
should have
generated that much
then we
tax.
should have a value tax. If somebody's
Every
a fucking,
year?
if somebody's a trillionaire, they can
Oh my
afford
God! You guys don't have to. We don't have
Can
to
I
get
answer
into
your
this.
question that Jeff asked
Yeah,
earlier?
please,
How many
please,
people?
please.
I think you were talking. Yeah, we'll go back to the healthcare thing. You were talking about how many of these nonprofits, give these funnel money. There's also the issue of they give their CEOs very large payouts. I think it's absolutely insane. In terms of those large payouts, did you want to know the one industry where the nonprofits give the most payouts, like more than $1 million a year to their
Well,
CEO?
just
Guess
do
what
a-
industry that is?
A
Guess what
salary. You're
industry
talking
that
about a
is?
salary.
It's
Make sure you use
healthcare.
the right
Is it
terminology.
healthcare?
Hold on.
You have to
It's
use the right
healthcare.
terminology.
This is why I
Use
don't
the
think
appropriate
working.
terminology.
No, I'm talking about
What?
I'm talking about bonuses, Jeff. I'm not talking about like taxes or
Salary.
anything
Yeah,
like
payroll. Yeah,
that.
that's
Yeah,
salary and
there you
payroll.
go. These are also bonuses, but the
Yeah, don't
the
call
industry,
it payouts because payouts is a criminal activity of a.
Oh
that's
no, I didn't call it a
absolutely- you can't
payout.
just
If I
pay
did, I
out.
apologize.
You did.
I didn't mean to say it. Yeah, my bad. I might have
Oh.
spoke. I
So
talk
there's a good
fast,
reason
right?
for that.
But hold on, no, let me finish.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Did you not hear the one industry that does the fraud the most, or maybe not even fraud, you can't even call it fraud, but pays people out more than $1 million a year in these
Also-
bonuses is healthcare. That is the one nonprofit industry that is, I would say, the most corrupt.
Well, our health is one of the most important reasons to have a nonprofit, and it takes experts and it takes research and it takes a lot of capital and it saves a lot of lives. So there's a lot of money moving there and it's very complex. So I'm not surprised that they get massive
80% of
salaries there.
nonprofit healthcare industries
I'm
do
not
this.
surprised they get
80%
massive. Can I finish? I'm not surprised. Okay. Now, when it comes to the fraud, please bring up the fraud number because you shifted from that.
Yeah, anyways, like I was saying, 80% of healthcare nonprofits do this. That is a huge percentage, paying out $1 million, $3 million, and $15 million bonuses to their CEOs. I don't think
That's
a nonprofit
perfectly
system
reasonable.
will work. That's
No,
not
it's perfectly reasonable. No,
That's
I agree with you
ridiculous.
that in and of itself,
To an
it's not
extent,
reasonable.
It takes a very smart person.
The reason it's reasonable is it meets the reasonability test for the IRS. So you're talking specifically about CEO pay and healthcare and university nonprofits, right? The for-profit talent shortage is what's driving that. So if you want to address CEOs and CFOs and their high pay and nonprofits, you can't just specifically do it in nonprofits, because that's going to penalize those systems when they cannot get talent away from the for-profit industries. I agree with you, it's too high, but in order to address it, you have to put in legislation that caps CEO and highly compensated executives across the board to like some multiplier of the
I
frontline
disagree
worker.
that you couldn't find a CEO that would be well equipped to handle a large healthcare company that would not say, that says, I have to have $1 million. Dude, you can get somebody who is a second year business grad student. You got
can't.
some management. You absolutely fucking
You
can.
can't. One of the services that I provide is executive search, and you cannot. You just cannot.
That's
when you
ridiculous.
Talk about, when you talk about Mayo Clinic, right? They're essentially a multi-billion-dollar company. It's a nonprofit. So organizations that complex, you're not going to get qualified talent to head that has experience when they can find 4 or 5x the pay in the private sector. You're not going to
You
attract
don't need
any
experience.
talent. You do.
I'm sorry. I don't
would
buy that
agree.
you need a CEO that makes so much money that you can't find anyone else who can do that job. You can find anyone else to do any other job. If anything, we can outsource that CEO job to somebody
I would
who's
generally agree
Chinese
the
and have them
CEO
move over here.
doesn't have to be that capable. The people under the CEO is where you need the talent. But
Yeah, but those people aren't the ones getting these payouts. From what I'm seeing, it's CEOs of multiple large nonprofit hospitals. Over 80% of major nonprofit hospital systems are getting $1 million bonuses, $3 million bonuses, and $15 million bonuses. This research has nothing to do with anyone
are
else.
usually over a number of years. It's deferred compensation that you're saying. So it's not a one-time payout. Or it's
The
like a
$1 million
SERP.
is annual $1 million. Let me see what hospital system that's for. But it says
You
annually
might have
$1
to
million.
dig in and see if it's a SERP. That's a supplemental executive retirement plan.
I don't care. $1 million a year in healthcare is criminal.
I agree
Would
with
you
you, but
pay
it's
a
not.
CEO
It's
of,
not
I don't know, like a-
nonprofit specific. It's systemic.
I would say it's nonprofit specific because nonprofit is specifically not supposed to operate this way.
Well,
Yeah, they have a reasonable test, so they have to. They can't pay that high amount unless they can defend it to the IRS, because they will get hefty fines, right? So there is a reasonable test that you have to set up as a board of a nonprofit to justify what you're paying your highly compensated employees.
Well, I think
And they
this
can defend it because that's how much they have to pay in the market. So the market's the issue. It's not the nonprofits, in my opinion.
I think this speaks a lot more to what the differences are between Republicans and Democrats. Democrats 100% will say, hey, we may have 10% fraud going on, and we'll put things in place to catch 8% of it, so maybe 2% gets through, right? Democrats are okay with that. Liberals are okay with that. They're saying, like, yep, 2% of your buy, that means 98% was probably justified. The difference between that and conservatives or Republicans is that if they even think there's 1% of fraud, they want to cut off all the funding and all the availability to the other 99% that actually need it, or the other 98% that fucking need it. It's just,
Wait a second.
it's literally moralistically a
agree.
fucking difference.
No, B said since there's a little bit of fraud in nonprofits, then they're a big problem.
Well, it's
Chat,
not just
you
the
just
fraud,
criticized B.
No, I'm telling you right now, the difference is
She said nonprofits are bad
she
for
still
exactly
supports
what
the
you
idea that
described.
those people should get help. You don't, Jeff.
Yeah, you're acting like Democrats are heroes when she literally just
It's
did
not.
that.
It's not even heroes. It's people that make sense, Jeff. It's people
Jeff, I
that
was
say
just arguing-
if some fraud gets through, that's fine. We'll find it or we won't. But the majority of the fucking people deserve the fucking help because they're Americans. You guys do not care about fucking Americans. You'd rather stop 1% of fraud and end
You
an
guys are up
entire-
here literally
You would
talking
rather
about
end.
abolishing charity.
You would rather end.
That's how wild
an entire
you guys are.
fucking program, Jeff.
You
to
would
make sure
end
that
the charities.
1%,
End
1%
the
of fraud.
charities.
Jeff, stop doing this.
That's what B said.
Jeff,
That's
stop
what B
doing.
said.
Jeff, stop doing what you're doing. I don't know why.
Yeah,
you're
whatever,
doing that.
dude.
Yeah, stop.
We're
doing
both
what
a
you're
part
doing.
of the same hypocrisy. Stop pointing your finger at me, dude.
Jeff.
We're talking about real shit.
Jeff,
We're not talking about Democrats are heroes because they go after all but 2%.
All right, there we
No,
go.
that's not. You're misunderstanding what I was saying. What I was pushing up back on everyone's dad is I supported ACA when it came out. I had it had been out for 3 years, I believe, by the time I had been a nurse. So I supported it because people were getting help, exactly like CT just said. What I was arguing with everyone's dad about is that I don't think that a nonprofit system will work because we essentially have that right now and it's not working. And exactly like everyone's dad was saying is that in order to get these bonus, let me finish. Please let me finish.
You can't lie.
Please, Jeff, please let me finish. In order to get these bonuses, the CEOs or the company has to justify it to the IRS. And the way they justify it is that they get to compete with the private market. And I'm saying that is an issue. You should not have to compete with the private market if we're trying to get this to be as fiscally responsible as possible, Jeff. And if we don't want to tax these billionaires as much, like if we have to compete with the private market, then the taxes for this will be insane. But if we don't have to do private market competition and it's all just owned by the government, the way the police system is, the way our military is, and the way our firefighter system is, then we could have this be the most cost-effective system. It's competing with the private market that is the issue.
All right, hold on, B. So if you do a public-private partnership and you force all these conglomerate insurance companies to spin off their core business as nonprofits, right? That is the majority of their business, right? So now they are all nonprofits. You have severely shrunk the size of the private, like supplemental market. So there's no benchmark for them to reasonably defend those high salaries. So all those salaries would come down as well.
Okay, and so then what happens when Switzerland, just like Switzerland and Germany, because you mentioned those, start having more private come in? Because there's nothing barring them from existing. And then now we have another issue where we're now having to have taxpayers now pay for these large bonuses, including people like Jeff Bezos and fucking Elon Musk are now having, we don't want them to have to pay for these large bonuses because more private is going to seep into the system.
Well, Switzerland does have very strong regulations around what is allowed to be privatized in healthcare, and it's mainly clinics, and they're usually publicly owned by the insurance companies that retain like supplemental. Those are paid for separately, and they are dwarfed in size by the total system. So it hasn't created a new market, a new benchmark comparison for a higher salary. Plus, Switzerland regulates and sets an amount of acceptable profit that they can make, like we do with our utility companies here.
Yeah, but in 96 is when that transition happens, right? And so they had much better healthcare prior to 96 because they didn't have all this, they didn't have private running the show because essentially private runs the show there off the public dollar.
B. Thank you for all that. I did listen. It's just a lot. Do you worry that similar to our school system and teachers' salaries competing with private, that this system might turn, super basic and limited the way our public school system is?
I think that we see it with our public school system now. I think we see that as it gets continually defunded and as people move to private, it's gotten worse. I think that we should not allow a private sector in something that everybody universally needs. I say this about healthcare, but when you force people when you make something profitable off of what you need in order to survive, people will pay anything to make sure that they don't die. They'll pay anything, and that makes it inherently exploitative, no matter which way you put it.
When it would cost me millions of dollars less to actually go and do a concierge service somewhere in Turkey at their medical facilities that are very good to get cancer treatments or anything else like that, that's insane.
Well, hold on. We're jumping around. We're talking about education. Jeff, I think you could look up these results if you disagree with me, but the DoD ED, Department of Defense Education System, which is a socialist program, it takes American taxpayer dollars puts it back into students of military members, they yield better results. They have better outcomes. They have more college graduates. They have more people that are successful in life. So again, whenever you want to talk about anything when it comes to the military, whether it be housing, whether it be food supplements, whether it comes to education, you would understand that the collection of taxes that are being redistributed back into the military have far better outcomes than what we do for public education, which is being defunded. And then people want to complain about the results of that defunding.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, but the underlying problem isn't the defunding, right? The underlying problem is mostly that it's not creating successful kids, and there's a lot of big factors in that.
Do you think there's a direct correlation between the amount of money that they have to teach kids versus the one that has limitless supply of money to teach kids? Look, I'm sure your kids don't go to a poor school, right, Jeff?
Yeah, I think.
Do your kids go to a poor school?
My kids are in daycare, or my one is, and I have one on the way.
When they're actually ready to go to school, are they going to go to a poor school?
I understand what you're saying.
Are your kids going to go to a poor school? Is what my question was. I need you to understand up to answer.
Do you live in a district where the school district is a poor school district, or do you maybe plan on moving?
Yeah, are you going to a private school or are you going to public? And is it poor?
Can we continue without? I mean, my kids are going to go to public school.
Okay. Are they going to a poor public school or not?
And it's okay if they are.
You mean as far as the average student family income?
No, do they have metal
Or are you talking about the amount of funding they get?
Do they have metal detectors and security guards in the hallway, or is it just like a small town school like I went to?
Oh,
graduated
poor
like 40
community.
Kids?
Oh, okay. So less fortunate students or more fortunate students?
How about this? How many black kids are going to be in the public school that your kid goes to? I'll make it real easy for you. There you
Is
go.
this necessary?
Yeah. Answer the question.
I'm really. What?
Why is this such a hard question for you to answer, Jeff?
We were talking about public school funding and the end result,
and all
the
I asked
product
you
that it
was how many
produces.
black kids- how
Same
many
way we
black
were
kids go
talking
to your
about
school?
in the medical field, how the
Jeff,
charities have
all
to
I'm asking
compete
is
with
how many black
private
kids go to
industry
your-
when they're trying to execute very good causes and pay doctors and things like that. We're talking about dynamics between public and private, and we're talking about in public school how teachers can't really.
Yeah, Jeff, I understand that when you're put into a hard position, you start fucking talking a lot. We're not going to do that, right?
You keep jumping in and taking.
I'm going to do it again. So I'm going to ask you again. How many black kids go to your public school?
Fuck off.
Okay.
It's not, but it's not like that bad of a question.
Talking
We're
to
very-
me anyways.
So-
I'm talking.
Yeah,
when
well, you're
I
not talking- you're
graduated
not
high
talking to
school,
anybody
there
right
was
now, Jeff.
2 people that graduated in my graduating class that were black.
Yeah, I graduated.
Now I could not tell you the number. I really couldn't. It's too many for me to count.
No, same. I graduated with 3 black people, and like I'm
Yeah.
glad that it became a public option in my little podunk fucking town.
Me
Now
too, man.
There's like a whole diversity group out there. I think that's great.
I love
I'm
it.
glad it went to public because it was. You had to live within the district, and they opened that up. I think that's a good thing. So
We just
I want-
grew and we added 2 other towns.
I think by Jeff having that much of a reaction tells us everything we need to know, right? When I asked him, all I asked him was how many black kids went to the school. And he's like, Why the fuck? Yeah, you live in a very rich white town, right? Your kids are going to get good education. They're probably going to be in a very small school, maybe 20, 30 students to a classroom. It's not going to be anything like it is in bigger cities. Where there's
He's
like,
from Arizona, so it's probably better to ask how many Mexican kids are in the school.
True. Yeah, Jeff, you can unmute yourself. At
You
any
guys
point.
are the ones. You guys are the ones associating poverty with Mexicans and black people, not me.
Yes, because in this country, minority groups have been withheld from the fucking ability to grab onto wealth. They've been restricted from the ability to gain wealth. You don't accept that. but the rest of us do. So when you tell me that your kid's going to go to an all white school,
to say, okay, I don't disagree with that.
Then great.
I just didn't know that's what you were trying to fucking say.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to say the entire fucking time. Opportunity should be provided for everybody, Jeff.
Why are you pissed? We agreed like 3 times tonight, and you're all pissy at me.
Because, Jeff, at every goddamn opportunity, when something is brought up about race or opportunity, you instantly fucking jump to the fucking defense of people being like, no, white's fine. Stop doing that.
Jeff, I just want to say that, like,
CT, whatever the fuck you say, bro.
But I just want you to realize, Jeff, that not everyone on this app is always trying to bait you, which I understand. It seems like that all of the time, but it's not always like that.
I am all the time.
Yeah, Jeff.
Okay, everyone's dad loves
I'm just
to do
kidding.
that, and that's fine. I'm cool with that. Hey, man, no, you do you. I'm down with it, but not everyone.
We got Jeff to sign up to be a DSA member, so we gained there. He was obviously arguing for communism earlier, so we're helping. We're changing Jeff. We're getting him to come around.
I do think there's a lot of signs of something that can actually really do something. If it's better unionizations, if it's better Affordable Care Act, if it's better other stuff. I think, like CT said, I do think it has balls, and I think it has a lot of people tired of the same old shit and believing in it, and it's working in New York a little bit, and it can work in other areas. But I will always be kind of obtuse, just because it goes against a lot of my foundational beliefs of freedom. But whatever, I mean, I'm with you guys. I thank you for all the answers too. Really, a lot of explanations that I can think about. So I appreciate it.
Well, Jeff, I pointed this out to you before. Everything that you support in the military is a socialist environment. It's the collection of wealth and revenue and taxes to redistribute to help the common good, right? And we've talked about this multiple times. I don't know why you still buck against it so hard.
I mean, I'd argue that freedom is time, and time is money. And if you have more people in the country poor, you have less freedom. I mean, yeah, sure, you have constitutional rights and protections of freedom, but if you have people living in poverty, they're not free. They're slave to time because they have to make money.
Well, everyone's dad, I'm sure you remember these lyrics, that freedom is just another word for nothing left to lose.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm an old school head.
Yeah, that's the older version of fuck you money, right?
Yep. Freedom only applies to those who can afford it. Jeff, would you disagree upon that? That when we have so many criminality laws that are only dictated by the idea of a fine, that the majority of things like criminality, if they can be dictated or paid for freedom, then freedom is nothing more than a pressure on the poor. For example, if I'm a billionaire and a speeding ticket at its highest end is only $500, why wouldn't I speed everywhere? If I can murder somebody and get put out on bond for $500 and then fly myself to a non-extradition fucking island, how is that not something that is only afforded to the poor?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, at the end of the day, Jeff, I realize that by me abdicating for this, I'm actually abdicating for me to make less money. If it becomes a single payer system and not a system like everyone's dad says, where it's, this mix of private and public, or maybe just owned by the private but paid by the public, things like that, then I am essentially probably cutting my wage almost in half. I'm okay with that, dude. You have no idea the shit I've fucking seen.
Yeah, but you'd have more time off and you'd have a higher savings rate.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'd have
We'd
better.
all make less.
I might have
we'd be a
better
lot freer.
benefits. Yeah, I mean, maybe I would have better benefits. I don't know that that's actually 100% true, but maybe I would. California's a pretty good workers' rights state, but that's beside the point. I know I would make less money.
Well,
You know, speaking of freedom, y'all, we are ranked number 5 in incarceration rate per capita. 5. 1 is El Salvador, then Cuba, then Rwanda, Turkmenistan, and then us.
I think it's only Cuba because Guantanamo Bay.
Well, B, I was gonna say like
I gotta go. Thanks, everyone.
Bye, guys.
B, what I was gonna say is like there have been so many fucking studies done where like people will impersonate beggars. They'll go into like rich neighborhoods, right, and ask for like change and stuff. Nothing. You take those same people and you put them into the most impoverished places that have nothing. They gain 100-fold. People will be like, listen, I don't have much, but I have this blanket. I don't need it. It's yours. I don't have much food, but I got this pack of ramen noodles. It's yours. The rich will look at the poor like they are a blight, and the poor will look at the poor that if I gain you up, you will gain me up later. It is an exchange of ideology that sometimes I agree that it's not left and right, it's up and down. But I fucking hate it because the up and down analogy takes away from the left and right one. Because when we do have a political party that is trying to understand the ideology of the separation of up and down, and we have a party that's trying to make sure that the up never fucking even sees the fucking down, that's where I realized the up and down argument is trash in realization and understanding the left is trying to push the down up and the right is trying to make the up even more fucking up. So I love it and I hate it.
Ooh, pretty.
Ooh, Galaxy.
Please be CT. Please be CT. Please be CT. Oh shit, I'm not muted.
I had to send it to myself so I don't lose a fucking pregnant.
You don't
lose a what?
A pregnant?
Fragment.
Oh, fragment. Jesus, sorry. You were quiet. I thought you said pregnant. I'm like, who's pregnant with a galaxy? I can't believe everyone dad asked for me to be kicked. What the fuck?
Yeah, I know you got my powers. That was a dangerous joke.
That was good. That was good. But no, you know what I'm saying though, Dad? Like, homeless people will take care of homeless people better than rich people will take care of homeless people. So when they make this argument about charity and shit, I'm like, I'll watch somebody with a piece of bread split it in half with somebody that has nothing way before I see somebody that has a cabinet full of fucking, a cabinet full of fucking bread, even give them one slice away. Because they're like, if I do that, they'll come back.
Oh, you're 100% right. The poorer you are, the higher percentage of your income you usually donate to charity. Like I was walking with my buddy. He's a fucking silver spoon, right? And we were going to a bar, and this dude asked for some money, and I gave him a $5 or a $10, I don't know what it was. And we were walking away, and he's like, "Why'd you give him that?" I was like, "What?" And he's like, "He's just gonna spend it on drink or drugs." And I was like, "Yeah, what do you think I was gonna spend it on? We're going to the bar. like, what the fuck's your problem, man?"
Listen, I can only say this because I know Bryn's asleep. She grew up in I'll just say a fairly decent family. It wasn't a mansion, but it was like a historic house. Her dad helped rebuild.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they weren't like rich or anything, but like she grew up in like a Victorian in like this little, again, small podunk nowhere Ohio town, right? I grew up in a trailer next to a like train track. So when we got married, I'm always very reserved and like fiscal and like, I don't know, like we just come from different lives, but we made it work for almost 20 years now. And I love it. That's what I love about her is that she's nothing like how she was raised, but some things just don't make sense to her the way they do to me. So like when we got married, we looked at honeymoon spots. I wanted to go to Seattle. I've just always wanted to see
Reno.
No, I wanted to go to Portland. I just thought it was like Portland, Seattle area. I've always thought like the music there was amazing. I'm a huge Nirvana fan. I just always wanted to see like what created that. And I saw that as an opportunity because when you grow up poor, you're like, yeah, cool. We could go to like Ireland or France or whatever. But me being like a music head, I was always like, man, fucking Portland seems like to be like the mecca of like some Sonic Youth and like all these other great bands. And so I got her to agree to it. And like, trust me, we had an amazing time. But after the, like, I don't know, the 300th person asked me for a cigarette, I just went to like a gas station. I bought like, I don't know, like 10 packs of like the cheapest cigarettes they had. And I just made sure they were always on our backpack. And my wife was like, you know, we're going to be here for like a while. Like if people get to know you as like the cigarette guy, you're just going to get more people asking you for cigarettes. And I was like, and that's okay too. Like we have money. Like we can buy cigarettes for people. If that's the best thing that we can do to make somebody's lives better in the smallest way, shouldn't we do that?
I was
You're
going to
my
say something.
favorite
Really,
after a night of drinking. Oh,
like, yeah, we have money now. We graduated to a double wide.
Yeah. Well, yeah. We moved up, right? Like our trailer's got wheels.
The other side of the tracks now.
Yeah, baby.
I just love all of the things that your wife proposed for honeymoons and what you proposed, and she was good with it. I love it. I mean, that's impressive. That is compromise.
It's like,
well, why do you think I
Paris,
married?
Rome,
Dude, I can see
Seattle.
why. She's fantastic.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, again, her family, definitely not rich, but I'm just saying not poor either. Like they just, her dad is amazing. Closest thing to a father figure I've ever had. Dude works his ass off. He used to hang off of the taller buildings in Indianapolis. He was restore concrete. So like when tall buildings had cracks and shit in their foundations and stuff, he'd go repair them like 300-400 feet in the air. So he was gone a lot. And so a big thing for her was like having a husband that was around because obviously her dad wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
So again, more to the, like we were talking about earlier, my schedule, being around for the kids and hanging out and like, you know, just being around was a big thing for her. And like I said, we've been together now for almost 20 years, but, no, it was kind of cool to like find somebody in life that was like where I wasn't saying like that was her aspirations was to go to like France or Italy or some shit like that. It just, the idea was like, hey, we have this money. Where should we go? We started talking about it. And then like the thing that we met on was music. Like I met her because she was singing, Styx during karaoke at a dive bar. That's how we met.
I love that.
Yeah. And so like music's always been our thing. So we started talking about the West Coast. We talked about California. We talked about Washington. And then we both just settled on, we're like, dude, who goes to fucking Portland for their honeymoon? And she loved that idea. She was like, yeah, fucking let's go to Portland. I was like, this is why I married you. Because she's abstract. She's different. She's into art. Like, and so, yeah, the art museums there were amazing. Street performers were amazing. Like everything about our honeymoon was just like, let's just go live out in fucking Portland for like 2 weeks. And that's what we did. But yes, one of the things that we got to do, again, like I said, was like just realizing our privilege a little bit. And like, because the homeless population out there is crazy. There are people sleeping on the streets and doing drugs and shit like that. And we realized, do we want to complain about that? Or can we maybe just make somebody's fucking day and hand out a couple fucking packs of like, well, again, this was, 10 years ago, hand out some like $3 packs of cigarettes, help somebody out. So the people like Jeff that come up, or the people on the right that always complain about people that want handouts and this and that shit. It's like, you've obviously never been there. You've obviously never needed a handout. And like, for me personally, like I'm too prideful. Even if we're having a rough time or if we're in a rough spot, I will never ask anybody for a goddamn thing. I will fucking go out and do whatever I have to take care of my family and take care of shit. Some people though hit that breaking point where they don't. They hit a breaking point where they're just done. And that fucking sucks. So when people are already at their lowest, don't fucking kick them. Give him a pack of cigarettes. Give him a fucking bottle of Boone's Farm. Who gives a fuck? Deal with life as life comes. Life fucking
That's
sucks.
how you know you've seen some shit when you say boons.
Yeah, fucking give him a bottle of fucking Boone's Farm, man. Fuck
Yeah,
that.
any doubt you grew up poor, erased. If you know about Boone's.
Everyone knows about Boone's.
Everybody knows about Boone's Farm, don't they?
I saw.
Yeah, when you got
I saw a
$7 in your
meme.
pocket and you just want to forget, boom.
Yeah, but
Strawberry
some
Hill.
people
Right?
people
Boone's
know it
Farm,
as a
Strawberry
meme. Others of us remember it by taste.
It was just
Yeah,
cheap
yeah,
as
yeah. I
hell.
remember Boone's Farm. It was very sweet. But I also remember when Smirnoff Ices started getting popular.
The
I
03s,
remember
the
icing a lot of
silvers.
people. So
Yeah.
hold on. I have two
What
things.
y'all know about Zima?
I saw a meme.
Jolly
I was gonna say
Ranchers?
Zima.
I
Dude,
saw a
I'm
meme
a Jolly
that
Rancher.
I saw a meme that gave you the Four Loko recipe.
Listen, if
Back
you
in
never
the day when I don't know if you guys ever iced your friends or whatever, but my roommates and we got really creative. Like we had ices dangling from a ceiling fan. So when they open their door, like there's one waiting for them, and all you hear from upstairs is "God damn it!" And my claim to fame is that I duct tape one to the lid of the washer.
Oh, perfect.
I would kill you.
Yeah, and my one roommate's like, "God damn it! I just got ice in the goddamn kitchen."
Dude,
And
no,
he's
no,
like-
no. We used to duct tape them to the top of the toilet seat. So right when somebody's gonna go take a piss or whatever they're gonna do, they'd lift the toilet seat and there'd be a fucking Smirnoff Ice.
At least you're in the bathroom. Imagine like having a fucking load of laundry.
Well, think about this: you already got to piss, and before you can take a piss, you got to kneel and fucking down a fucking ice.
When did that ice trend go around? Because that was kind of after my time.
It was Facebook. That was right when Facebook was taking off, like 2008 to like 2010-ish era.
Okay.
I was bartending. So what would happen is it started in the bars. People would come up and they'd be like, "Hey, I want to buy a Smirnoff Ice, but you need to find a way to give it to my friend next time whatever drink he orders. Get him to look away. Get him to grab that Smirnoff Ice. If he grabs that thing, he has to chug it on a knee." That was like the whole challenge. It was the challenge era, right? And so, yeah, dude, I had somebody, we used to have margarita bowls. They would literally ask us to, so what you could do was you could take a Smirnoff Ice, you could pretty much tape it to the bottom of a margarita bowl, fill it with the ice, do the margarita bowl, put the Corona in it and all that stuff. So by the time somebody got done, right, by proxy, they had held on to that ice and they'd have to get on a knee and chug it. It was just some stupid fucking thing that was going around 15 years ago. But
and everyone respected it too, to be honest.
Yeah, that was the crazy part.
Yeah.
Everyone respected it. If you got iced, you owned it.
Yep.
And you sat there burping like an asshole for the next 10
That's
minutes.
why it always led to somebody just screaming in the background. God damn it!
Oh, dude, we did it. Yeah. The best one I ever had was a friend of mine. Now, mind you, we were all like poor, right? We all had like shit jobs. Like I worked at like ABC warehouse selling like TVs and fridges and stuff. I had another friend that sold pools and spas. But I think everyone had that one friend that actually had like a legit business job, like where they were like they worked in like an office. We would put a Smirnoff Ice into his briefcase, right? Because he'd just grab his briefcase, take off in the morning. And then around like lunchtime, we'd get like a screenshot of him taking a picture of the Smirnoff Ice in his briefcase and be like, "Fucking hate you guys. I'm going outside right now." And then we get a picture of him down on one knee, chugging it back.
Can I ask a panel question? And this is a legit question, right? So my assumption is that all you guys live in a big city. And I only say that because I live in a big city and I feel like you guys kind of talk like you're in a big city. Does anyone live in a medium or like a very small town type of situation, or have you?
I'm in Royal, Illinois.
Yeah, CT's in Times Square, bro.
Yeah, I live in New York.
Yeah. Okay. So this is
No,
more,
Lift.
towards
I'm
the
kidding.
medium-
Lift.
Oh,
I live
What?
in a town of 3,000 people in Ohio.
Oh shit, that's less than me.
Yeah.
So can you, or for the people who don't live in a big city, right? Can you explain what life is like? Because obviously, I have opinion or what I think. I have a thought about how you guys live your life, right? And you have a thought about how I live my life. And I'll be honest, I don't know medium or small cities. Like, if I had to say it, I think that they're probably cousin fuckers or something, but I'm not sure. But what?
You live in a big city. You're
I
a
think
cousin
you
fucker.
live. I think you live your life in a one-bedroom apartment that is padded walls.
I think you mainly have it right. Lots of banjos in Ohio, and it was a miracle that CT ended up with Bryn and not married to his sister. Do you have a sister, CT?
Listen. First of all, I have
He
two.
went to Portland with her.
I have two. I have two half sisters, so it's barely been legal. First of all,
That don't count in the country I know.
no. I will say this, and I've said this before on this panel, and I'll say it again. The one thing that I absolutely love about living in this fucking state is that everything that affects the rest of our country first, it hits here about 10 years later.
Sorry, I'm not trying to dox you or anything. Like, I'm not give me an equivalency if you don't want to give me your state. Just give me an idea, because I don't know what type of environment you live in.
If anybody wants to, because I don't actually give a shit at this point. I've already had Crustable and Patriot and everybody else throw out my information out there.
What?
Yeah, I don't care.
That's
yeah.
I think I've got to do it, CT. Half sisters, is that what country folk call just the tip?
Oh my god!
No. Listen, we call them the first. We call them the first experience.
Oh my god!
I cannot.
High school sweetheart. I'm trying to get you. What is life like in those? And you, so I would say that's a medium city, Chat CT. If there's 3,000 or 6,000 or however many you said, that would be like medium, right?
3,000 is like tiny.
So what is
a medium city is like 30,000, which is
a small town would be like 900.
No,
right?
That's miniature towns. Those are the ones that if you go through them,
those are villages.
You took a breath and you're already through it.
Yeah, you're talking about villages when you're talking about 900. 3,000
first of all, I know what I'm talking about because I Googled this, right? And so
nice.
Small towns is around 900. Like, that's very small towns, right? Medium would be 30,000 or less, maybe 30,000, 2,000.
Sure.
And then large obviously are the cities.
So I'll tell you what.
I'll
give everybody a nice little tidbit here. It's a little bit later, not super late. But again, my information's already been put out there. My name's been put out there. Where I work's been put out there. I don't care. Look up. It's called Delphos, Ohio. DELPHOS.
The fact that I never heard of it, I know it's small.
Yeah. So go ahead and
it's small because it fits your definition, Lift. Are you fucking kidding me right now? You said from 900 to 30,000, and CT says this town is 3,000. That qualifies for small. Are we having this conversation?
3,000 is small. Okay, yes, 3,000 is small. I thought he said 30,000.
And
love of God.
Well, hold on. Where I live is just outside of Delphos.
It's even smaller.
Yeah, it's smaller. So Delphos is roughly like 8 or 10,000. We live just outside of that, which is Perry Township. That's 3,000. So yeah, where I live in the country is around 3,000. We have our own representation. Delphos is the closest small town we live next to, and then we live just outside of Lima, Ohio. So yeah. Lima, Ohio has
it was Lima.
33. It's spelled like Lima, but it's pronounced Lima.
Here's what I heard about towns your size, right? I heard that everyone knows exactly where you are all the time, and that people talk behind your back all the time. Is that true?
No. So I came from even a smaller town than where I live now. I came from a place called Lafayette, Ohio. I graduated with like 51 kids. There were only 1,200 residents.
51 kids? That's crazy.
Yeah, per class. And
that's actually a huge ass. That's a lot of kids per class.
No, 51 per grade, not per class.
Graduating class. So his graduating class was 51 kids.
Yeah. Like I come from, again, very, very rural Ohio. So, cornfields. That's what we got, man.
Hey, me too, man. Cornfields.
Yeah, that's what we do.
Like you tip cows and shit.
But what was your? Yeah. Did we what?
You tip cows? Is that like
once in high school?
Well, no, tipping cows isn't a real thing.
This isn't Tommy Boy, man.
Yeah,
Dude, in my town we did, and it was like we did.
Somebody ran into a cow, pissed them off, and they ran away. Nobody tips a cow. They weigh fucking 900 pounds.
It's hard.
You have to understand how little people from large cities understand about like rural life.
Where are you from? Where are you from? First of all, where are you at? Like, just state.
The greatest city in the world.
What's
God,
that?
is it New York?
Of course.
I hear the best coffee in the world is there. Alf told me.
Well, I will tell you this. If you're from New York, here's the one thing that hasn't hit us yet that left New York 50 years ago. Every time I'm on a live like this talking, right, I have to mute up a lot. You know why? Because there's some old fucking 1984 fully restored like Fox body Chevrolet 2500 that's driving down the road with a nice muffler system on it. There's usually a trailer attached to it with like 3 15-year-olds sitting in the back of the bed with some mowers. They're going to go cut some old lady's lawn. Mm-hmm. When I tell you like the things that I love about my state is the fact that like I still get little pieces, little nods to like the 80s and 90s of like just neighbors helping neighbors. I still have that. My neighbor across the street, 7 years old, she lost her husband 2 years ago. And she comes over and will ask for like, can your husband come over and help me just hang this thing or do this Christmas? Like,
oh, that's so cute.
We still have neighbors. We still have people we care about. We still have farmers. I have huge ass trees in my yard. Like we're talking like 100 footers. I had a tree come down last year, right? And I was like looking online. I'm like, fuck, how can I take care of this? How is this not going to cost me $1,000 to clean up? My neighbors just showed up with chainsaws and trailers, and they were like, nope, I can use this.
It's a rural area, though. You know that happens in large towns and the city, right? Probably more so. But,
does it? I don't know, because, again, I only live in my little podunk town where our neighbors do come together, and they're like, hey, our neighbor has a tree down that just blew up his fence, and we're going to go over there and help him clean that shit up. And I do the same thing. When I see a neighbor in stress, I just show up and like, hey, we haven't maybe talked. Never met you, but how you doing? How can I help you all out? I live in a different world than most of America does right now.
How many stoplights you got, CT?
In Delphus?
Yeah.
One.
have you ever lived in a city, Chat CT? Like a
4.
large city?
The biggest city I ever lived in, which wasn't really a city, we have a little island up north called Put-in-Bay. It's more of like a party town kind of thing. But there's a lot of people there. Yeah, well, no, it's not a college town. It's a vacation spot.
Mm-hmm.
I actually lived in, what the fuck was that town called? I can't remember where Miller's Bay is, but yeah, I was dating a girl for like 7 months. I quit my job. I was 17, and I didn't give a shit. I had like $6,000 in the bank, so I just went and partied and Put-in-Bay for like 9 months, blew all my money, and that's who I was. I was a musician when I was younger. That was how I made money. I traveled and I played music. So,
Those are on the street.
Everywhere.
On the street.
No, yeah, I used to.
Dude, on the street performance.
No, I used to sell outside of Walmart's, and I would make like $300 a day. And when I was like, again, 17, 18 years old, fuck. What are you gonna do with $300? You're gonna buy beer. You're gonna buy drugs.
I heard something else about small towns, right? I heard that their aspirations are relegated to, hey, I want to be a miner. Hey, I want to be a farmer. I want to work on a farm, stuff like that. I heard that small towns, they have very low aspirations for what they want to do in life. Is that
where I live? Farming is generational.
Well, no, hold on. Well, first of all, nobody's a monolith, right? I went to school with a kid named Nick Dunn. You can look this kid up. I think they credit him for being from Lima, but he's not actually from Lima. He was from Lafayette, where I grew up. He works for NASA now. He's a
Pretty low
fucking
aspirational, if you ask me.
yeah. No, I'm just saying like
very few and far between, right?
but that's what I'm saying is like nobody's a monolith.
But it's not really that few and far in between because there's 3 people from my town who apparently work for NASA now. Several of them have sold apps that have been worth like $4 or $5 million.
Yeah, well,
A lot of them work for companies like Boeing and Worldwide Technology and are pretty high up.
well, Ohio is like the perfect example, right? We have created more presidents and more astronauts than any other state in the world. Like we have
So Ohio's so bad, people just want to leave the
they
fucking
just want
world.
yeah.
If you think about it, if you have like just a few people from a small town like achieve monumental success in their life, like that's a huge percentage compared to like a mid-sized city. Like I'm in Richmond, right?
Per capita, yeah.
So per capita, they're doing probably hitting more home runs. I would think like, and I can't speak for myself. You know, I grew up in small or mid-sized cities, but lots of my cousins all over the country, really. But the ones I'm closest to are in Orange, and I remember they had like maybe a couple stop signs. Like this is the city size where my first cousin called me up, like, "Hey man, we got our Burger King." Like that size town, you know.
Well, I will say
McDonald's. I was stoked.
we do only have 4 fast food restaurants. We have an A&W root beer. We have a Taco Bell.
You still got a Fuddruckers, don't you? Tell
Nope,
me you do.
no Fuddruckers. We got or no wait, I'm sorry. We just added.
You have Long John Silver's.
Nope.
I know that.
Nope.
Oh.
I'm telling you.
UDF?
Nope. No UDF. Here's what we got: McDonald's, Taco Bell. We just added Hardee's last year inside of a Love's gas station that got built.
We added a Hardee's? That's
Yeah, but it's attached to a Love's gas station, so it's right off the highway.
I don't know what Hardee's is.
We also have one of those, which is
And then we used
You got a
we used-
Buc-ee's?
Nope, no Buc-ee's. Nope, no Casey's. Love's is the biggest station that we actually have, but we all go to a place called The Point.
Isn't Love for
because
truckers mainly?
yeah, Love's is. And I ain't gonna lie, people fought against it like a motherfucker. The church owned the land. The only reason that the church actually gave up the land was because they needed funding because obviously like plate collections have been down.
Why the fuck does church need land? All they need is a building.
No, they need money. They need revenue.
Yeah, but they don't need the land.
No, they
Easy
had,
sell.
but they already own the land. I was thinking they bought it 100 years ago. But that's what I was saying. Is like
They don't need it.
Funds are down. You got to still make sure the electric gets paid, but it is what it is. But no, yeah. Again, when I tell you I'm from a small town, I could drive you. And again, I don't even live in this town. I live fucking 20 minutes outside of it. I'm in the country, so I'm in fucking BFE. You try to drive up in my house, trust me, I'll see you coming. But I consider myself a part of that town because that's where my girls go to school. That's where my wife's from. Like, we're a part of that. People know us. I coach.
Why do you want to
softball.
live there? Why do you want to do that?
I do.
In a city where you become a nobody and you can do whatever you want and it's forgotten the next day because you have a million other people. Like,
No.
like why do you choose to live that life?
Oh, dude, you know why? Because
No, that's why I
everybody.
asked.
No, because everybody knows everybody.
Why do you want that?
No, it's amazing.
Years.
Think about this. Every place you go, right? Good, bad, or indifferent. You don't get to go into a gas station without saying hi to your neighbor. You don't get to go get your hair cut without somebody asking you about, oh, did you hear about Barbara?
Sometimes you don't want to do that.
I don't know why you
don't.
wouldn't. No, hold on. I don't know why you wouldn't. Why would
pretty
you want to live?
easily.
Why would you want to be such a small fish in such a large bowl?
Because there are plenty of fish in the sea, right?
I found my fish in the sea. I married her 20 years ago.
Okay, well,
I'm good.
That's not what I was implying. What I'm saying is that like plenty of fish could be anything. It could be friends. It could be like people that you meet. It could be anything, right? But you don't want to do one wrong thing in your little small town and be forever known by it. And
What
if you
am
live in a big city, you
what
have
wrong-
that. Also, if
wait,
you have a
wait.
niche interest in like some weird shit, right?
No,
you
no,
can
hold
find
on.
that in a big city.
I don't live in fear of doing the wrong thing.
No, and if you were to do that in small towns, there's always
Everyone does something wrong.
it's just like Celebrity World. There's always somebody to do something dumber the next day that's a bigger deal in tiny towns.
Yeah, buddy, I've been coaching girls softball for 3 years. Like every year my daughter's been in it, right? Like people know me in this town. And I love that. When I'm out shopping and I'm just picking up like some fucking mac and cheese and some hot dogs or something for the weekend, people will be like, "Coach."
I was gonna say,
Like,
"Hey, coach."
yeah, they do. They're like, "Hey, coach."
Oh, terrible.
We got people here that, like, again, they have old Fox body Mustangs. They got old fucking Chevy Silverado. Like, I'm so glad that I don't live like I understand the importance of, especially being a liberal. I completely understand the purpose and the reasoning of people wanting to be in big cities, but as somebody as somebody that understands what being liberal actually means, liberal means freedom. Liberal means away from, the separation of, the lack of fucking having governments on us. Liberal's been
you're not a minority, so there's certain
hold
things
on, Lift. Liberal has been fucking turned in this whole fucking thing about like government overreach and all this other bullshit. Liberal used to mean freedom of, separation of. It used to mean leave us the fuck alone. That's what the fucking boot shiner runners used to fucking stand for. That's what liberal used to be. Progressives were like the founding fathers. We represent ourselves. That somehow has been misconstrued and fucking changed into something fucking that it's not. I live in the most liberal goddamn fucking state and city I can think of. More so than California, more so than New York. Ohio,
BS.
you can just do whatever the fuck you fucking want. If I want to have a gun, grow some weed, marry my fucking gay best friend, do whatever the fuck I want, I can do it. When I look at all these other
You've never been to Oakland before. You can do whatever you want in Oakland.
Well, I got some
Heard that
friends.
before.
I got some friends from Oakland that would disagree.
Look, there's something else that you have to understand is that somebody else. I think I've been talking a lot. So somebody else was talking. I cut them off. You want to go?
No, you're all good. I don't think
No, you're good.
Court, you want to say something?
No, you're good.
I have to gather my thoughts. Somebody please fucking say something.
Okay, I will. So, living in a small town, yes, it does sometimes suck when everybody knows you and you literally can't leave the house looking like absolute crap without running into people that you know. And then you're like, oh man, I thought I was really going to get away with it today. As a female, that does suck. Back in the day, living in a small town in high school, growing up like that, we used to backroad it, and that is what we did for fun. We would actually have certain bridges that were on back roads that we would bring a keg to and shut it down. We had the Gates of Hell, which is this like 7 like railroad gate things that you can drive under. It's a big deal in my area, which we would shut all of those down and we would go to barns for parties. That was what small town was. Like we would pull people over with my dad's firefighter lights. No joke.
Let me ask you a question.
I'm not gonna lie to you. My senior year, a girl that was in my class, her town was we had one town sheriff. We didn't have a department. we had one sheriff, and it was her older brother. Her name was Sarah, and I guarantee you, I haven't looked her up since we graduated in 2006, but she had a a Jonathan Taylor Thomas hair part. She was a farm girl, not pretty. I promise you, if I looked her up, I bet you if I looked her up right now, she played basketball, she played volleyball. She was 6'2", very unattractive girl. Almost guaranteed, she moved to like a big city, and I would almost guarantee. And I know this sounds so stereotypical. I would almost guarantee you that she's living her life as a man. I've never looked her up. I've never cared to. I don't give a shit. The people I went to high school with.
There's something else that I read about small towns, right? And,
so Lift, you heard me like right in the middle of like saying something, right?
Bro, you've been talking for like 30 minutes.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep talking, but I don't care. In that again, that's just me like stereotyping, saying that's probably how I felt like Sarah Fields is living her life. I could be completely wrong. I could be like 100. I've never looked in 20 years. I've never looked. She could have maybe gone the opposite way. and
You
gone and
said
gotten like
6'2", I thought model.
Possibly, and you know what? We'll
no,
never
she
know.
was built.
We'll
She was a
never
farm.
know.
No,
But
she was she was a farmhand. Like we were all farmhands. Every single one of us kids were. But I'm just saying, her brother was the only town sheriff. His name was Steve. They literally knew that we were going to be. We had a water facility plant for our senior
Word.
party. Yeah, and so literally,
No,
Steve.
I was saying that sarcastically.
Yeah, yeah. Lift. I'm still talking. Thanks, appreciate
Yeah,
it.
you've been talking for 30
Yeah,
minutes.
and I'm gonna keep on.
Hang on, hang on,
It's been
Lift.
20 seconds.
Hang on, Lift.
Lift. Every time you interrupt me, I'm going to talk for another 30 minutes. So rack it up.
Yeah. Oh shit!
Oh,
It's been a
there's
fucking
30
hour and a
more.
half.
There's 30
That means
more
you're-
right there.
That means
Look
you're
at
down to 15 seconds.
Nope,
At this
30,
point.
30 more minutes right there. You want to do it again?
Yeah. Please start
Oh,
from the beginning.
30 more
In
minutes.
the beginning.
Now I got an hour.
In the beginning, the universe, there was a big bang, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Is that where
No,
you're
I
starting?
appreciate it. Shut up. So either way, our senior year, like I said, we're again small town. Sarah's brother Stephen was the only sheriff we had. He literally, our senior party was held at the water treatment plant, very like dazed and confused style. We had like the big tower and everything, surrounded by cornfield. And he literally came down as a cop and was just like, listen, I know you guys are drinking. I know it's your senior year. I know you guys are going to party. This is your senior party. If anybody leaves this water treatment plant, I'm pulling you over. I'm arresting you. Your parents are going to pick you up in the morning. 2 people left. And guess what? He didn't do that. He literally made sure they got home safe. Like, that's the small town shit I'm talking about. Is
No,
like,
that's how ours was, but we had more cops. But my mom worked for the city and was a city administrator, and my dad was the chief of the fire department. So they all knew what we were doing, and they would always alert us to any like stops that were going on. Always.
all I'm saying is some people is like,
And we had
when-
teachers show up to a lot of our parties.
when you guys talk about like this America, like, or like the I look back to like when I grew up and I'm like, man, I wish my kids could have that. For sure, like we have tablets and we have the internet and we have all this shit. But I also have my girls out there like in our field, right? Picking up rocks. I also have our girls out there with our burn pile. Like, I don't want them to be so fucking. I could never imagine living in like New York City or Chicago.
You're not stuck in the city, dude. You can travel to places where you can do that. You can travel. You have,
Can you let Stargazer up? She's my favorite.
you have multiple areas that you can go to. You're not. Sorry, what, Mojo?
I just asked if we can stop. That was a long ass fucking story.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, Mojo. I'm
then
just
what?
glad, I'm just glad to
You
live
should
in a
say
place
sorry,
where,
lift and shift as well, because I did fucking
Because
listen to half that shit.
fuck off, lift and shift.
Okay, this is really important. This is really important. Lift and shift. Why are you so? What are you doing so wrong that you're afraid to live in a small city?
First of all, I'm never going to live in a small city, and here's why. And this is what's trying to get to this point is because I believe that you're a product of the place that you live in, right? And if you live in a small town, your aspirations are drastically reduced. If you live in a big town, you come across people, right? You come across people who are massively rich. You come across people who don't do a lot with their lives. You come across all of it. If you live in a small town, you come across a majority of the people who aspire for not very much. You come to the city, you see a whole range of it,
Wait
and
a
you
minute.
decide,
Have you
hey,
ever
maybe
lived
I
in
wanna
a
do
small
that.
town? Have you ever
I
lived in
did
a small
research.
town?
I did research about small towns.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, well then shut up because you don't know what the fuck.
No, I'm not
you're
going to
talking
shut up
about.
because I did research. Did you do research?
Lift,
I'm-
Lift, you said you're
There's a
from.
lot of people in my town, my small town, that have achieved a
No,
great
the fact
deal.
that you're arguing with me says that I did more research than you did, and you know what? That's because I came from a big city.
This is so
able to
ridiculous.
do
What is
research.
happening right now?
This is a
didn't
dumb
have
point,
to
but Lift,
research
He said he
anything. I lived
Googled. What
here.
the hell
have a-
is happening right now?
I have like a New York question for you. Are you
Sure.
a Mets or Yankees fan?
Yankees, dude. This is a
All
fucking.
right, cool.
Why would I be a Mets
I'm
fan?
not done. Are you a Jets or a Giants fan?
Why would I ever? First, none. I'm actually Eagles fan.
Oh God, this is embarrassing. So the reason why I asked is that typically working class people and blue collar jobs are Jets and Mets fans.
No, you're absolutely wrong because every Jets fan I know are actually fucking way up the work scale. They're making loads of money. They're just always depressed about when it comes to sports, and that's fine.
You know what? The thing that I always love about being different and raised from large city folks is that inevitably, I think a lot of the economy may crash at some point. You guys don't know how to live poor.
Yeah.
We thrive in it.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. And you know what? You're probably
And
wrong
what?
about that.
And what?
You're probably wrong about that because
No, I'm not.
because here's the thing.
You think you're gonna buy your way into shit?
Well,
when it comes to
question,
people
or
being
you
able
Where are
to
the
fix things,
projects at?
or
You got the
collect
projects
things,
in Ohio. You got the projects in Ohio, not in Chicago. I'm talking about in your
So
little
you
tiny
also have
podunk
projects
town.
in
You
New
got the
York City.
projects. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm on your side in this list. You got the projects,
sorry.
CT,
yeah, I grew up in the projects.
in
Projects
a big
in
town
Idaho.
or a small town?
I told you about Lima, Ohio. There's about 30,000 people. I think it's the 8th largest city. I lived in that town until I moved and met my wife.
Yeah, well, I mean that's what I'm saying. Is like poverty is also in big towns too.
They are resourceful, but I will say this: resources fall apart when there is not economical movement. When you move out into the country and you learn how to fucking grow your own vegetables, grow your own fruits, you learn how to have fucking trade and barter systems with people that have nothing else as well.
You're
That is
mistaken
not
to
the
think
same.
that New York City first can't acclimate way quicker because they are way faster thinking than people from Idaho or Ohio, whatever. First, we can acclimate to the environment way faster. Second of all, because it takes a way lot more intelligence to work the financial systems than it does to grow a little pepper or whatever or
Hey,
lettuce.
Liv, can I ask
It's
you a
not that
question?
it's not that complicated to do that. It is far
Liv.
more complicated. Takes way more education. That's why you need a degree to get into these financial systems that exist in big cities.
Sure.
So wait, do you think small town people don't have a degree?
Wait, hold on. Let's find out. Lift. Let me ask you a question. Let's say the economy crashes, right? You've been driving your car for a while and you need an oil change. How many quarts do you need to put into your vehicle to have an oil change?
Bro, and here's the thing. Here's how you work around it, right? First, I know how to drain it. What you do is you keep putting in oil, and then you check the oil stick, and once it gets to the fucking area in the middle, then you know you're good. And here's the thing: you're laughing, but I'm fucking right. That's the workaround to how to do it. I don't need to know how to work a tractor.
It doesn't last that long.
I
Do
know how
you know
to
what
fill in
happens?
oil.
That's not how that works, buddy.
That is how it works, dude.
You can't keep checking the dipstick and just adding more oil and expect to never do an oil
He
change.
lives in a. He doesn't have to know. He lives in a city. He lives in a walkable city. That's
Yes, which
pretty
is
amazing.
I agree with that, but I feel like he would be the grasshopper and we would be the ants.
No, hold on. Here's the problem.
What does that mean?
Is that if we're talking about like economic collapse, or we're talking about the idea of like shit breaking down, if you can't fucking chat GPT or Google AI your fucking response, does anybody in this world know how to do fucking anything or how to work on a fucking engine?
You're mistaken if you think that everyone does that.
Anything?
You just need a horse. Can you ride a horse, lift and shift?
No, he can't.
No, they're taking them all and they're putting them out for slaughter.
I grew up in a city, and in the city that I'm in, a couple cities away, there's they call it Seahorse Ranch. Pretty cute because we're California, so we're on the coast, and they do riding lessons. I took riding lessons.
I love
There's a lot more opportunity.
But I'm not against a big city and I'm not against a small town. I just live in a small town.
Here, let's just a representative point where you talk about oil change, and I told you how it could be done. I know how to drain the oil, and I know when you fill it, like what level it needs to be when you pull out the dipstick in your engine. So I could easily solve your issue. You cannot do accounting. You don't know how to do entries. You don't know how to do financial markets. You don't know how to do that, and you can't do that. There is no dipstick that you can pull out to figure out if you're right or wrong.
Yeah, again, we're talking about when the economic market crashes, internet's gone, right? Survivability in the world. You can't survive in the world without somebody providing you for you. No, you can't. You don't know how to grow. You don't know how to grow anything. You don't know how to fix anything.
Dude, you think I don't have a fucking garden? You don't think I know how to grow?
I think you outside of a fucking .com dies.
Listen, you're just a virgin who can't even drive yet.
You are misinformed and don't know shit. You know,
But I
so
think it's
so
funny that you think that we don't have an education or a degree or maybe a trade certificate or anything of the such. We are just podunk and have nothing, like, and didn't go to school and didn't get a degree. But you're mad because I had to tell you what a dipstick was?
I was the one who fucking mentioned the dipstick. What the fuck? I said the little fucking stick that you put in your oil engine. Look,
A
because I
dipstick.
don't know the name does not mean I don't know how to work
Well,
it.
I mean, that also
That's where
tells
you're
me that,
wrong.
like,
That's
you
where
don't know
you're
what
completely
plants you can
wrong.
eat. You don't know what
Yeah.
berries you can or cannot eat.
You don't
I
know
got
when
you
to
all
actually
beat.
check. You don't know how to track the fucking migratory patterns of fucking deer, gophers, raccoons. You don't know when
I
the
don't give a
fucking
fuck.
hunting
That's
season's
why
good.
I can pay someone to do that for me, dude.
Oh,
I don't
Exactly. You're the grasshopper, we're the ants. It's
no.
the
I'm
ant
the
and
one.
grasshopper.
First of all, no, you're wrong.
No, it would be because you can't pay me to do that. If the economic system crashes, your money means shit.
Yeah, like I said, you're .com. You're a .com baby. That's how you survive.
No, here's the thing. You know what?
That's it.
Because our
So your
intellect
money
is
can't
higher,
buy your way
we
to
could
live.
quickly figure it out how to do it. First of all, I'm also friends with my neighbors, so I can also
Google's
get their
gone
help.
though.
Look,
Wait. You
People
think
used
you're
to figure it
wait,
out.
hold on. You think that you're going to pay the
you're
people that
built
know how
for a
to hold on?
nomad life,
No, what he's saying is I'm
and
going to
I'm
pay
built
the
for a
guys that know
society
how to
life.
survive, right? Guess
Yeah,
what?
money means nothing.
When money collapses, right? Because we're on a fiat system, it'll be the first thing that goes in the digital age. You have no fucking chance.
Yeah, do you understand that in the ancient Egyptian times, they still had fucking accountants? Like, they still had they needed people to do that? You
It
understand
wasn't
that?
You
based. It
think that
wasn't
we
based
don't know
on
how to do
monetary value.
accounting?
It was based
Yeah,
on
you don't know a
resources.
fucking clue about how to do it because you don't have a degree in that.
No,
How
it's
do you know
based.
that I don't have a
You
degree in that? How do you know
you
what my
are
degree is
special.
in?
I can tell by the way you're talking.
How do you know what my degree is in?
Because
What
Because
do
if
I
I
do,
tell you what
Mickey
it's in,
Mouse?
you'll
based
actually be
on
fucking shocked.
What do I do? What does Court do? What does Chat do? What does Tennis do? By the way we talk. What do we do? Oh, Chat. Could you let everyone's dad up? He's screaming in the
Yeah,
comment.
what do you think I do? I don't think he has an idea.
Yeah.
no, actually, I literally don't have an idea. Of
Yeah,
anything.
that
Just add in real quick.
What do you think I do?
I think that
I just want to add in
hunt
real
shit and
quick.
you live in a rural area and you probably work for a bottling company.
A bottling company?
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Fuck, I
All right,
wish.
Lyft. As a fellow accountant, let me hold your hand while I tell you this. There's only two acceptable answers to, like, what would you do if the economy collapsed? You would either, like CT, say, I know how to grow, I know how to hunt, I can track the migratory patterns. These people have been living in a state of like economic collapse for a large part in small towns from a structural point, right? But that's the first acceptable answer. The second acceptable answer is, I don't know how to do any of that. I would find the people who do, and I would take what they have. So yes, there's no way you would survive in an
I
economic
would survive, and
collapse.
here's why.
Well, no,
That's it. Good night.
The smartest people in prison,
Bye,
right? They
everyone.
thrive.
No, no.
They thrive. I'm just giving you an example, right?
Actually,
Most
everyone's
people
at. He actually
in
just
prison,
mentioned it. Like
they thrive.
prison, they would grab the
Give me
prison
an example.
pocket, right? They would become
No,
somebody's bitch for
no,
survival.
no, that's not how it works.
Oh,
No.
Yes, it
nice. You
is.
could survive that way. That would be a good way to survive, lift and shift. Honestly, I got kids. I would do anything for my kids. I'll
Exactly.
survive that way. If I gotta do it, I'll do it.
That is
There's
the
no
two
shame
ways.
in it.
That is the two ways of survival.
Not where I was going with that.
That's exactly the two ways of survival.
Not
You
where I
either
was going
fucking
with that.
know how to hunt, survive, fix, and do things, or you fucking grab the pocket of the fucking guy that fucks you in the ass every night. That's it.
No,
No shame
you're
in it,
absolutely
Lift. I
wrong.
mean,
Because first of all,
do what you gotta do, man.
First of all, I watch a lot of Naked and Afraid, so I can probably fucking survive in my own.
Oh, dear.
Second of all,
This is
second
a
of all,
joke, right?
I'm
This
saying-
has to be a joke.
No, I do. So I know how to build fish baskets. I know how to do
Oh, dear
pretty
Lord.
much everything. But that's not the point. The point is that essentially, people who are in these advanced education fields, they got there because they have how do you say it? They have
Money?
Time.
Time?
They are able to learn
Mommy
at
and
a quicker
daddy?
rate than people who are just farming, right?
You
And
know
so
what?
you can
We're
learn
not
those
just
trades very
farming.
easily. All you have to do is say like, hey, you know what? teach me what we do. I'll teach you what I do, whatever. And you learn it way quicker, and you can build your own. You can do your own thing. You don't
Who's
need
going to want to teach you when you're being a dick to them?
Hold on, Lift. Do you know who came from? Do you know who came from
It's
the
a nice
city
to have. It's not a
I
need to
live
have.
in? Neil Armstrong is from the town I live in. Tell me you can't get any smarter than that.
Wait, you grew up in Walpock?
If the economy collapse, I'll tell you what. These are the states that are going to do well, right? New York, California, and Texas, and probably one of those random ass states that ChatGPT is from.
Wait, hold on. Stop. We're seeing it real time right now, right? We're seeing people get away from the idea of stocks and bonds because they're like, wait a minute, this shit's easily manipulated. It's stupid. There's still a ton of people that are going to make tons of money off of
It's not easily manipulated. It's
Easily.
actually quite complicated. It's
I
actually
knew I
really
had
hard
this
to
picture.
manipulate it.
Super easily manipulated. But
No, it's not
See, look at
super
my
easy.
picture.
But what you're seeing in masses is people starting to actually watch these young kids. Watch them start their like mowing service groups. Watch. It's fucked. Everything's fucked. I want to learn how to survive. I want survivability because we understand the world that we're living in, the economic system that we've established, the way that we are fucking isolating ourselves from foreign trade. These young kids are realizing that shit. You watch it on TikTok, on fucking YouTube, on Instagram. These young kids are being like, listen, I'm tired of fucking paying a dude $300 to get a haircut every fucking day. I'm going to do it myself. I can't imagine paying a kid $400 fucking dollars to come change a tire. I'm figuring it the fuck out. There are young kids that are buying 60s models cars because they're like, I don't need all that computer shit. I don't need the cameras and the
I'll
sensors
agree
and
with
all
you
that
on the
shit.
computer shit.
Yeah,
Hold on.
there are
We
people like looking
we
at
saw end of
themselves.
the world shit like happen recently, right? Within the last decade. We saw COVID and we saw how New York handled that. Y'all were fucking building mass graves. Like, I mean, it's just subjective. Like, it just wouldn't be well. We didn't see that type of, death like that in rural cities.
Well, and that's the worst
Like,
part.
just numbers alone is like they survive better because they aren't around as many people.
Well, people in our country don't even realize how important like plastic imports are.
Listen.
Oh, man, it's a pain in the ass, too.
Hold on, Left. 1 second. 1 second. I think he's just all right being this kid in this picture holding a pocket. This is where it originally came from. Scared straight.
Okay, I can't fucking see shit. Well,
He's holding that man's pocket.
I know somebody who is that little kid show that like if you're a bad little kid, your parents
It
send
was
you to
called
jail?
Scared Straight.
Yeah,
I know
it
somebody
was
who was
like
on that show.
during the times of wilderness camps.
It was aired once on MTV. And, like, they took these kids to maximum like security federal penitentiary. Like these were like schmurderers, like real fucking people. They'll tell them the crimes that they committed, and then one kid was like, "I stole a bike," and that's where Tom Segura is just like bikes.
Dude, I'll tell you the one thing that I am most proud of as a parent.
peanut butter
is
and
that
jelly.
Even when we have like money, right? Which I'm not saying we always do, but even when we have money, we have never raised our girls to think that like we constantly have money, right? Like rich parents are like, do whatever, break whatever, have fun, whatever, do whatever. It's great. We'll take care of it. Those parents are fucking detrimental to society. My children will never go without. They will never not have whatever the fuck.
Here's
they
the
need.
difference between you and people like me. Yeah, I'll tell you. I'm about to lecture you. Oh, I said but. I thought you said what. I thought you said what. I thought you said what.
Oh my goodness.
I thought you said what. I thought you said what. I thought you
Let
said
him
what.
finish.
I thought you said what.
God damn,
Please,
stop.
please.
God damn. But the difference is that our girls will also earn things, right? They will also work for things. They will also figure out how to fix things. When they fuck something up, I'm like, no, we're not just going to throw that away. I'm going to teach you guys how to fucking fix it. Their bikes. Right now, I actually am working on a fucking scooter that we got for my daughter for her birthday like 3 months ago. It's got a weird air code. She asked her mom, she's like, can you just buy me another one? I'm like, let's figure it out. Let's tear this shit apart. Let's figure out where that code's coming from. That's what we should be teaching our children. Stop giving up on
First of all, I don't think you would contribute to society because I think you would be busy just talking to them and not actually doing your job. Second of all, I think that you would probably survive.
Funny story. I don't care.
It really shows that you live in fast-paced New York. By the way that you're speaking and how fast you're speaking, it really shows that you can't listen to something.
I can listen to something, and I've been listening for like 30 minutes.
I think that's ADHD. 30 minutes? Dude, he's been like talking for 20 seconds. You keep saying 30 minutes. He talks for like 20 seconds, and then you're like, it's been 30 minutes.
It feels like it's been 30.
Oh man.
It's just ADHD, man. It's all good. I got it too.
Mine's bad, and I can handle it.
I had to mute him. He was talking for 2 minutes straight.
Can I please speak?
Oh, there he goes. Another 2 minutes just talking again. God damn.
Stop it.
Yeah, lift and shift. I have no problem with you talking. Just stop complaining about how much I'm talking, right? I don't want to mute you again. But again,
How
stop.
many fucking mods am I talking to? What the hell? Why does everyone have the power to mute me?
It's not the power of anybody. It's me. I'm muting you.
I'm a anti-panelist. I'm not a mod.
An anti-panelist? What's that?
What's that?
Skatawi is here.
Are you on my side?
Yeah, no, Skatawi, we know each other.
No,
I
I
came
am
up
on
on
your
my
side.
debate panels before.
I've come across you when you're not sober, for sure.
Hey.
I'm pretty sure we met each other equally then.
Sure.
Yeah, I get it. You're a walking drunk. I got it.
I'm a walking drunk?
Yeah, you're Skatawi, right?
My name's Scotto, but I don't drink.
Oh, so you're just dumb by what? Birthright?
Hey, man, chill.
Oh, wait. But you met me when I'm drunk, you said?
Yeah, also don't say that, Scotto.
Well, yeah, sorry, I wasn't. But anyways, I was sort of trying to contend with.
If we're dealing with somebody that's inbred, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page there.
Yeah, I don't think you understand what we're saying. But anyways.
Can you explain it slowly?
No, just let him say like
Just let him
speak.
Yeah. So, like, what has been said, I sort of wanted to talk about maybe what you were originally saying, but also, just principally speaking, I don't think it's like good to. We don't have to debate about this, but like, I don't think it's principally good to like shield your children from like your overall sort of wealth and saying like you should operate as if we're poor to like demonstrate some sort of principle. I think it's detrimental actually to your kids.
No, it's about survivability. It's not about whether somebody is, trying to make people earn with it. No, it's about like, I'm not going to be here. I'm going to die. This can all go away. Can you live without me? That's the entire purpose of all beings on Earth when they have offspring. Can you survive without me? Let me teach you how to do it.
The value you set up your capital itself is shielding them from that, so it becomes confusing and disjoint. Operate under that notion.
Make the inbred defend it. So what do you mean? Like if you're rich, you shouldn't teach your kids how to survive without money?
What do you mean by inbred?
Well, I'm pretty sure that your first cousin fucked your mom.
Dude, can you chill? Can you chill with that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I hitting a fucking nerve?
No, he didn't fuck with you, dude.
Is it a relative nerve?
Well, no, it just makes you sound stupid.
Yeah, sure. Think about it before you make your next statement.
Okay, guys, let's all be adults here. We can do it.
Can I make my statement to Chastity that I've been waiting for a while and I got muted like 3 times? Can I please say it?
Well,
I'm literally in the middle of talking, bro.
I don't know how to pronounce your name down at the very bottom
I
right.
think it's 5 caught ow 3.
It's Scott Katawi. He's another fucking racist inbred. Don't worry about it.
Definitely
Well,
not
let him
racist.
finish and let him land his plane.
I think, I mean, I don't really know where to go from what I was saying. I do think
Well, then why'd you come up here? Just say what you want to say, bro.
He did say it.
We don't
Stop-
bite.
stop-
We don't bite, I
stop bashing
promise.
him.
I know, I'm
literally
not. I'm
just said-
trying, but it's just. I know. My ADHD is like kicking into hyperdrive. You gotta just like.
Dude, I
You
have
just gotta
ADHD
say it,
too.
man. You gotta live your life, and you gotta commit,
No,
and you
hold on.
gotta say it. You could do this. I'm on your
No,
side.
hold on. Let's just do what Scott
I don't think
Scott
you're on our
Katawi
side.
did right now. Go. The liberty of understanding the existence of life with the understanding of the expenditures.
Okay,
of
dude, can you stop?
understanding
Can you stop
how
fucking-
things
I will
can
hang
do
on 1
things
second, CT.
for
I will
life?
answer
Yeah,
the towel.
fucking
Can
you
I
said
bring my
nothing.
point up because this guy, he's not bringing up his point. So can I?
Well,
at
he
least?
did actually already say something, and I just wanted to address it really quick, and I'll be very fast. I honestly agree with CT quite a bit because I am that type of parent who has gone and basically given my kids everything and thought everything could just be handed to them very easily because it could be. But at the exact same time, I think that has really put some issues with them to where they don't know how to do a lot of things on their own. And they think that because they broke their iPad every time, I just need to go get them a brand new iPad. And I would rather them, I don't know, at this point, I just buy the stupid stuff off Amazon and have them fix it themselves because I feel like I've screwed them for their adult life.
Yeah, but Court, I disagree there because look, you can give them those things that were hard for you to acquire, and then the bar will raise for them to get better things than you could have gotten them. Right? It's you want to push them further and further, right? You want them to do better than you have done, right? So you give them the easy things that you have acquired, and then they will do the same thing for their own children.
No,
Right?
and I
the bar
do. I
keeps
want that for
rising.
them.
So the guy next to me is sort of outlining. I assume I forget what Mojo's original prompt was, but why I was coming up here was because I assumed like CT disagreed with just like principles of sort of like more socialism or communism, and I think it's contradictory to take a like a proposition like we should
How many?
make our, if we have
Did
a
you
certain
think
amount
about more of the
capital,
words
we
that
should
you wanna
make sure
throw
that
into
our
this
children.
fucking thing?
Let me just finish.
Can you?
Yeah, you need to think about it for a minute.
Can you let him finish?
Finish. Yeah.
Can he process his thought
Can
first?
you let
before
him
he throws it
finish?
out there?
Yeah. So if we're under this like principle of like we should build off this, well, if we're under the theory that we should build off this principle of private property, and we are trying to somehow coerce our kids into thinking that we have less private property than we actually have, it doesn't seem intuitive or like some sort of actual thing we should teach our kids. It seems like sort of a Santa Claus thing to coerce our kids into some like weird thinking. But maybe you have a different perspective.
I don't. Okay, so I don't understand what you're trying to say.
My turn. My turn.
Yeah. If you can go.
Yeah. So I guess if you're thinking about the fact that we're not talking about any of the things that you're bringing up and you just want to be a part of the conversation, I would also make the same point about the things that you're saying.
CT, don't make me turn this car around.
That you're saying.
All right, I'm going to try to answer without being a dick.
He has a speech problem, but wait, let me just like rebuttal that.
You understand that you're.
There was nothing to
dumbass
rebuttal.
person said the same thing.
Yeah.
What is such a rebuttal?
That was exactly what you just said.
I talked to like special people a lot. So I can rebuttal
Bro,
special
don't knock people if he has a speech impediment. I mean, come on.
If his
dude.
speech impediment is
that's what I'm saying.
it's not a speech impediment.
I
I
know,
have
but
no idea what the
address
fuck
his
we're
point.
talking about.
Don't address his speech
He
impediment.
came
No,
up here
that's what I'm
to
saying.
just
I'm not.
fucking
I
say
can-
words.
I can look past that. That's what I'm saying. I can look past it.
Wait, hold on.
Dude,
So if you're gonna,
dude, you're being a massive dick to him.
Yeah,
and
I'm gonna keep being a massive dick. Get over it. Suck it. What are we talking about, Scatali? What were we just
you were
talking
saying it's like
I didn't understand what you said. Civics, do you understand that shit?
basically
No,
Chad
hold on.
CT
I
saying it's
did.
virtuous.
I did.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry.
go ahead, Civics.
Yeah, I did. And I guess it comes down to what you try to talk about the pursuit of private property, right? And like that's essentially the basis of what capitalism is, right? So how do we get rid of that, or what do we do to change that? And I just think that if you look at it in the context of freedom, like it's not all about capital accumulation. It is also about, are you free to be able to try to accumulate it? Like, are your basic needs being met? Or are you living in a system where you don't have the freedom to walk away from a job or walk away from wages because you need to fucking survive at the end of the day? So it isn't just about a pursuit of private property, because you need to already have a leg up to even have that goal. For the most part, your basic survival instincts are, I need my basic needs being met. And for many people, that starts with renting, not actually owning any private property.
I feel like you missed about
That's not-
17 ums.
Yeah, that's not what I was talking about. So I was calling into contention Chat CT saying it's virtuous to create this illusion to your children that you have less
There's
capital
one.
than you actually have.
Ooh, only one in that. Not bad.
Wait,
What
is
did
that a
he
problem
say?
if I
Wait,
use
what
the
did he
word
say that led you to believe that he said he needs to convince his children that he has less capital?
Probably 3 minutes of what he was saying. So he was
2 ums.
I think that's where the misunderstanding is, though.
But I do think it's weird that he's is like I'll keep using that. Why is that problematic for you to understand?
3 ums.
Oh dear.
Yeah, is that problematic for you if I use
Yeah, go ahead and just keep saying I'm just gonna call it out on the counter.
Yeah, why is that?
Okay, yeah, but how about you understand what he's
Are you
saying?
implying that's
CT,
bad?
can you please not?
Yeah,
If I
go
use
ahead.
is that bad, CT?
Nope, go ahead.
Then why? So you're just saying stuff that's irrelevant?
Stop. Just stop. What did he say specifically that led you to believe that?
He implied he was trying to convince his children that they had less wealth than they actually have.
He implied. What did he say to imply that?
I don't need to. I don't remember. But that
He
was the
did. He did say it. He did say it though. He said something
what?
about like,
What
"Hey."
did he say?
He said, "I want to teach my daughters how to change their tires because I don't want them to have someone else to do it or pay someone else to do it." He implied basically, "I'm
That's
going
not
to keep them."
implying that you have less money. That's
What he was
teaching your
implying is that
child
you have to do things because he doesn't want people to do things for them, even if you can afford it. He wants to teach
No,
them how
that
to do
is.
poor
Oh
things.
God, that's so
That's
ridiculous.
not
That is
poor
just
things.
teaching
That's
life
learning how to
poor
do
lessons.
things. Did
Then
you just say
let him
poor things? Fixing
recapitulate
your
it
own
then.
car is a poor thing?
No, that's look, dude.
Is mowing my grass a poor
Stop
thing?
quoting me on this, but I'm giving
Stop
you the
quoting
conceptual.
you? Are you fucking
I'm giving you the
serious?
conceptual meaning of what he was saying. Okay,
No, you
that's just
can't
one
do
example.
that.
That's it.
I don't think
There's
you
no reason.
understand what he meant.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
do. He implied
No, you
exactly what I
don't.
was
No,
saying.
he's saying that he wants to
He's
teach his
not.
daughters that not everything can just be bought so easily, and it shouldn't be bought and paid for when you can easily do it yourself. So
And
he
you can
wants to
Makes no
teach his
sense.
daughters to do those
Yeah,
things. He also
that's
doesn't want his
also
daughters to use
okay.
and think that funds are limitless for them.
Wait, all
Are
right,
you
then
guys?
that's dumb. Yeah, that's really dumb to
No,
say.
That
that's
is not what
not
he said. You're
dumb.
you're
You guys aren't
covering.
understanding. So,
Even
No,
what
that's
so you don't
Court
literally
teach
what
your
said.
I
kids how
got
to
out of
do
it.
dishes. You don't teach your kids how to fold clothes. You don't
What
They
teach
don't
your
have
kids how to
chores.
garden. You
what
don't teach your
You
kids
don't
how to take care of the car. Like, what
how
the
to cook.
fuck?
How to cook.
Do
Can you
laundry.
what
teach
do you
us
think?
how to cook?
So yeah, so what do you think capitalism is? So like, if we're trying to like
How do you
What
not
no
does
have
that
to
have
shut
to
up.
do with what
No,
you
no,
change
no,
said?
no, no.
tires,
We're talking
I can
we're
explain.
talking about
I can
the
explain.
criticism. We're talking
Of
about the
changing
criticism that
tires.
we are talking about. Shut the fuck up. We are talking about the criticism that you made. Do you not teach your kids
Correct.
how to fucking cook? Or do you just teach them that we have enough money, just eat out every night?
Yeah, it's irrelevant. What you're asking, it's aerotetically.
It's not irrelevant. It goes
it
directly to the
is.
fucking
It's
idiotic point you made.
cooking versus changing tires. Do you think that's symmetrical?
It's the same fucking
Yes.
thing.
Yeah, it's not that.
Absolutely,
It's
bro.
not.
If I'm a
Oh my
listen, he said he
God.
has daughters. You
Dude,
want her
do
on
you
the
live
side of
in
the road
America?
with are you fucking can you be quiet? He has daughters. I've been in that position before where I've had to change a tire by myself on the side of the road.
Yeah,
I've been in a position where I did not know how to do that and I had to rely on some random guys coming off the side of the road to help me. Maybe CT doesn't want his fucking daughter to be in that position. This is a very normal thing to teach your kids and yet you're up here bitching about it with 75 ums in it.
And honestly, I don't want to wait 4 hours for
That is
AAA.
such a weird fucking thing to do.
I will say this.
Also,
I will say this. My children, my girls, will never be waiting on fucking mediocre fucking men like yourselves to fucking change a tire.
Or AAA.
They will just know how to do
change
it.
the tire.
My
You want to pay for them to do
girls
it?
will never have to fucking wait on a mediocre man to figure out if oil levels are well. My children will never have to wait on mediocre fucking nobodies to figure out how to get to
And
an
your
actual
children will
station.
never know how to live in a city.
Teaching them how to change
you
the
know?
tires, bro.
Real quick,
What?
CT, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Did I get what you were kind of saying correctly, or was I just like covering for you?
No, you're perfectly fine. I want you to take it even
No, I
further.
want to know if that was what you were saying earlier.
No,
Is that
no,
somewhat accurate?
I want you to take it further. I want you to understand my children will never be sitting at a defense table. They will be sitting at a prosecutor's table. They will take a piece of somebody off of them when they try to violate them. I am not raising fucking victims. I am raising people that are going to be convicted of shit. My girls will never be the fucking victim of weak men. They will only, I promise you, be the people that are being convicted of something. And I hope that they're convicted of doing something that takes a piece off of a man that tries to violate them. They will learn how to change a fucking tire. They will learn how to make sure they're not sexually fucking assaulted. They will learn how to fucking go through this life without being a fucking victim.
Chastity, why don't you put that same
That's how I
energy-
raise my girls.
Why don't you put the same energy that you put into changing oil or a tire into them getting a better education and earning
How do you
more
know
and
he
getting
doesn't
out of
do
the
that? What
getting
the
out of
fuck?
Idaho?
No. I'm
that.
gonna teach my girls that when some fat fuck like you tries to fucking rape them, they cut your dick off.
Why would I
And
even?
they have
I
to
would never
sit.
do that.
They
dude.
have to
What
sit.
the fuck is wrong with you? What is
What
wrong?
are you talking
I
about?
need to do that.
I'm teaching my
What's wrong
girls
with
how to
you?
cut your fucking dick off when you rape them.
You're dude. You have some problems, and you need to go to therapy.
I have problems.
Yes, you do.
Of all the
You need
girls
to
that
go
are
to therapy.
fucking raped in this country, you think I have fucking problems?
There isn't really. Look, if you live in a good community, not in Idaho. If you don't live in Idaho, if you don't live in Idaho, in that piece of shit country, that state that you live in, then you don't have to deal with that.
Yeah, you know what's funny?
I can't fucking deal with that shit. That was getting really annoying.
I fucking hate that guy. And
I don't
no
fucking care.
offense.
Shut the fuck up. Skatoi, do you understand how ridiculous of a fucking statement you made?
5 cot OW 3 is gone.
Jesus Christ.
But why is it weird to know how to change a tire?
It's not weird.
They think it's Pavo shit. They're like,
No,
you're
it's not
Pavos.
weird.
You know how to change tires. You're so poor.
No, it's not. It's not a poor thing. It's like, yes, I understand that. Yes, first you should teach your kids basic things like how to change tire, how to cook. Yes, those basic things. Yes, I agree. But you should also teach them like they should, they should rise above. Also, right? I'm not saying
No,
rise
they're
above
not
those
teaching
simple
their
things.
fucking kids that. That's weird though. Like you're making this assumption that they're not teaching their children that. They are teaching their children that. They're educated kids.
Yeah, but he had a whole argument about tires, oil, like simpleton things when
It's a concept, bro. Just like the way I teach my boys to do dishes and cook. Like my son, my 12-year-old, he cooks dinner for us. He also does dishes on some nights. He doesn't do it all the time because he got school and soccer
but I
and
don't
football and all
see
that
that
stuff.
energy that
But
you're
that
giving.
is the same thing as teaching your little girl how to change a tire. We're teaching them that these tasks, one, are not just gender specific. So you can do it without the help of a male or a female. You can do it on your own, be independent. And two, also that these are just life tasks that you may have to do. What if you fucking blow out a tire and your phone's dead? You can't call a tow truck. You're out there on your own. You should learn how to do these things on your own. You can also teach your kids, whilst teaching them that, how to get a good education. Right? My kids are mathletes, along with, learning how to cook and clean. It's just a part of being a parent.
Let me ask you guys a question.
Lift.
How do you?
Hold on. Lift.
Let me ask you a question, please.
Hold on. Lift.
Please, Cassidy, I heard you for a long time. Please let me ask a
Yeah,
question.
I heard you for a long time. Yeah, you're still talking.
Answer. This is directed to everyone on the panel, please.
Lift. Hold on. Stop.
No, you hold on.
No, you hold on. Do you have kids? Lift, do you have kids?
I muted him.
Bro, I'm not going to answer you anymore because you keep fucking muting.
I muted you. I muted you, and I'll do it again.
For what, dude?
I have 4 kids.
Do you have kids,
You have
Lift?
kids, Lift?
Me too. 4.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Then, again, what I was saying earlier was that I will teach my girls to not only take care of themselves, is that when they are taken advantage of, right? When they are putting in a position of like a flat tire or something like this, I'm glad I'm teaching my girls how to do this shit. That way a predator cannot come up and take care of them. And the worst part is that predator, majority of the time, is dudes that look like me and you. It's not immigrants, right? It's not people of fucking color. That's not the majority of the issue.
Predators, dude, they don't exist.
You say predators don't exist?
Not where I live. I got cut off, so not where I live.
Bro,
we don't
if
have
you look at
predators.
meganslaw.com, your city is lit up like a fucking Christmas tree.
Aren't
Are
you in
kidding
New
me?
York?
Okay, you look in New York City, but not in the Westchester area.
Yeah, the entire that place is lit
man.
up like a fucking 4th of July.
Well, here's the best part.
The richer you get, the more perverse you get. I can promise you that.
Here's the best part, and here's the best thing I'm teaching my daughter. I don't give a fuck if she's in town, if she's out of town, if she's in another state, if she's in another country. She's going to start learning how to recognize fucking problems, how to recognize fucking people that are an issue.
Let me present to you an opinion, right? And this is how I got punished, and this is how I think people should punish their own children, right?
How about you worry about yourself and don't worry about others? It's none of your business how somebody else punishes their kids.
Yeah, why are you worried about how I'm teaching my daughter how to protect herself?
I'm not. I really don't care about how you do it.
The only reason you would care is because it would stop you from assaulting her, right?
I don't assault anyone, dude. What are you talking? I'm way above that fucking pay grade or that level of thought.
Then why would you care how I teach her how to protect herself?
Well, I'm just giving you a suggestion that you should probably take.
What suggestion?
No. Why would we take suggestions from someone who supports like a predator themselves?
No, hold on, wait. What suggestion has he made?
Study a dictionary.
Yeah.
That's how you become articulate.
Yeah, hold on. What suggestion are you making?
I just gave you it.
What was it called?
Study the dictionary as a
the dictionary.
Yeah. That's what I
Are
had.
you fucking kidding me?
No,
that was your suggestion?
Yeah, Mojo, I know you're going to kick me for this.
That's how I got. That's how I got articulate.
Unless you just want to go to bed, man, then just
I,
go.
I do. I'm super tired.
Then just go.
Don't get him in trouble.
I'm not gonna report him.
That's fair. That's fair.
What you gotta say?
Just DM it to Lift and Shift.
No, just say it, dude. It's fine. They're just.
Yeah, I agree with you about lift and shift, but damn it, this is not my fucking panel. It's not the kind of panel I like to run.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
And I don't like the whole conversation tonight. You guys suck, by the way. But anyway.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I also did not want to talk to a bunch of fucking inbreds about how to raise kids. That was not my plan either.
Yeah.
Question: Was Scatali the guy that justified like marrying kids or dating kids or
Oh
something?
my god.
No, he justified fucking 16-year-old marriages because he's a fucking
Oh
pervert.
my
Who said that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was him.
Me? Are you fucking kidding?
No, not you.
The other guy.
Oh yeah. All right.
All right, Mojo.
Have a good look.
Civics, Court,
Night.
V. Love you guys. See you guys.
Love you,
Have a
night.
good night, man. I'm sorry I got pissed off.
No. Actually, you had every right to be pissed off. You know me. I love to I shotgun the fucking R word when I'm done. So kudos to you for fucking stopping me from saving it.
Thank you.
See you, buddy.
Oh god. CT, good night.
See you guys.
So I'm just confused. Your recommendation is that we teach our kids, like, don't teach them these life things, like how to change a tire or anything like that. Like, just teach them to read, like, just have them read the
A
dictionary.
more effective way of doing it, instead of teaching them how to change a tire, teach them a fucking dictionary. You know, tell them.
But do you even drive
Why
in New
can't
York?
we do both?
Send them to debate camp. Do things like that. Do things that
I do
are actually
both.
going to progress their life. Changing a tire is not going to progress their life. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Do you think that my kids don't get an
Well,
education and my kids all have a dictionary, much like I did. They highlight the words that they don't know and they go and they highlight it when they learn it.
They don't read it. They don't read it unless they are.
They don't
forced to
sit
read
down
it.
and read the whole entire thing. No, nobody wants to sit and read a bunch of words and definitions back to back.
Actually,
In alphabetical order.
That is not fun reading.
it's not fun reading, but it develops you in a way that you could not imagine.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, but they can
If
also
they're not
go-
absorbing the information, it's not going to develop them. I mean, they're not going to absorb the information because it's boring. The best thing you can have your kids do is just read a book in general, like any book that they love. Just have them read. Reading the dictionary does nothing. They're not paying attention.
Or how about giving them reading comprehension tests as well? You know, do that.
Yeah, that's lovely as well. But I just want to know, do you even have a vehicle that you utilize in New York?
Sorry, what?
Aren't schools supposed to do this? Are you talking about school?
No, I'm not talking about school. I'm talking about home parenting.
No, he wants kids to study the dictionary at home.
What
I don't want to be a governess.
Yeah,
This is not
yeah.
the 1800s.
Dude, what is that? What is crazy about that idea? You also because
No, dude, because they're
have
learning
them read
at
books,
school. They don't need to
about
learn
it.
at home.
Cut
Learning
out
at
the
home
internet.
could
Also
be
have
things
them,
like
answer
changing a
questions.
tire, learning how to cook, learning how to do laundry, learning about
Learning
CPR.
how to do your taxes.
I'll tell you
You
what
can
the
also
problem
get
with
word
it
of the day
is.
toilet paper.
That is so insignificant. when it
Hold
comes to-
on. Hi, George.
Hey,
Go ahead.
so here's the problem with it. You're punishing kids by forcing learning onto them. So generally, what that does is it creates an aversion to like learning and a curiosity
doesn't.
in their futures. Yes, it does. So yeah, that's terrible advice. You don't punish kids by
you're wrong.
forcing them to read and learn. You encourage reading and learning, and you do that mainly by reading to your kids. Like my kids are 9 and 12, and I still read to them every single night or sit with them. The older one because she doesn't want to be read to anymore, and she reads. We have a dictionary in the house. When they find a word that they don't understand, instead of like handing them the answer, they go to the dictionary and look it up. Okay. My kids play piano marvelously. Both speak 2 languages. The older one's also learning Spanish now, which is funny because I barely speak English. They are engaged in sports, in like something called Spark. It's like an acting camp, and they have like all these activities, right? But my kids are also going to learn how to change the oil, fix a flat tire, because those are life skills that we should be teaching
They are
to our
life skills.
children.
It's not skills. It's not life skills that advance your life. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
You
Just
literally
life
advance
skills.
if you know how to change a tire.
No, it
Like
doesn't. No, it
most
doesn't.
literally,
It
in the
advances
sense of the
you
word, you
the road
advance your
down 3
fucking
miles.
car
That's
if
what
you
it
can
does.
change the
No, it
fucking
doesn't. It
tire.
advances you
My
3 miles
God.
down the road
This
to
is
go
such a
to a
brain dead
mechanic to get it
argument.
So
You're
fixed.
Lift,
arguing
let me
against
give you an
learning how to change a
example.
tire. Do you know how ridiculous you sound right now?
Let me give you an
No, I know how
example
ridiculous you
of
sound, man.
how tire changing could advance your life. What if you're going for your first big boy or big girl job after college, right? And you fucking break down and you call AAA and it takes them 3 hours to get there.
It
Or you
don't take
spend
3 hours.
15 minutes swapping out the tire and you make your interview on time, land your first big job. Would that be a life skill worth having?
I'm sorry, if a job does not understand that you had a flat tire and you can get there on time, then maybe you don't want to work for that job. You know?
Yeah, I'm sure an
What
investment
is
bank with
happening?
30 applicants are all highly qualified. They'll be forgiving
My
and give you a
point
second shot at it.
It's
exists
also
though. My
time
point also
saving,
remains.
and money is time, right? Time is money. So if they're changing their own
Listen,
tire and not waiting that 3 to 4 hours for AAA, even though I pay for my kids and all
I'm
of us to
sorry,
have
if a
AAA,
job is willing to hire or not hire you based on whether you can change your own tire, then fuck that company. And also,
Well, no,
but
they're
they're
not
not going to
doing
hire you
that.
because you
They're
showed
not
up late
hiring
to
you
the
because you missed
interview.
the interview.
then fucking
This is
apply
a
for
dumb
another one. You
argument,
want a
Liv.
They
new
don't want to
job,
hear your
girl?
excuse. No
Don't
company, no
Here's another
corporation wants to hear your
example.
excuse as to
Changing
why
the
you showed
oil.
up late or didn't show up to an interview.
It doesn't
Changing the
fucking
oil
matter.
lift.
There are
Here's why it's
so
important
many
life
jobs
skill
out
to
there.
have.
Okay.
My friend's daughter,
Okay.
she got a brand new car bought from daddy. 5 years later, you know what happened to it?
Wow.
The engine
Boom.
seized up because she
Yeah.
had no idea that you had to even change oil. Life
This is
skills, man.
just,
It's not life
yeah, this
skills.
is just
You telling
weird.
me
This is
like
just weird.
You
Why are you
think
doing
reading
this,
a
Liv?
I don't
dictionary?
think he has a
Transfer.
car. I think he
When
lives
You
in
think
New York,
go
but
studying
he
a
doesn't drive.
dictionary is life skills worth having
Look,
over
listen. I'll tell
learning
you
how to
life skill.
like
I'll tell
take
you.
care
People in
of
Real
Chicago
easy.
yourself?
don't have a car either. It's fine.
Yo, everyone. I don't know your full name, but I see everyone. Uh, you go to a place, they change your oil, they put a sticker that tells you when you need to change it, and then you go back there and you get your oil changed, right? You don't have to do it manually. You don't have to do it yourself. Like
It takes me 30 minutes and it saves me
that,
$110.
Lift.
you can't
I
comprehend
know how
that,
to change my
you
oil.
can in other ways.
That's
Lift. I
$110
know how
I
to
can put
change
into an
This is
account.
such a
Lift.
brain dead argument. I can't even. I don't. Why are we even
I
arguing
don't
this with
know.
him? If he
I
don't want
need
to
to.
teach his kids shit, then that's
Yeah, don't
fine,
teach
dude.
your
Don't teach
kids.
them.
Dude,
Like,
do
just
you
They
think?
don't.
pay
I
for their
grew up
car
from the
service.
fucking
It's
hood
fine.
to making a lot of money. I know how it works at each stage of the process. Okay,
Nobody
and
cares.
you
I
are
don't
talking to
care.
me. I know you don't care because you don't fucking understand.
No,
What
I'm
I'm
telling
saying
you
is
how to
I
save
understand
money
every
and put money
process
into
of it.
savings
You
and
do
grow
not.
your money and so on
You
and
do
so
not.
forth, but
You
you
do
don't
not
give a
Yes,
shit
I
understand.
because you don't
do.
want to do anything with your hands.
Yeah, Lift. It's been 20 years since I've changed my own oil. Like, what are you talking about, man? It doesn't. You don't have to teach your kids that so they can religiously do it to save money. Or no, at some point, it's a cost benefit. It's cheaper if you're successful in life to not change your own oil and take it in for someone else to do. But it doesn't mean it's not a good life skill to teach your kids.
And it's kind of fun.
Yeah, you get the bonding, you get the experience. It's nuts. This is the hill you want to die on, man.
No, it's not the hill I want to die on, dude. It's just like I think there's so many more important things than that, right? And then you guys are all coming at me like, "Hey,
Okay.
this is
But we
Just
necessary."
can
don't teach your
do
kids
all of
this,
those
man. Just
things.
don't fucking teach your kids. Like, I don't want to. It's your
I just don't want my kids reading a dictionary front to back in one day.
How long do you think it
That
takes
is
to teach
actually way
someone
more
to
valuable.
change their oil or tire?
Sorry, what?
How
Just say
long
you
do
don't
you
know how
think
to
it
do it,
teaches
Liv.
someone to change their oil or tire?
Oil a lot longer. Tires probably not that long.
You're talking
That's
about
not an answer.
15 to 45 minutes for like either or.
You
It
don't
depends because
understand. He is so important. He makes so much money. He cannot
no, that's
spend
not
that
what it's.
time.
That's not what it's about. It's not what it's about.
And what is it about?
What's about is that like these are like basic level skills that sure fine teach them one time. First of all, also if you're going to talk about changing tires, there's so many different aspects to it that you would have to teach them. It's not worth spending time on, right? It's way better just hey call AAA because hey, what if you are on a hill, right? You're not going to teach them that, right? Because you're going to teach them how to change a tire on a flat road.
Do you
Right?
teach your kids how to tie their shoes? Do you teach your kids how to piss in their toilet and not the
I learned how
fucking
to tie my
diaper?
shoes from
Do you teach your
Roger
kids to take
Rabbit.
baths? Do you teach
Do
your
you know how
kids
to park your
to take
car
the
on a hill?
bus? Like you just teach your kids these things, Lift. If you don't want to teach your kid how to piss in a toilet and you want them to piss in their diaper, then that's on you, dude. Why are you up on a panel trying to argue about this shit with people?
You know, it's what's hilarious about it is when I do teach my kids to change a tire and change the oil in their vehicles, it will probably have been like 30 years since I've done it for myself. Well, I'm still going to do it because it's worthwhile and it'll be a fun little bonding experience
Yes, it's a bonding
Okay,
experience.
I can. You know what? I can see your perspective on that, and I won't disagree with you there. It is. It probably.
I mean, I'm thinking maybe it's just not like you said you're in a big city, so automobiles aren't like the center of your universe, but like a small town or mid-sized town, like you're stranded without a car.
Yeah.
You use
How
it to
about
do everything.
how about teaching them to if since you live in New
I
York,
just
how
think
about
I think we're
teaching
putting.
them to navigate New York on buses if the subway breaks?
Man, fuck buses. At that point, just take an Uber.
But exactly, if the fucking subway's down, you go above ground, you take buses. That's a life
No,
skill
take
for somebody in
Ubers.
New York.
No, take Ubers. Take Ubers, bro. Buses.
Yeah, like learn how to navigate the subway. That's something I would be like, fuck, I'm never doing that. We don't have a subway.
Subways
You'd
are
rather
hard.
your
Dude,
child
I'm
be
not
in a
gonna lie,
car with
dude.
one
I've
person?
gotten lost. I went the wrong way on a subway, and you know what? It's a learning experience. Also, you see new neighborhoods. It's fun, and you learn. But here's the thing: I'm not going to spend my entire time teaching them about how to do it. Right? I'm going to teach them about more important things about vocabulary, things about like how to get further in life, so you don't have to worry about these what I consider minor issues that come across that you're always
Like
gonna have to
raising
deal with.
kids.
Like I think
Hey, Liv, you know, it doesn't take it doesn't take much to teach your kids like an oil change or changing a tire. Like, it's like it only takes like a day to teach them and shit, you know. And that's pretty much it.
not an oil
You act,
change.
you act like you're not going to be able to teach your kids anything else after you teach them how to change a tire. It's really weird.
No, because dude, I'm more focused on more important things, right? A car isn't the most important thing in the world. They can call me,
Literally,
and I can
You
call
live in New
every
York,
fucking
of course it's not.
my insurance or everybody's insurance. Actually, they will go there. I think twice a year and do that for you.
Oh my goodness.
Why are you going to waste time to teach them how to do it when they have a service that can do it for them? Because it comes with
You have
almost
no
every
free time?
car insurance. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Do you have no free time?
No, I have free time. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, so I mean, like, it's just the free time. That's all it is.
No, it's not worth
It's just
spending
that-
your free time on that.
But it's not a big deal, and it's something where you're bonding with your kid, and they are learning a life skill that they might need
Bond
one
with
day.
them by
Just
playing,
like whenever I teach my kids to drive a stick shift. Are you against a
bond
stick
with them
shift
in
too? Is
many
that
other
bad?
ways. Oh fuck no! I will never teach anyone stick shift. I don't even know stick shift.
Well, see, that's why you'd never teach anyone that. But
No,
I
it's
would teach
fine.
my kids that.
Automatic.
I would
that.
literally have to buy a stick shift to teach my kids, but that's what I'm going to do.
I drive a stick shift.
You know, it's amazing. We went to Italy, not this summer, last summer, because my wife's family came over this summer. But fun story, we got delayed going through Dulles overnight. Best chicken tenders you've ever had at the Hilton Hotel. I don't know why I have to say that. They were. My 9-year-old said they were. But we get to Italy. We're tired as fuck. Go to the rent-a-car place. And because we gotten delayed, guess what? They didn't have a fucking car for us, y'all. Except for a manual. because no one could fucking drive it. So guess who was able to drive a rental car away from the airport because
Nobody.
their mom taught them how to drive a manual when they turned 16. This guy.
That guy right there. Yep.
Otherwise, we would have been stranded.
No, I
Well,
don't
sometimes
stick
when you're
shift
stranded, you get the
forever.
best experiences. You know, sometimes you navigate without a car. You don't know how to drive stick shift. Dude, why are you like? Dude, you don't need
It's
to
just
learn or
convenient
know.
whenever you actually do know how to do it when you get into situations like that. And it's
You know
Those
what?
beneficial.
situations are probably some of the most fun situations, to be honest.
My in-laws are always so amazed at they're like, oh my God, you know how to do everything. And I'm like, yeah, I grew up poor. I do know how to do everything because we can just go out and buy it and replace it. You have to learn how to be self-sufficient. And those are the skills I want to pass on to my kids. So, if they get delayed on a flight to Italy or wherever, they're not fucked because they can't drive a stick, or they'll make the job interview and get the position they want, like that sort of thing. I think
Or
it's
when you
valuable
do,
stuff.
or when you do get something that is expensive and it's kind of, that your parents or your family spent a lot to get, you take care of it really well.
Yeah, you have
Yeah.
pride in it.
Oh, and we got a discount because they felt bad about putting us in a manual. So that was nice.
That was nice
Well,
of them, honestly.
it's
I
not
love
to
driving a
me
manual.
that I guess that you got. I think that we're in a different class. I think that maybe you
No,
guys.
dude, we live in different worlds.
I
You
think that you
don't know
guys
what
are in a
any of us do.
hold up. I think that you guys are in a lower class, and I'm in a higher class, and I
Oh,
think
we
No,
are.
that's
you
where the
actually
disconnect comes.
we're in the self-sufficient class, and you're in the dependent class.
I'm in a class
And
where if we had to restart society, I would do very well, and you guys would not
Yeah,
do
when
it.
there's no
You wouldn't,
money,
bro.
no, you wouldn't. You would
you
fail
think you do
But that's where
miserably.
we
well?
are. I think that
Look,
honestly,
Lift.
I'm not.
What's
All right, let's
I'm
net
laughable
not
you
about
you
on.
guys.
this? What's
Let's
Hold on.
play.
laughable about it is
No,
I
hold
have all the knowledge you do about double entry bookkeeping and probably a lot more experience, and
no,
I
no,
can do all the shit you can't, yet you're going to
no,
restart
you can't.
society before me?
No, what I'm saying is that I think that the disconnect here is because I'm a professional and that you guys are not, and I
I
think
work
that
for a
Lift and
global
shift. Hold on,
company.
hold on, hold on. Hold on.
please, can I finish?
Lift
Can I
and shift.
please,
You're just
please?
making assumptions.
No,
Let's level
no,
set.
yes,
I'm a
there's a
CPA,
certain level.
MBA. I have a professional
No,
service
hold up,
firm,
dude,
and I've been
please,
making
brother,
mid six
please. Can I
figures
finish?
for
Can I
like
finish? And then
10
I will.
years. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Can I finish? Because I didn't listen to you because you didn't listen to me. But
Okay,
I
go
will
ahead and
listen
tell
to
me
you
how you're a
afterwards.
professional.
I have a professional license, right? And I think the disconnect is that I think that we maybe I do and maybe you guys don't, and maybe that's why there's a disconnect. That's why I think that things can be purchased, and you guys think it needs to be taught.
I
What
think you're
professional
sheltered
license
as
do you
fuck and we
have?
are not.
Hold on, let me. I think I know
Lift.
where this is going. What professional license do you have, Lift and Shift?
I'm a CPA.
Yeah, same here.
You are?
Yeah, and I have an
This is how we know
MBA,
you're not
10
listening.
times
and
more
I
respect for you.
own a professional service firm, and have been
Okay.
making mid six figures for at least a decade. So
Bro,
when
you
you
got a
say you're a
CPA?
professional, yeah, I have a CPA. I've shown it on camera.
That's fucking awesome. All right, sorry.
So and I knew you were a CPA because I listened to you when you come up here.
Mhm.
And as you should know, the CPA stands for couldn't pass again. If anyone was wondering in the chat, the test is bullshit.
You're possibly right. It's fucking hard as fuck.
Yeah, but no, I mean, yeah, I get where you're coming from. It's just I grew up on the other side. So I've rounded out my education with book smarts and started with street.
Mhm. All right, man. So I guess I kind of see where you're coming from. I just
No, but hold on. That's just him because he happens to have a CPA. You have no fucking idea what people do with their profession, what they've done with their
no.
education.
I asked before, and
And
nobody
I've
answered.
listened to you multiple times. I don't give a fuck if you're a CPA or an engineer. You're dumb as fuck. I've heard you speak.
Okay, dude.
I just think you're
Are you
sheltered
done? Are
in
you
a
done
big city.
crying? Are you done crying, Civics? You done crying?
crying, dude. I'm just telling you how it is. You're not very smart.
Are you done crying?
Oh my goodness.
All right. I already asked everyone what they do or what their profession is or if they have a college degree. Nobody really answered when I asked the first time, right? This is the first guy.
I never heard you ask that.
I have respect for many professions, but I don't think that anyone on the panel is a professional. I have respect for Mojo because I know what he did in the past. And I have respect now for everyone. I can't say the rest of the name because he said what he did. And dude, I'm not trying to dox anyone. I just don't know what you guys do.
I'm an
I don't
OF
know
model.
what profession, what you're. Sorry, what?
I'm an OF model.
W Court W.
LS model?
OF.
OF.
Okay. Well, so your opinion doesn't really matter. How about civics and Ibanez?
I'm
All right,
so
you're gonna
sorry.
have to
That's what I
put
do.
your feet on cam if you keep going down this route.
Mhm.
Not
No,
you,
I'm
Court.
not actually
Lift and
that
shift.
at all. I'm not that at
We
all.
got to see your puppies if you're going to take shots at Court.
I'm a
I
male
mean, like,
gigolo.
I've done a calendar once upon a time, but
I've
no,
been
I'm
on
not
the panel
actually an
for-
OF model.
I'm a
This
male
guy for
gigolo.
3 years,
Women pay
I'm
me to
just-
pleasure them.
No, I get why you wouldn't want to tell me. It's fine. I get it. But and I'm not even.
I work
trying
for a
to be
global
like that.
company. I work in electronics recycling, mainly in circuit boards and recovering precious metals and precious minerals out of circuit boards. I work on the marketing, PR, and trade side. So
How
sales
did
and
you
all.
get into that field?
My husband got into it first, and I started learning about it, became fascinated about it. He opened a warehouse. I ended up going and working with him for a bit in the warehouse, learning a lot more about it. And then I started at a company called, I won't say the name, but it is a global company based
Yeah.
out of Germany that they do many things.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Civics. How about you?
I told you, you're not listening.
No, many people were over talking, so I didn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I'm a male gigolo. Women pay me to pleasure them.
All right, so you have no job. Okay, Ibanez.
I
how about you?
can.
No. It's a pretty good job.
That's a huge bitch. Sorry.
Did you say steak?
He does a fantastic windmill.
All right, Ibanez. How about you? I'll tell you this. I'm not going to remember this after 2 days. To be honest.
I
No,
know,
because
lift
I've
and
told you,
shift.
and everyone's dad's told you twice what they do, and you're not listening.
We've told you on many panels what we do.
No,
had-
now I know what you do.
We've
I
had
don't
whole
remember,
long
but-
discussions, and I've quizzed you thoroughly on like the different software that you use because you're very very hidden about the big four that you work for.
Well, dude, there's only 4 of them, so I mean, it's not that hard.
Yeah.
Ibanez, how about you?
Is that what the big 4 means? Shit.
What?
There's only 4.
That's
The
so
4
weird.
are PwC, EY. What's the other one?
If you work for EY, it would make
Deloitte.
sense because
Deloitte.
they are not the brightest.
Yeah, that's
Deloitte.
factual. Ernst & Young is
Deloitte.
that, yeah.
Well, no, he's with
And,
PwC. That's when he listed first.
No, you know what? I purposely listed that because I
I'm sure you did,
I knew your
Liv.
dumbass would think that.
Yep.
It's
Sure,
not-
I
it's
don't
not.
think he's with any of them, honestly. I think he's full of shit.
I know you don't think that, do you? It's funny because
But
I don't know why you
the
think
problem
that.
is that
I don't know
you've been
why you
asked
are so
questions
adamant
about you've been
that.
asked questions that are on the test and you can't answer it. So I don't know. Seems a little strange.
Dude, it's
A little sketchy.
why would I come up with that? Like nobody comes up with that. Like
oh, dude, people are so weird on this app. Yes, they come up with all kinds of weird shit.
Let me ask you something.
I'm not the one
All right.
who's listening. So
Lift and shift. Are you on the business acquisition side?
No, I'm on the
Meaning, like,
side.
they're trying to. You're on the team that is trying to win the business,
I have been, but like no.
or are you on the team that, like, once the contract's signed and they've signed that business, you're the one working with the client there?
I work with the client, but no, I'm not.
Yeah. So in consultancy firms like that, there's the A team that
No,
wins
no,
the
I'm not
business,
in
and then there's
consulting.
the C team that does the fucking work. You're on the C team, and I hate to break it to you.
CP? What? I don't even know what that is.
C-team.
C-team.
He said you do the work, someone else wins it.
No, dude,
So in
fucking
consulting
audio.
firms and the big four,
Made it pretty clear.
you got rainmakers and you got workers.
You have
Yeah,
client
well,
facing, and then you have those who do the paperwork.
Yeah, I was a paper worker.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
Okay.
So I'd
It's
be
not
what you call a
bad. People are better at
rainmaker.
paperwork.
Dude, you get it on your resume. Who gives a fuck?
I'm what you call a rainmaker. So like when Civics is hired, I'm sitting there showering them in dollar bills. Right, Civics?
He's got the money gun going.
And you know what's funny? Sorry, excuse me, chewing.
Uh-oh. Get him, Mojo. Get him.
I'm on the sniff out the bullshit team because I've worked at the consultancy firms.
You need to get your nostrils checked out because you can't sniff shit.
I really do have one
I
question.
read their proposals. I see how it would be better than us doing it in-house, and I sift through the bullshit. And I work really, really hard in the first 30 days when we can walk away from the contract to see what their work is like.
Well, you're one of the few who could do that, and I wish that there were more of you because a lot of people can't, and those contracts get extended for way longer than they should be. But that's getting way too specific.
I've done that for the private and public sector.
Are we talking about ERP? What are you talking about?
What? Evaluating consultants.
There's a position for evaluating consultants?
What?
Part of my job.
I wish that we had more people like you because that's not a position I've ever seen. And it causes
Only thing I do, I said it's
million
part of what I do.
overruns. Okay.
Well, no, I think he's probably more talking about like contract operations or contract management team or activities. Is that what you're talking about? Civics, like
No,
overseeing
I'm in the
contract?
trenches. I'm in the trenches with these hired, I don't know, you want to call them developers or engineers, and they're designers and product team if they have one. And part of what I do being on product is determining if they can be part of our team or not. Right? Like, we
So
don't.
you're the oversight when they come in house and fire them or replace them. That sort
I'm
of thing.
already running a team, and the whole point of our contracts are, you know, if we need this project to have 10 engineers and we only have 7 of them, you're going to fill the other 3 spots. I got to make sure that they can do that.
You oversee like contractor conversions too.
Yeah, like tracking their hours and making sure that we're not getting ripped off. Absolutely.
I was thinking about like sniping the good ones to bring in-house contract conversion to staff.
Oh, no, that's usually part of the deal that we can't poach them.
Mm.
A lot of the people that I work with like being mercenaries. They enjoy the fluidity of working on different projects and different challenges. These are really most of the time, which is why I said an A team versus the C team, is that they will come up with an architecture that will fix a problem or address the problem, and then they're nowhere to be found once it's being implemented.
And how do you track them down? Right? I think we're getting way too specific. But I have come across this. And man, they just these people, they come in with a solution and then the solution doesn't work, and then they renew their contract, and then it continues on, and then you don't really get the product that you want.
And in the public sector, consultants would do a really good job of holding all that knowledge so that they would hold the taxpayers by the balls and say, we're the only ones that know the architecture. And you're kind of forced in a continuous contract.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's fucked, but it works, right? There's nothing you can do.
It's not fucked. This is what I'm talking about, that like everyone that wants to hate on the government, it's the private sector that's fucking the taxpayers. All civil servants are, for the most part, are just fucking middlemen that are like, we're getting fucked.
I
They're
know,
just
but
the first ones to
also,
identify
also 'cause
that the
there's
private sector is
unclear.
fucking over the taxpayers.
I know, but it's unclear contrast of what exactly you want. They don't. They don't explain exactly what they want. They give loose requirements for the contracts to get acquired, and it kind of fucks everything up, right? And then it leads to, and also, first of all, if you have let's say you have a large company, right? You can't get a small company to come in and change your system, right? You have to go for the big four consulting companies, right? Is that fair to say?
That's why I was making the assumption you work at EY, because they're fucking inept. I've worked with them on 2 projects. They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
They don't.
Do you guys not have a pretty well defined WBS in these contracts?
So at least in the public sector, the problem is that depending on the department or what it is, they refuse to see themselves as a tech company. And I'm not trying to say that you need to bring the culture of a tech company, but you do need to keep the main architecture in-house, and you need to have a DevOps team at the very least that should be able to launch new instances and at least be the last line of defense. Or the last step in the chain of pushing to production, and it's not. When that's in the hands of a contractor, you hold that agency by the balls.
Yeah,
And that's the problem, is that they refuse to bring that work in-house by hiring a full-time development team.
And it's pretty evident
Because
the contracts I've been a part of.
They don't have the knowledge in-house to do
They
it.
should.
Yeah, they should. And where
they
I've seen
should,
it,
but-
it's pretty evident that they don't, is looking at some of these work breakdown structures in government contracts. They have no fucking clue. Like, I'm not a tech centered person, but my God, it's apparent they aren't either, in-house at least, because they don't know what the fuck they're asking in the work breakdown structure. Because when we take it back to the techs, and they're like, this makes no fucking sense, and then we got to go back and forth, and it's a nightmare.
Civics, do you now believe that I'm an accountant?
You're an accountant's apprentice.
No, dude.
Somebody give him a sock and set him free.
Have you ever seen Fantasia?
The fact that we had
Have you ever
this
seen
conversation
Fantasia?
means
You're
I'm
Mickey Mouse.
in this realm, right?
You put on the sorcerer's hat and you kind of fucked everything up.
No, dude. Come on, dude. Why would I look this shit up? You think I'm fucking interested in this? No, I just see how it works.
You've never seen Fantasia?
I have seen Fantasia.
All right.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is that this is not a fantasy. I'm not researching to act like I'm something else. Like, I know how it works. It doesn't work very well, but it's how it works. You got to work with you got to work with the cards you're dealt with, right?
All right. True or false statement. You could staff an audit team of first years straight out of high school.
For menial work?
Yeah, for an audit. Your first year staff could be replaced with high school grads.
The new high school grads? No, you can't.
But the old high school grads?
Could you staff them for menial work? Is your question?
For an audit team. Instead of getting first year grad
with a good
accounting.
With a good manager, possibly. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but you would have to manage them very well. You'd have to teach them exactly what to look for, and even then, they're still gonna fuck up. But could you? It would not be my first choice. I would rather have someone from Big Four come on to my staff and then teach them or have them work on it than have someone straight out of high school, dude. Because those people,
I could send high
they don't give a
schoolers
fuck
into
anymore.
freezers to do inventories just as easy as a
not inventory.
first year grad.
It's more complicated than that.
It's not.
Yeah, well, inventory is not complicated. Sure, but there are other realms of accounting that requires a little bit more. Like you can think about the process, you can make suggestions, like come to me with a problem and come to me with a possible solution. Yes, I would love that. Doesn't really happen as much anymore.
I mean, yeah, but first year staff, they're doing all the menial bullshit that's just plug and play. It's data input into the software, the audit software. So, like, you could literally have high schoolers doing that.
You can have you can have people who don't have a college degree do basic ass shit, sure. But are you gonna trust their work? Are you gonna sign off on it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
you
would.
would. You would.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, knowing what
'Cause it
they
doesn't
had to
matter. It's
do.
not important to
and-
you. It's not
Huh?
important to you.
No, it's
You don't
just
have a
that
license.
fucking simple.
I have a license. It matters to me that shit is accurate because my license is at risk. I'm not going to
You're
sign
not
off on
signing
shit that I
off
don't
on-
trust. And
You're signing off in an audit?
I sign off on a lot of shit. Yes, on work papers, on audits, on reports. Yes.
I'm so confused. I thought, didn't you study a dictionary?
A whole
I'm
lot of
just
numbers
so
in there.
lost right now. I'm sorry. I don't get it.
No, it's. I know it's just fucking a little bit more complicated.
How long
I
you been a
get.
partner?
I'm not a partner.
No, because only partners sign off on audits.
If you're a CPA, you get to sign off on a lot more shit than you think you can.
I am a CPA. I know specifically only partners sign off on audits at firms.
Yes, they do, but you also have to sign off on all the work papers and all the shit before that, before they sign off on it, and they also have to trust you, right?
You're just signing off on something that somebody else has to
They
sign
have to-
off. You're a link in
they
a
have to-
chain.
They have
That's
to
micromanagement.
It's
No,
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 threat
it's
to
true,
your
it's true, though,
license.
it's true, though.
It's no threat to your license because your license isn't
Yeah.
on the line. They have to sign
Your
off on the
license
audit
is at
report.
risk every time that you
Your
sign
license
a work
isn't
paper
at
or
risk.
whatever. Your license is at risk.
So if they got
ghost-
pulled in front of Peekaboo, right? They got pulled in front of Peekaboo for an audit finding. Are they going to say, well, no, it's not my fault, it's lift and shifts, and then they're going to invalidate their license and yours? It's not how it works.
Look, dude, I grew up thinking that the police, if you do something wrong, police are going to arrest you. So, like, I maybe it's not how it works, but, like, that's how I believe it works. So I need to review every single fucking work paper that I sign off on to make sure it's correct because I work so fucking hard to get my license that I don't want it to ever be at risk.
No, I
Do you
agree
not
with
feel
you.
that way?
No, yeah, absolutely. But your
Yeah.
license isn't at risk on the internal workflow sign off. That's the partner's license on the line, not yours.
Well, I didn't know that. I always assumed it was my license.
No, you're just putting in your initials to take it to the next step of the workflow. And it goes up and gets reviewed by your supervisor, and then it goes to the partner.
Yeah, but it can come down to you, right? Because I've had people
No,
review work papers and they came down to me where I had to explain what the fuck went on. And I did explain it and it did work out. But like it came down to me.
Yeah, but that's your job on the line. It's not your license. It's only the license on the line that's signed off on the actual report.
Really?
Yeah, it's not your license. It's just your job on the line.
Holy shit. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I did not know that. I thought I'm gonna ignore you because I felt like I've been a more honest auditor by thinking that my license was at risk, by not signing off or signing off on these things, by checking these work papers to make sure that they're legit. Because I thought my license was at risk. And I'm gonna just ignore what you just said.
But
Well,
wouldn't you
okay,
just want to
but
do a
what
good
you
job?
shouldn't ignore? Yeah, I mean, you should always do what's right. I'm not telling you to not do what's right, but what will lose your job and hurt your career progression the most in a Big Four is pushing back too hard against your partner that wants you to over
Bro, I'm
something.
well aware, dude. I got pipped. I got pipped because
That's an exit strategy. You realize that, right?
I know it is, and I did exit, but like I
hate
dude,
that.
This is why when people argue with me and say like, hey, just because of my beliefs or whatever, like I am the strongest proponent of upholding the financial system because prior to this guy telling me, and I'm gonna ignore it, I thought my license was at risk, and I would not jeopardize my license for anything. Right? So it doesn't matter if it's going to take longer. It doesn't matter if the audit goes over. Or it doesn't matter if I have to spend fucking 16 hours a day verifying the shit. I'm going to do it because I work so fucking hard. You know how hard it is to pass a CPA? It's not easy. Especially
I tell you,
far.
the whole audit industry isn't about upholding the financial system. It's about sizing the thresholds to overlook
It is.
their
It is.
It's about
Dude, stop
sizing the
destroying my beliefs.
thresholds to size the thresholds, right? The materiality thresholds to appropriately overlook an amount of fraud that is acceptable and to shift the liability and cost burden onto private industry other than the corporation committing the fraud. You're not there to safeguard the financial system. You're there to safeguard corporations.
How long have you been a CPA?
Fuck, I don't know. What am I, 44 now?
Under 10 years.
I got it over 10 years.
All right, man. I'm not gonna lie. I lost a little bit of respect for you because I had this very strong belief about how it works, and you're telling me it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, it does.
Seems like you should probably do a little bit more research.
But how do
Audit
you lose
industry is
respect
not
for
there.
him?
I don't want to do more.
Like, think about it. The whole audit and it's supposed to give the public comfort, right? So you're opining on these financial statements that they're materially representative of truthfulness, and there's reasonable assurance that these companies are behaving appropriately and there's not fraud, right?
Yeah.
But then you start auditing and you start seeing how the actual partners do it, and they want to size the materiality threshold, and you probably found some fraud in your career and you ran it up the chain. Nothing came of it, right?
Yeah, it was
right.
It was
It
was immaterial.
So the fraud gets buried, it gets ignored, it's deemed immaterial, right? But then maybe you found fraud from a key personnel, like a controller or CFO, which rises to level of materiality regardless of the dollar amount because it's a key position. And then that gets ignored. And then the partner signs off on it, right? It's not to safeguard the financial system. It's to protect the corporations from liability.
No. You're not going to change my belief in that. It is hard. What we
I'm
do.
gonna say goodnight.
All right.
Got in a CPA talk.
You don't have to go to bed, but you're gonna have to go somewhere else.
I gotta go to bed.